Come on! Get it up, yeah! Who's having another fucking stream? I am, ya wee fannies. I had to separate that stream from this stream because I was trying to make a point. I didn't want arseholes speaking over my little monologue. Of course I'm fucking back. I'm back because I know there's fannies out there that want to ask me some questions. Come up here and make some statements. Come up here and make some statements. The link is coming out soon, guys. But I'm going to get the little boys' room and another beer. And the link will be out to all the conspirators against the alternative conspiratard. How you doing, Vic Lloyd? Wild Creature. Jamie Mathus. James Mathus. D. Yes, my point was I'm a veteran at the Flat Earth, and I'm a veteran at chemtrails, and I've put a lot into it, and you should listen to me, okay? That's what I mean. Like anybody who's done something for a long time, D, you become versed in it, and you become familiar with it, just like your Flat Earth, son. Well, I'm still alive. They've been spraying me for how long? They've been spraying me for 10 years and I'm still here. They must be spraying me with some anti-aging fucking stuff, because look how good I am, man. Fucking hell, man. 40 this year. 40 this year, and I look like a 30-year-old, man. Oh, 30-year-old. So, like I said, if anyone's got any questions about any conspiracy, in fact, I only highlighted day 2 conspiracies. I've fucking, like any conspiracy, guys, it's fucking, like anything. Like you go into 9/11, just say, right? Oh, I found the 9/11 conspiracy, brilliant, right? And everybody knows, even the normies know, 9/11 doesn't add up. All the events leading up to those fucking buildings getting hit, it doesn't matter how you want to put it together. Something never added up there. And we know there was a big motive to fucking collapse those buildings, right? So that's the general thing, right? Then you get the conspiracy theorists using energy weapons. They used energy weapons. And this is like the chemical stuff with the chemtrails. It's just fucking bullshit. Utter bullshit. And when your conscience tells you something, you need to learn to do this, guys. When something sort of jumps out at you like that, like you think, bullshit, don't ignore that. Don't ignore that. That's your conscience telling you it's bullshit. And you should maybe investigate that further. But the thing is, when people get in the cult mindset, that conscious, that bullshit, they ignore it. They put it aside. Oh, no, it's no bullshit. It's no bullshit. No, it's no bullshit. Energy weapons. Energy weapons. So, they only invented airplanes so they could create the weather. According to Dane Wigington, the lead chemtrail guy, geoengineering.org, he says that all weather is created by man. All weather. So, in ancient times, fucking, there was like clear blue skies all the time. There was no snow, there was no rain, there was just fucking clear blue skies all the time, apparently, according to Dane Wigington, the lead guy in chemtrail movement. If you want to believe that all weather is man-made, well, that's up to you. And if you want to believe all weather, all these trails are barium and strontium and fucking radiation and Chernobyl fucking excrement coming down on your head, believe it if you want. But if you believe that, you're believing something so ridiculous. you're just going to be, if you tell people this, because people have got logic, people will use their logic, and you can fucking throw quite a lot of shit at people, and people are pretty gullible. You can say they're putting shit in the water, you're putting stuff in your tap. People believe that kind of fluoride stuff, but when you're saying they're spraying it, you're spraying barium and strontium for fucking 30, 40, 50,000 feet away on a certain population. Nah. This is when the conscience kicks in. Bullshit, bullshit. And then the guy comes in trying to sell stuff. Hey guys, I've got some herbal remedies to fucking. Oh, if you use this orgone pyramid and you use your consciousness and look up at the clouds, they'll all disappear. Bzzz. No masks, because I don't believe anything anymore. Same here. Like I said, I'm not saying that the whole persistent chemtrails. There is some truth. There's some truth to all these fucking conspiracies. There's some truth to the flat Earth, and the truth I think within the flat Earth is that NASA and space travel and all that shit, it's a lot of fucking crap. I think that's where flat Earth are getting it right, but with the shape of the Earth and with fucking all these other things, they're getting it so wrong, and that's what discredits them. And same with the fucking 9/11 investigation. They were doing all right until they started fucking picking up some bullshit that discredited themselves. And same with the chemtrail stuff. It's just more bullshit. Just discredit it. There's truth there. I've showed you. There's definitely truth there. They do spray. Oh God. Like I said, like every time I wanted to see a video of somebody, one of these planes spraying, it was always fuel coming out a nozzle. Yeah, an emergency landing. Get what I mean? Rob Flob says, my latest phone software upgrade suggested that I can set up face recognition and it will work with a mask on. Years ago, you could put on a mask and get away with the blank robberies and diamond heists. It's because they use the triangular spacing between your eyes and your nose. I've noticed that I was wearing refurbishing I was using a sander. I was using a sander. I was using a wire brush. There was a lot of shit getting kicked up. So I was wearing a dust mask. And I was wearing it over. I was filming some of it because I'm going to show you a video, guys. I'm fucking doing this shit. Anyway, I was filming it. I had the mask like that over my mouth. And my phone recognized me. The face recognition unlocked my phone, even though I had like the mask sort of over here. So what it's doing, it's reading that. It's like a triangle. Everyone's got a different triangle here. And that's all it needs. All it needs is that triangle, that space. It's like a fingerprint. P. Mars, there's a Howard Hughes patent that mentions chemtrails. It says they are used to prevent global warming. That was another thing. It was called. It was like reflection. They're deflecting. I can't remember what it was called again. But what they do is spray stuff in the atmosphere and deflect the sunlight back. I can't remember what the term they used for it. But I remember hearing about that too, P. Mars. Yep. Paul Curran, how you doing, Paul? Nice to see you, mate. And Drat says, Phase blocked here. Nah. Cloud seeding's very real. If you look at Vietnam, the Vietnamese war, man, the fucking cloud seeding, the fucking flooding. They were using weather modification for a golf competition here. They were talking about using weather modification for the golf. So, guys, I'm not ruling out weather modification. It definitely happens. Weather modification is definitely a thing. And these persistent contrails are weather modification. But what they aren't is barium and strontium and red blood cells with nanobots being sprayed to blah, blah, blah. And maybe even there's some aluminium. Maybe sometimes you do spray aluminium. Fuck knows. I can't totally disprove the aluminium stuff either. I can't. But what I can prove is I filmed these for fucking years and years and years and years. I mixed with the groups. I found that there's a lot of shillery. And I found out that there's a lot of bullshit. And it's coming for the people at the top. At the very fucking top of these groups. It's some bullshit. Just like the flat earth guys. You fucking know. You know, like, there was some truth, some element of truth within all that shit. And you know it was in the NASA stuff, debunking NASA and that. And you know that the fucking leaders in the flat earth are full of shit. They're coming out with stuff just to muddy the water. That's why they look like shells. But you have to be in certain groups for long enough to see it. And this is how D's like, because you know because you've been in that longer. Well, you have to be in a certain group for a while to see these things. You couldn't be in the flat earth for a week and know all the ins and outs of fucking flat earth and think you know it all in flat earth. You have to spend a good few years within the flat earth to know every shill, every argument, every group, every fucking thing that's going on. So I do consider myself fucking long in the tooth when it comes to that shit. You have to be. It's called experience. Experience, you can't buy that shit. You can't just sit and watch a fucking one chemtrail video and think you know everything about chemtrails when someone was putting their fucking life on hold for the fuckers. Telling people at their work about them, telling customers at their work about them. Fucking can really put myself on the line here. So I will fucking put myself on a pedestal and say, fuck you. I know more than you. Because I fucking do. You show me how far back you fucking were looking at Trails D or looking at conspiracy theories. Like I said, those videos go back to 2013 with the chemtrails. That's nearly 10 years ago. You show me something fucking older than nearly 10 years old that you fucking were into or try to debunk or fucking whatever. That's what annoys you because you're such a newbie when it comes to the conspiracy scene, D. And the flat earth woke you up. The flat earth, how pathetic is that? The flat earth woke you up. You know what I mean? That's fair enough. At least you're awake, but fucking the flat earth woke me up. And same with fucking Hawkeye, 50 odd year old. 60-year-old. Oh, I got in the truth movement 4 or 5 years ago. It's like, fucking, you're a bit late in the boat, son. You've got years and years to catch up. Like I said, I'm a fucking OG of this shit. And it does count for something. It does count for something. I remember talking to someone on a hangout. I spoke to this guy called Rick Solaris on a hangout. It was about the sun, solar flares. And he had this theory, this guy, Rick Solaris. He had this theory that these solar flares were causing people to have strokes. It was connected to like your heart. Like, so every time there was a big fucking solar flare, like people that had heart problems would fucking have a stroke. And we spoke about it on a hack. And it wasn't even I don't even think it was a YouTube fucking hangout. It was just a podcast. It was a podcast. It wasn't even a YouTube hangout. So I remember speaking about these fucking things years and years and years. And I will take it as a badge of honor. Call me what you fucking want. Paul Curran, you can be a chef for 50 years and never hit the heights of Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay's a shite chef. He wants to hit the heights of fucking Gordon Ramsay. Well, I suppose he's rich, but chef. Overrated, just cooking food, you know what I mean? You shit it out at the end of the day. End of the day, it turns to shit. Every time. It doesn't matter how good your chef you are. It doesn't matter how nice it is on that fucking plate. It's going to be stinking in a few hours' time in a toilet. So chefs are overrated for me. All they do is create shit. That's what's wrong. Food should be more basic. You know, these burgers that are fucking this size. What is it with these fucking burgers that are fucking that size with a flag on them? That's not a fucking burger. How the fuck are you meant to eat a burger that size? Okay, you need to fucking dismantle it and fucking you take the bun off and you take the fucking. You've got a patty here and you've got a patty there and you've got a fucking. What the fuck is this? A burger with a flag on it, like fucking a stick holding it all together like a fucking skewer. That's not a burger to me. That's just gluttonous fucking bullshit. Stacked, again, just stacked shit, stacked upon shit. A burger for me should be fucking 2 pieces of bread, a fucking meat patty, some vegetables, some cheese if you want, but you should be able to bite it all in one fucking bite. Even a Big Mac. I can still bite a Big Mac in one fucking bite, but that's pushing the borders. But fucking Gordon Ramsay with his big fucking stupid burgers, man. Stupid. like he's heed. His burgers are like his fucking napper. How you doing, Ayers? Brandon Cook, how you doing? Right, I need to go to the toilet, guys. Starting to froth at the mouth, look. Like a fucking West Hills junkie. Right, we're back in a minute. Where's my tin opener? Where's my tin opener? You're going to have to listen to it again because it's kind of copyright free, this song. Take note, people, if you like this tune, YouTube doesn't really give you any hassle for it. So I've made this a separate stream for a reason, guys. This is so we can have more of a conversation about stuff. And conspiracies, mainly conspiracies. I went to see Richard Hall a couple of times. Honestly, I had a great night every time. Just everyone chatting, swapping ideas was really cool. So I think some of these groups start off cool as well. And even if the conspiracy's bullshit, sometimes the people within them are pretty cool, and sometimes they see through the conspiracy fucking gurus as well and leave the shit. And so Vlad says, I fell asleep during the other street. What this wakes me up tonight? Cool, Vlad. That's nice. Right, I'm going to get a link out. If anybody wants to come up and talk about any fucking experiences they've had of groups, what they feel about chemtrails or flat earth or fucking 9/11 or fucking any conspiracy, it's all out there tonight. Aliens, fucking Anunnaki, fucking transgender celebrities, presidents, and fucking the like. Anything but fucking Ukraine, eh? Anything but fuck. It's funny how that Chris Rock and fucking who was it? Well, I was about to say Eddie Murphy. It's funny how the Chris Rock and the Eddie Murphy incident just took over the news. It just took over the news, and it was so fake, man. Like I never even wanted to see it. I heard about it, and then I didn't even want to watch it for like fucking half a day until it just appeared. I think that was at a workmate said, check this out. And I was like, for fuck's sake. So I eventually seen it, and God, it just looks so fake, man. I probably need to stop that again before there's an advert. Right now. But it was so fake. What a publicity stunt. That fucking Chris Rock, Will Smith slap. That was such a big publicity stunt because there was just nothing happening. They had to speak about something, eh? Had to speak about, and it had to be about female black empowerment and leave my hair alone. My hair and bald. Will be bitsy baldy. But shut the fuck up. What a lot of shit, man. Oh, Eddie Murphy. Whatever happened to that guy, man? Whatever happened to Eddie Murphy? Fuck's sake. He used to be good. Beverly Hills Cop, man. And I quite liked him in The Golden Child as well. Have you seen? See that guy in the chat? That LOL? Nah, it's no LOL. It's UN2. This is why I've made it a separate stream, because if I have a good sort of fucking hangout and then people come on and just shit all over it, he's one of the people. So this is my shit. This is my stream you can kind of shit on if you want, because I'm going to shit on you. This is my shit on you stream as well. So you can come up and shit. I'll shit on you. So cool. Anyway. He got caught with a trans prosy and that ended his career pretty much. Oh, I've got a sore back, man. Refurbishing that cast iron stove. Pizza stove. Oh, I was getting sprayed by all the chemtrails and I was like, oh, the barium. Oh, the barium. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Strontium. It's countering the barium. And it's making me radioactive. Come on in, you pussies. Links in the chat. Links in the chat. I think why I sit this. It's like a cat. She's sitting fucking stroke it. My tin opener. I've always got it sitting on my lap, man. I think what the fuck that's for. I'm bright, as thee did not see, thee no, Judd. It's getting a bit crowded up here. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why is it the same people, man? Why is it always the same people? It's Sleepy Heat. Sleepy Heat's here. All right, Sleepy Heat?
Hey, fuckbag. What's up?
Check my tan out, man. Look at my phone.
Huh?
Look at my tan.
You tan? Oh, fuck.
It's not a tan. It's chem burn.
Oh, Ranty, right? Ranty?
Chem burned. Remember that? Remember
yeah,
that?
Ranty.
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 He sat in the sun in like 25 degrees Celsius, maybe close to, it was one of the hottest days in fucking Britain, staring at the
Must
sky
be about
with
90,
camera,
about 90, 95
with a
here.
camera. He's staring at the sky all day with a camera, and his face fucking swelled up like that. Can't fucking, and he's going, chem burns. I got burnt from chemtrails. I got burnt from chemtrails.
Yeah, I know. Did I get to clean that?
That's what we're dealing with.
Look, I remember back in like 2017, I went to Pensacola Beach and I was under an umbrella though, and I sat for fucking 7 hours while my girlfriend was working over in Pensacola and got burnt to a crisp. And I had bubbles and I was burned up. But I didn't say it was chem burns. I was like, I shouldn't have probably seen the sun that long, even though I was in the shade. I probably shouldn't have sat in that area for so long.
Well, see, last summer, Vlad, I was out in my garden. I done loads of shit and I burnt all my back, and it was big blisters of water. And seeing every now and again when I had my t-shirt on a couple of days later, I would like rub something or bump into it, and I'd feel it. I'd feel the water leaking down my back, and I knew that was one of the big blisters being burst. And it's fuck. Honestly, my back was covered in like water blisters, man. It was fucking something else, mate. I started worrying. I started thinking, fuck, this is like skin cancer material, mate. You know what I mean? Fucking, because I'm no built for the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I should probably go my mount. I'm just stealing my truck right now. My girlfriend's watching some TV.
You in the Scooby wagon?
She's like, if you're gonna watch, and you're gonna be on there, go outside. You know, I'm gonna watch TV in peace. I guess I get pretty loud. My voice is pretty loud. I get excited.
You get on these nerves now and again. Shout out.
I get pretty loud. I get excited. I'm not yelling, but I get loud. I know that. I know that my whole life.
What if the police pull up right now?
What's that?
Your car. What if the police pull up at your car right now? I'll
Wait.
be there. We've got Bright in the background. Sorry, man. I'll let you on, Bright. Give me a second. I'm just getting left my tunnel.
Wait, what are you saying? What about my car? My truck?
Have you had a few drinks, Vlad?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
So what if the cops came right now, like, and just like walked up to the side of your car? Could they do anything to you for sitting at the wheel?
I'm in the yard.
What's going on, mate? You're in the metaverse.
I'm in the yard. That's the house. Mate. That's the house right there. That's the driveway. If they come up here, they're trespassing. Yeah, that's the driveway right there. So right, no, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything.
Right, I'm going to put my headphones in, mate, because there's got to be more than 2 people on. So
yeah, there's no echo. There's no echo on my side, but yeah, if there's somebody else, it may happen.
Hey, mate, we know it'll happen. It always fucking does.
I know, huh?
Prepare for the reverberation. How you been anyway, mate?
Pretty good. I was talking to I don't know if you watched any of my stream earlier. I got where the mortgage for my mom's house. I got I'm considered a successor is what they call it. But basically, I'm authorized to be able to sell the house. And it's like we can split between me and my 3 sisters. But that has been really stressful because I wasn't sure how it was all going to pan out. But I found out that my mom did. She said she was going to. I thought she did. We thought she did, but have insurance so that the house got paid off. So when we did sell the house, we will get all the money for the house. But now we got to. Now they told me they told me all 3 insurances that were on the house, which is. Huh? You don't hear me? Can you hear me? Your headphone. You need your headphone. You need your headphones, bud.
Settings.
Can you hear me, Jay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jay? Can you hear me?
Just leave and then come back in.
All right, so I have the floor for you for a few seconds. Yeah. So, anyways, it's some good news in some. It's good news. I can take care of what I need to take care of with my mom's estate. And that's been pretty emotional. I'll tell you the truth. I say I'm not some macho guy. I'm not some hard ass motherfucker. I never claimed that. I'm a very emotional type of person. Huh?
You're a pussy.
No, I'm emotional. I'm an emotional person. When something bothers me, I know. I just say when something bothers me, I'll express my emotions about it. I'm not a crybaby. I'm not a crybaby little bitch that cries about everything. But when there's certain things that that hits you hard, if you don't have emotions about that, then there's something fucking wrong with you.
No, you need emotions, man. You do need them.
I know.
There's been like a big sort of push for us not to be sort of. It's like you're bad if you're showing emotion because you're not thinking properly and stuff like that. And at times it's true. Kind of like you can't think properly if you're getting trolled. Can just say you're getting trolled or if you're trying to make a big decision in your life and you're angry or what you can't think logically, you can't think straight because your emotions are getting the better. They can get the better of you. But at times you have to be emotional, man. You do because that's what makes us fucking human. You know what I mean? That's what makes us fucking. We express. I think emotions are an expression. It's not for us. The emotions. It's more like for other people. And it's like an expression to other people. Like, look, I'm hurting here, man. I want some fucking love and comfort and fucking.
Yeah.
We all need it. We all need it at times. In the hard times, we can't be on our own. You know what I mean? So I think like. Crying and like these kind of things it's more like a outward thing. Okay? You're not doing it for yourself. So when you're around I can understand to a point where you're around other people, but like yesterday, I don't know if you watched my live stream when I was doing a test with Streamlabs and driving, and
like the little test run day before, it was actually pretty good. So I wanted to go in areas like Jad, where you can go in your city or your town or your little village, whatever you want to call it.
Cuts it.
Where it cuts out. Well, I did the same thing, and I was doing that, and I was like, okay, let's see how good Streamlabs really is, versus Streamyard, and I started doing it. And it was all good and good. I went all the way from my girlfriend's house to my mom's house, and everything was good and everything like that. And I shut it down because it like went from the KB or KPS, whatever that means. It went from like 3,800. It went from 3,800 to down to 36. Not 3,600, 36. So it like dropped like down to 1% because 380 would be 10%. So it went down to 36. So it went down to 1%. So I was okay, it's dead. So I said, okay, if anybody hear me, I haven't even listened to it yet. So I cut it off and I was okay, whatever. And I was coming back, going to my mom's house and doing some stuff. I had to check the mail and actually got some mail that I've been waiting for from her mortgage company that was basically give me an authorization to be able to sell the house. I didn't even open the letter, but halfway home, I literally, dude, I broke down. I was crying so much, and I was driving. I had to pull over because I could not fucking see. That's how bad I was crying because I knew what that meant. That it was to the point where we're gonna have to let go of my mom's house. I said I've been having emotional, a lot of issues with going out there because it's my mom's house. Me being there with her when she passed away and all that stuff like that. But I've been able to leave and come back to my girlfriend's house and be here. But yesterday, I knew what that letter was, and when without even opening it, and it's a flood of fucking emotions hit me, dude. So I'll be real about it. You call me a pussy, call a baby, whatever. I had emotions about having to. It's a point where we're gonna have to let go. We got to let go of the house my mom was so happy and proud of, and that she finally got to get a house and buy a house. And then, unfortunately, she passed away. About 4 years into her, having this house. And that's what's comforting me is I know she was happy and content, and there's all that stuff like that. So it's helping me with that, but it's just that flood of emotions yesterday. It's like, wow, I keep thinking I'm over this. Not that I'm over it, but I can deal with it better. And dude, I'm serious. That's the first time because I've cried a few times leaving her house or going to her house, and I cried teary eyed. But yesterday, dude, it was so bad. I had to fucking pull her, dude, and stop and cry before I can drive again because I couldn't see. I could not see just all the emotion that hit me. And I was like, man, like, fuck, I thought I was done with all this shit. I know I'm going to be emotional about it, but this bad where I can't even fucking drive?
Well, this is what we're seeing before. That emotions are good, but then emotions can start becoming sort of, in a way, an obstacle. You try to do something, and then suddenly you get a flash of your mum doing something, or you smell something that smells like your mum, and then suddenly the emotions come flooding back, and it
just being in the way
you doing whatever.
It's being at their house and knowing that we're gonna have to let go of her house that she was so happy and excited about having. That that's the next step to that procedure. And I said because I called them today and say, hey, what's going on? And they say, yeah, because I thought I was gonna have it put into my name where I take over the mortgage. They said, no, you don't have to do that. If you're going to sell it, and we pay us off and we're good. So that's a step that's not, I don't have to take care of. So it's like a lot closer. They said, if I was ready right now, because there's still some stuff out there and I want to clean it up a better before the realtor gets a hold of it. And, but they said we can put it on the market today, so that's how close it is. I just got to do some stuff out there to take some stuff out that I have of mine still out there. It was just not like valuable stuff, but stuff I had, and then clean it up so that the realtors and say, oh, we had to do this, and this, and then charge us for removal of some stuff, which would be some random things that are just laying around the property, which I can get rid of that myself. So that's what I'm going to do for the next week, and so it's exciting but emotional at the same time. It's not like a bad thing; it's a good thing. It was just an overwhelming of emotions, because of everything. It's been so stressful, Jed. I'm telling you, it's been so stressful dealing with this, because I only have one mom. I have one father, but it's a whole nother story. But I've never dealt with anything like this before in my life, so it's like, it's just all new to me.
Vlad,
and yeah.
Hear me, I had to deal with that shit when I was like 14. And I never had a dad. My dad wasn't, my mum was a single mother. So when she died, I had nobody. And I was at 14-year-old, and I was that was a weird age because you're going through puberty, and I was mixed emotions, mate. I was actually a mixed emotions. My life was that shitty up to that point, and that this is going to sound weird. This is going to sound weird, but it was almost like a relief when my mum died.
So was there things that escalated into that point, or
it was weird? It was weird. It was like, see, when my mum died, it was like almost like a relief, like, oh, it's over. Or there was loads of bad shit happening up to that point. And when she died, it kind of all stopped. You know what I mean? It was like, oh my God.
Okay,
it was horrible. It was horrible that my mother died. It was fucking horrible. But as a 14-year-old, I didn't know how to process like that.
Yeah, I understand.
And
I understand.
all I could think was, God's sake, I'm not going to be living in this house anymore. I'm not going to be living somewhere else. And what's the future? And I was worried and fucking had so many things going on. But at the same time, like, my life was so bad up to that point that it was a relief. And so, in one hand, I was fucking distraught. My mum died, and on the other hand, I was like, this is like a new fucking lease of life for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. Like I said, and I would have to say, thankfully, I don't have that aspect. But the issue I have is everybody knows how close I was to my mom, and I just truly miss her so much. I didn't realize I was, I said, when we get older, I said I'm 52. She was 68, and I figured she'd be at least live to be 80. Because she was a tough ass woman. Huh?
I'm older now than what my mum was when she died. She's 38, so I'm 39 now.
Oh wow, yeah, that's wow.
And so when I think about it, I was 14 when she died, so I only really knew my mum for maybe like out those 14 years. Because come on, you don't know your mum when you're a 2-year-old. You know what I mean? So I really only really knew my mum for maybe like 5 or 6 years, and I had a sister, and she was the favorite. So I was kind of like the fucking black sheep anyway. You know what I mean? I was always running away from home.
Yeah.
Before my mum died, I was always running. At 12-year-old, I remember sleeping inside a wardrobe in a drying green, and a drying green's like these cupboards and these stairwells, and they're fucking free. They're horrible anyway. But you put clothes on them to dry, and I remember sleeping in this fucking thing, and I remember going to the primary school, early in the morning, like 4 a.m, to take the rolls of milk, going to the newsagents to steal the fucking. And I remember surviving like a little fucking feral animal before my mum even died. And it was like I was always want to be like sort of independent. And like I didn't understand these guys that want to live with their mums forever. You know what I mean? It's like I always hated staying at home. I always hated being told when I couldn't go in the house, and it was just a horrible environment. So see, my mum died. It's a weird feeling, mate. It's weird to admit it because not many people would want to admit it because it's fucking. But it was like a relief. It's a relief.
Well, yeah, because at 14 years old, dude, I could understand it. That was probably a lot of chaos, a lot of stuff you didn't understand how to deal with. I can understand. I would not dispute or even consider or question you feeling that way you felt at that time as it being a relief, because all this stuff that was overwhelming to you was all of a sudden gone. Unfortunately, you lost your mom, but I understand where you're coming from. I truly understand.
The only analogy I can sort of put to compare it to is like when someone's dying and you just want them to die quick, just to get over and done with without the pain. You just want it over and done with. And it's like once once it's done, there's a relief. Like, oh, there's no suffering anymore.
Yeah.
But that analogy doesn't apply to my mum. It sort of applies to me. Like, I'm no suffering anymore because I was kind of selfish when I was a kid. I was kind of thinking about myself as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what was going to happen to me? Now my mum died.
You're 14 years old. You're 14 years old. If you're an adult thinking that, yeah, that'd be pretty selfish. But when you're a 14-year-old kid, it's not being selfish. It's like, I have no other choice. There's no other choice. And I say, I'm not. Fuck. I don't know. I understand where you come from, Jed. I truly.
I had all these adults try to.
I wouldn't. I know you didn't wish that. I know you didn't wish that upon your mom. That to die, but it was.
Stop.
Yeah.
I did at times.
You did?
I say that to my missus sometimes. It was fucking horrible, but I remember lying on my bed sometimes at night going, I wish my mum would fucking just die.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
And
Well, hey.
so that's another thing. I'm admitting, but I'm not ashamed to admit because it's old stuff. And I was only a kid, but I can remember lying wishing my mum to die. And then when she did die, I was like, holy shit.
What did I do? What did I do, huh? Yeah. Okay.
Aye. That did pass
I,
my
I,
mind. I thought, did I do that? Did I fucking wish that on my mum? Sort of thing.
yeah. I said I can accept. I said I'm not going to say anything bad about that. Or like well, you shouldn't have thought. No, dude, you were a 14-year-old kid. And that's saying you had a right to feel that or do that or think that. But everything I said, I don't know what you went through. I can only go what we said. But I couldn't even imagine that for you to feel that way, there had to be some hardcore shit going on.
Oh, there was some
And
hardcore
there's
shit going
not.
on, mate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you don't have to get into it. Into the details.
I'm not
But
getting
just
into details now,
yeah.
but you
So,
can
but I'm
understand
saying,
why
yeah, I can understand and accept that. Like, oh, like I would never say anything bad about how you felt about that. Because I said I've known a lot of people that that felt that about their mothers. And the thing is, I knew their mothers. I'm like, why would you think that about your mom? Like, she seems cool, but I didn't. I wasn't their child, her child. They were. So there's this whole dynamic of understanding of like you got to put yourself in another person's shoes to say and understand where they're coming from and what they're dealing with this person because I didn't have to live with this woman that was this and my friend's mom. They did, not me. I had a whole different experience. I said I adored my mom. My whole
and
life.
that's good for you, and it seems cliche, can like every time when someone's mother passes, it's always, oh, she was the best mom, she done this and that. Nobody ever says a bad thing, kind of about their
Oh
mums,
my,
and
my
it's almost
mom,
like
my mom.
taboo. It's almost like taboo,
Oh no,
even
I'll
if
tell
your
you
mum
my.
dies, to even
Look,
mention that like, she done
I'll tell
bad
you,
shit.
my mom did some dumb shit, but she
But my
wasn't.
mum was, my mum
She
done some
wasn't a
shitty
horrible
stuff.
mom. She wasn't a horrible mom, but she did some dumb shit in her life, And I called her out. I said, like my family, my sisters, and family members would be mad at me because I would, my mom would say stuff, and I would call her out on it years later. And I'd be an asshole about it, like, hey, wait a minute, whoa, wait, stop, and I would cut her off, and they thought I was being mean to her. I'm like, I'm just telling the truth, like this. Wait a minute, this isn't right, and she would get upset because I was calling her out. Yeah, so I'm not saying she's a perfect mom, but to me, she was the best mom in the world because she was my mom and she never treated me wrong. I just thought she'd done some dumb shit in her life. Like getting, after she divorced my father, getting with dumb guys, and, getting,
That was the same with
that
my
whole
mum. That was the
going
same
to
with,
jail. You're going to jail and all that dumb shit, but she never treated us bad, me or my sisters or my brother, when my brother was still alive. She never treated us bad. She has done a bunch of dumb shit at a certain point in her life, but it all stopped. 25 years ago. So this is like years and years ago. So I can't hold that against her and say she was a terrible person. I said she was the best mom in the world to me because she didn't do nothing wrong in that aspect of being a mother. Yes, she
but
made some dumb choices.
I was gonna say, but my mum went through the same thing. Like she divorced my dad. Well, she broke up with my dad.
Yeah.
Because we lived in London. Then she came up, and I think she always resented me because I looked like my dad or whatever it is. There was always that dad thing, your dad. You know what I mean? So I always had that fucking resentment, I was just, I'm kind of like, and ever since then, she never met a decent guy. She fucking, and I remember her actually favouring, like, I remember one guy punching me in my room. I was actually training.
Fuck that shit.
I was training for a boxing fight. I was in my room and I was shadow boxing. I had my boxing gear on. I had a fight the next again night at Glenrothes. So I was in my room and I was practicing. I was shadow boxing, and he came into the room drunk. And think you're a big man. Think you're a big man. And I went, aye, I do actually. And he went, aye, fuck on. This is a full grown man. I'm like fucking 13 at the time or something. And he just fucking hooked his clean in the face. Right?
Oh, wow.
I'm fucking like knocked out of my bed. I'm like, what the fuck? And the guy's drunk.
Wow.
He's fucking drinking, eh? So I went through and tell my mum. My mum took his side. Stop talking.
Yeah.
Took his fucking side. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's pretty messed. That's one thing my mom never did. She never did that, and thankfully, let's see, what could be one instance I can, oh God, I was going to say something. I was waiting for you to get done. Yeah, she used to work 2 and 3 jobs, like when I was younger, I had younger siblings, so she, our father never did that. He was always abusive, and that's another thing I also wanted to tell you. She never talked bad about our father. And that's one thing I did bother me because there's some things about him that I felt we should have known, and that we found out later on, which is pretty disturbing. But that's another story, and I won't get into that. But she never ever talked bad about him, even though he did about her, and he. There was no reason for him to do that. So there's just there's dynamics.
They kept see the older that generation, like my mum, your mum, that generation. They kept their skeletons in their closet. Nowadays we're quite open about talking about our fucking mental illnesses and our fucking. But back in those days, they kept those things like the creepy uncle. All these secrets were kept fucking behind closed doors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people didn't speak about it. You know what I mean? So.
Well, see, the thing is, I won't tell you exactly what it was, but see, I had met some of my father's friends. These are older men that was obviously my father's age, and they had told me things that he had told them about my mother. That's pretty disgusting and disturbing. I was like, what? And so I was like tripping out, and I asked my mom about it, and she was like tripping out, like started crying, like, how do you know this? Just like that. And so I know it's true. And I tried to confront my father about it. He tried to say I was like, I don't know what your mom's telling him. Like, actually, my mom didn't tell me this. It was one of your fucking friends that you told, you motherfucker. that kind of shit. So it was just, so let's say, but I had to price a lot of stuff out of my mom about my father because, it was his friends telling me this shit because he was bragging at him. And it was, I said, I'm not going to get into it, but it was some pretty disturbing stuff.
But you realize when you get older, when you're not kids and you grow up and you realize these people aren't perfect either. And your parents, you might be a better person than your parent. Like, I think overall, I'm probably a better person than my mum was. Morally, fucking financially, work ethic wise and stuff like that. I think I'm a better person than my mum was. I'm not ashamed to say that. A lot of people say, my mum can put them on a pedestal, tattoos of mum, but my mum could be a very shitty person. You know what I mean? And it's like,
no, can I ask you a quick?
I can't hide for that fact. I can't dress it up in fucking roses, and she could be very shitty, very violent.
Can I ask you how your mom passed away?
It was liver. She
was
a drinker.
Okay.
She was a drinker, but when she was in the hospital, she was meant to be recovering. She was meant to be like getting out in a week. So it was like, it was like a fright. It was like, that was close. She got a wee fucking fright. Right, she's getting out in a week. And then within a few days, she died. You know what I mean? Like suddenly.
Because 36, you said 36, right? That's pretty. Oh, 38. Well, that's pretty freaking young for something. And so I was curious. I didn't know if it was like from a car accident or got killed by somebody else, or that's why I was just wanting to understand the dynamic of how she passed away and be able to see where you're coming from and what you're. Yeah. Okay. So okay. That makes a lot of sense in understanding of where you're coming from even more. I'm not questioning where you're coming from. I'm just understanding it deeper.
She wasn't a big woman. She was tall. Well, she was tallish for a woman, but she wasn't like a big woman. She couldn't handle she wasn't like a big. Some of these big women can drink like men, but my mum wasn't a big woman because she was slight. But she's pretty tall, but she could drink like she'd have her friends around. She drink like the guys. You know what I mean? And obviously her body couldn't take it. It was just
it caught up with her though.
It caught up, and it was. No second chances. It was no second chances, apparently. But I always had a suspicion there was a fuck up in the hospital, just because of the whole fact she was getting out and then suddenly she died. I always played on my mind that something maybe happened in the hospital. They fucked up somewhere. You know what I mean? And that was probably, I've always been like that, Vlad. Talking about conspiracy theories. Even back then when I was a kid, I was thinking, is there something going on there? Did something happen? This isn't right.
Of course you're gonna question it. Like, wait a minute, this is my mom. That's my mom. What? She shouldn't be dying right now. But anyway, when you get older, you're like, wait a minute, yeah, she fucking put herself through the ringer. There's a reason. There's a chance she could have died like that. Yeah.
What about the night after with you, Vlad? I felt like it was like a dream. When I woke up in the morning, it was like, was that a fucking dream? And then you realize, nah.
With my mom.
When your mom died, like when you went to sleep that night and you woke up.
Dude, it was I probably woke up a week for a month after, because I remember I didn't tell anybody this initially. It wasn't until maybe a month and a half after she passed away when I told all you guys, when I told everybody online. Yeah, it was you. I'm telling you, it was heartbreaking. It was traumatic. It was the whole denial thing going on. Which I knew. I said I found her. She was when I found her. She was cold and stiff. So I knew she was gone. And my girlfriend tried to tell me, "Well, call the paramedics. Maybe they can save her." I'm like, "Honey, no, she is gone. She's solid. I understand enough. I haven't been. I haven't actually been on no but dead bodies, but I knew. Wait a minute. She's not responding. I mean, not responding. She's solid and cold. And I said that my heart just fucking broke, dude. And so yeah. But it was like the like I would just go to sleep and wake up and like, oh my gosh, please let this be a dream. This is just a fucking dream, right? Yeah. I went for a month. At least a month. I would say a month, maybe longer, but I'll say at least a month. Every day, every night, I went to sleep and I wake up and say, okay, please let her be still alive.
It probably
And
lasted for about a week with me, for me to
yeah,
sink
yeah,
in, kind of like every morning I woke up and it felt that weird feeling.
yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
yeah,
really happened? Is this really happening right now? You know what I mean?
yeah,
For
yeah,
about a
yeah. Of
week,
course,
and like,
yes. That's that denial. That's denial. That first stage of grief is denial, and
mhm.
that's part of it right there. Is dude, it was. I mean, I'm trying not to be emotional right now. I've been drinking, so I can think I can keep my emotions in check because I just want to break out and I'm just trying. But yeah, dude, that was like I said. I didn't realize how close I was to my mom because everybody said I was a mama's boy. I'm like, no, that was my brother. That was my brother. My brother was mama's boy, not me. Fuck you, But dude, I didn't realize how close I was to my mom until she passed away, and it just like my whole fucking world just fucking crumbled
The
away
thing
from
is,
me.
that's the thing, mate. Like, if she was a big part of your life, there's a void now.
Yes.
Ken, there's a
Yeah.
void missing.
Yes.
Like, see, I was saying that to my missus. We were talking about your mum, like, and I was saying the fact that you were so close with her. I was saying the fact if you had a mum that lived in Australia, just say, and you only seen her once every 10 years when they came over and fucking
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
and just
Exactly.
say, I'm not saying that's any different for
Oh,
everyone's
I know.
mum's their mum, but if they died, there's no big void missing in your life because they weren't a big part of your everyday life. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Fair enough, you lost your
Mm-hmm.
mum, but it's on the other side of the world, and it's like you're only maybe got to see them 2 or 3 times in their life or whatever. But like when you're close to your mum, that's when it hits you harder.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I
right.
mean?
And you guys all knew how close I was to my mom. She would
Oh,
be in the
I remember
background of
listening
the
to your mum
mod.
on streams. I remember you doing like
Yeah,
streams in
yeah.
your car and fucking you're talking to your
Yeah, I
mum
remember
and
that
all that
time
shit.
when you and Glenn got confused because one time because
They thought it was honey.
you guys were thinking about two different streams. You guys
Yeah.
were both right, but you guys were like, no, no, that's his mom, no, that's his girlfriend, no, it's mom. Right, no, actually, you both were right. It was two different streams we're talking about. But yeah, I still have all those streams. I'm gonna find those for my sisters at least. When
My
there's
missus can
some video.
remember, mate, speaking on one of the streams with your mum, like when your mum was
Yeah,
alive. My
that's
missus can remember as well.
that's
Hearing your mum
cool. That's
talking.
cool. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, and that's what I regret not forcing her to take pictures. Like I said, she was always self conscious about herself, and so there's no video and picture, no actual like video of me and her together or pictures of us being together because she was like, no, my hair's not right. I don't have the right. My makeup's all fucked up, or I look too fat. Blah 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 blah. And I was like, who cares? You're still my mom. I'm gonna have some pictures of you. And so I just let it go because I'm like, well, I guess I could feel the same way because there's times I'm like, I don't like the way I look right now, so I'm not taking pictures. So I accepted it, but like I was saying about the little memorial thing I did or the memory of my mom. The picture I showed the last picture of her, that was a picture she took of herself. I said there's only maybe like 15 or 20, like 15 pictures on her phone that was on her phone that she took of herself, and those mean a lot because that's pictures of her that she liked, obviously. So that one I showed was the last picture of her. So that's the reason I showed that one and not all of them. And I said I showed the ones of me when I was a baby, when I was an infant, not even a baby, I was an infant. So yeah, so that means a lot more to me than some pictures of me and her because I know how self conscious she was of herself. And
Right. I'm sorry, Bright, for not letting you on because I was just in respect of Vlad. Vlad was like pouring his heart out, and Bright was sitting in the background for ages, but I never let him. I can't. He was there, but I just thought it wasn't the right time to fucking just let him on. And I don't know. He could have, even if he never spoke, there could have been interference and fucking, and Vlad's pouring his heart out. So sorry, Bright, man, because he's disappeared now. He's away at the backstage, but I was just in respect of Vlad. You can pop on just find the right sort of gap, and I'll fucking let you back in.
Hey, I appreciate that, Jed. I know how much you like to fuck with people, and I appreciate you respecting
Nah,
that.
man, like I know when, and
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
saying.
know what I mean. There's a
That
time and a
just
place to fuck with people. You know what I mean?
and that just reinforced it all right there. This what you just said, and I had like I said, I have that much respect for you for that.
Ah, don't worry about it, man. But aye, everyone loves their mum. Everyone, like I said, even like I said those bad things about mum, and I wished on that. But like I said before, I was still delirious. Kind of still, what was like, is this real? Is what the fuck's happening? And like, I still missed her. There was still a massive void in my life. You know what I mean?
Well,
There was a massive void.
yeah, of course, especially at 14. I said, I mean, I'm so thankful I had my mom until I was 52. Well, 51 actually, 51 and a half. What I want to say, it was like 3 months before my 52nd birthday. But I'm so thankful for that. Especially and so when I thought about what you said about your mom when my mom passed away. I remember what you said about your mom. Like you were a young age. I remember saying 14, but I mean, you said it was a young age, and I was like, man, I couldn't imagine that losing my mom anytime sooner. So I thought about you, and this other people I know that's lost their mom. Even OJ McBaggins, he lost his mom like I think it was like 10 years ago, and I think he's
You're
like,
kind of lucky, Vlad, where the fact that even though your mum was kind of youngish when she died, she was young when she had you, so you still had loads.
mm-hmm.
You had still quite a lot of time with her, considering. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep, yeah,
Like
you're right.
you can have parents that have their kids when they're in their 40s and then die in their 60s, so the
And
kids.
they're like they said, your age or a little bit, maybe in their early 20s or like late teens or like late teens, early 20s. Yeah, exactly. And that's just from natural causes, not them, being crazy and getting themselves, doing themselves in kind of in a sense. But even OJ McBaggins, he told me, like I said privately, me and him had talked, and he lost his mom like 10 years ago, and I think he's like 10 years younger than me, so he's like your age.
Yeah,
So if you think 10 years back. So it was he was his early mid 20s when he lost his mom.
yeah.
So I'm it's just yeah, it's an overwhelming thing, and the thing is, and my girlfriend, and everybody knows she's not 9 years older than me. So she's got parents that are older, and she's been dealing with that stuff with her parents. I thought I was gonna have to be there for her this. Oh, I've been preparing. Okay, I've been preparing to be supportive with her, and all everything I need to do. And here she's having to do this for me, which I'm so thankful for. But it's just so weird because I thought, man, she's gonna be losing her father because he's like really in bad health, and but her mom, she's got some health issues too. But I'm like, man, I was so ever since I met her 7 years. It's coming up on 7 years ago. I was preparing to be there, supportive for her when she lost one of her parents. Both of her parents, obviously, eventually, and then here we're 7 years later, and both of them are still around, and they're like in their late, early mid 80s. They're like, a lot,
You're getting the
they're a
funeral
lot older than
plans
my
ready.
mom.
You're getting the funeral plans ready for them in the Reeves and all that.
Yeah, and then here my mom passes away before
Yeah.
before her parents do. And they're like, like 12, 12 to 15 years older than her. And it's like, wow. And yeah, that was kind of shocking for
It's
me too.
unexpected, mate, because like
Yeah.
it is because she had to like your mum really could have had a good 20, 25, 30 years left in her. Ken, she
Yeah.
wasn't old, man. She wasn't fucking old.
No.
How old was she
Uh,
again? 50
68.
or 60?
68.
Oh, 60.
68.
All right, she's older than I thought, but still 68 still youngish, kind of is. It is still too young to die, Ken. That's
Oh yeah, yeah.
like I think
Well,
aye.
any age is too young to die. Actually, you want to get down. Just get down to it. Any age is too young to die. But we're all going to die, and it's just it's the reality of it. But it's just that we don't want that to happen. Like I was talking to my sisters, like we're thinking, we're talking like, well, we know we're all going to die, but it could have been a little bit later when she died. Like I said, like in her 80s. She couldn't have lasted that long. We'll be okay with it in her 80s, but 68 and now, like, fuck, that's just terrible. So that was me and my sister talking today. One of my sisters, the one in Phoenix, so yeah, it's, now you're saying your mom, 38, man. God dang. Wow. That's
Hmm.
just shocking me itself right there. And it's like, man.
It's young, man. It's young, but fucking when you live that lifestyle, can that fucking
that's what I'm saying.
like a chaotic lifestyle. That's the odds are now stacked again against you.
Yeah, people inadvertently take themselves out a lot sooner than they should be.
Yep, and in a way, when I look back as an adult, she was an idiot. Can she had her kids there. She'd been looking after her health for her kids.
Yeah,
I mean, she was being irresponsible. She was being stupid. She was letting these. She was meeting guys, getting like fucking. They were arseholes. She liked an arsehole. That's the thing about my mum as well. There's a weird thing about my mum that she liked these fucking arsehole-ish guys, the big tough guys, big fucking. But see the guy that used to try and serenade my mum with flowers and fucking gentlemen.
Like, get away from me, you fucking worthless piece of shit. Huh?
Aye, mate. Honestly, mate.
Oh, I'm with you, bud.
Cutest guy.
Yeah,
she'd always keep the arsehole guy, and then he would end up doing something bad, and then fucking it would all just.
Yeah. So who's go nap yourselves?
I don't know that guy, man.
It's me, fucker.
Well, you have a whole different fucking persona going on here,
chat,
buddy.
Are you? You're not reading the chat, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're getting infected with BP disease.
I'm not. What, Vlad? You know what? Wait, I'm not kidding. Vlad, you know the internet and social fuck media and YouTube and full of weird people. Yes, things like that. I personally would keep away from them. Oh, I feel you, man. And yeah, it's sad to see a parent go. Okay.
Good night, Musk.
What's that got to do with your fucking? Oh, I'm coming up, Jed. I will be anti-nap kid. Okay, I didn't see that right now.
That's right. Get it in. How y'all been? How you been, Jed?
Aye, good, mate. Aye, good. What's the picture? Who's that? That looks like wee Madeleine McCann.
What?
Can the picture you're using? It looks like Madeleine McCann, the wee kid that went missing, like 20 years ago. Can you remember that, the Madeleine McCann case?
Oh, no, it's just a random kid flipping finger at Joe Biden.
It looks like Madeleine McCann. She's fucking.
That's a girl.
And there's nothing cuter than a little girl flipping you off. And I'm being serious. Yes. I'm being serious too.
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. And because they are kids and they know they're kids and they know they can get away with it. They're little fuckers, man. They know what they're doing. Some kids are just like that. And they piss the fuck out of you when they
my kids like that. See that picture of the kids. My kids like that. See if a cat walks up to my daughter, you're like, oh look, and the cat's like, yeah, walking up to my daughter. Daughter will fucking boot.
Yeah,
right in the face. Right in the face.
You gotta do that.
I like that.
Just no mercy. Just like, the kids at that age just have no fucking emotions. It's like they're little fucking cyborgs, fucking whack. Then they get emotions afterwards. They're like, oh, I didn't feel that nice.
Yeah, it's funny as my youngest nephew out here, he's like 23. He has a 3-year-old daughter. Well, he has two. Well, he has a newborn too. But the 3-year-old, we were watching something, and she looked at me and she's like, "That's fucking bullshit." I was like, "What?" And she kind of like covered her face real quick and looked at me, and I was like, "I'm okay with what you're saying, but did you see what I said?" You said. And she's like, "Yeah, that's fucking bullshit." And she starts laughing. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, there's a 3-year-old saying this shit. I was like, "Oh my god!" I didn't scold her for it. I was like,
Right, I know you're here to calm us down, but your device is not connected, mate. So I can't let you on. It says device not. He's away now. I'm sure he just comes here to troll me, man. How you been anyway, Anunnaki?
Work, and I'm making money.
Oh, you should see what I'm doing.
I'm a few steps away from building my own tool company.
You were saying that it's going to have prototype tools for like engineering for water, mechanical engineering. That'll be cool, man. That's awesome, man.
We're gonna.
Like,
How
it's
funny
way,
it
doesn't
works.
believe
do
you.
you know what? Do you know what? It's way out my fucking depth, so I can't really elaborate on it. I'm like, I can't really add anything to it because it's like way beyond my fucking depth of knowledge. Like, mechanical engineer. All right.
It's really not. It's just,
Chemtrails. Talk
nah,
about
you can get a hang of it if you understand how
fluid dynamics.
dynamics works.
Yeah.
Like the relationship between matter and energy. That's it.
I've got some.
Gas
I've got
state,
some.
like the
sort
state of matter
basic
is in
knowledge.
3 on this planet. People
All
say
right,
it's
all right,
4.
all right. Calm down.
Hey,
Right.
the reason it was not connected because I was booted off the internet by
That is
way of
correct.
my laptop was overheating.
It's connected to your shunt. You plugged your headphones
Hey,
into your shunt.
I'm not
instead.
being
You're like,
funny,
fuck.
Jed.
What the fuck?
I'm not being funny, Jed, but be careful of what you're saying because it could be.
Huh.
That's how deep I go into it, Jed. So what you're saying
some
there, I
deep shit,
don't
mate. That's
literally
some
think
deep
that
shit.
that's far off the point.
I can hear in your voice you're in one of those moods, bright.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not.
No, in a good mood.
Me-
I mean,
me-
when I say
me
one of those
laptop
moods, I mean a good
overheated.
mood. I can hear the giggle in your voice. You know, in one of those, listen to me, I'm bright. You're in one of those
Me
giggly
laptop
moods.
overheated and it kicked me off. And when it come back on, it put me right back to where it was. And that's why it was not connected. And for when you said I could let you on, but it's not connected, I thought just go out of it and go back. And it done it. It's back working now. That's what it was all about.
You
Me
never thought
laptop
about
overheats
getting
and
a
kicks
new
off.
laptop, mate? You never thought about getting a new laptop?
I've got 2 brand new ones that are acting like they've got no hard drives in them because they've updated some from Windows. Windows have done it. Naughty Windows.
What about your phone? What kind of phone have you got?
Pardon?
What kind of phone have you got? Mobile.
A Samsung, but I don't use it for internet.
No, use it on this, mate. They're
I
fucking brilliant.
I might do if my laptops carry
Honestly,
on.
mate. See, when I'm not hosting one of these, I join.
Oh, you're
usually
using a laptop. That puts you for a nap. I don't like naps.
Say that again.
You're using a laptop. That will put you for a nap. I don't like naps.
That'll put you into a net.
Nap. You know, go nap
that-
yourself.
Is that net in Yahoo?
No, NAP. Nap.
Oh,
You know,
nap.
nap like you go to sleep. All laptops
Oh,
go
a nap.
to sleep.
Oh, a nap. Oh, a nap.
Yeah,
I thought you were
laptops
saying
put you
that.
for a nap.
You guys
Not
are
you.
funny.
I hate
Oh,
naps.
buddy.
You sound distantly there, like you're in a nap.
Yeah, I live in Tennessee. You live in Europe. Of course, we're distant.
You know what I mean? Like distantly from your phone or you might as well say phone. You
Yes,
don't
I
like the
am.
nap.
Now I am closer. You want me to
That's
get
better.
closer? I'll get closer.
How close am
I
I?
was told by Jed a couple of weeks ago to move away from me speaker, and I mean from the microphone. And I was thinking,
I have a computer
the la-
speakers.
the speakers are always the same distance that they've always been.
Here comes Jet. Is it the 3rd bottle or 4th? Shut up, Anunnaki.
What did I miss?
You missed the nap.
You missed the nap, yeah.
Oh, the big
You missed out a sensual attack.
I love that one, Vlad. Do it again.
As a judge, you missed out the sensual attack.
Oh my god, you're turning into B now.
I know. I was trying to mimic. I was been listening to that auto tune. I was trying to be able to mimic it because
If
to
you're
be
trying
honest,
to mimic
I
D,
should.
if you're trying to mimic D, what you have to do is contradict yourself all night. Like say things like you can't visualize stuff, and then say later on, "Oh, I hate. Oh, that's giving me flashbacks."
I hope he's listening right now.
You can't visualize stuff, but you can get flashbacks. So what's the flashbacks? Is it letters or? Is it...
No, it's like, yeah.
Apparently D can't picture
He's
stuff.
literally talking lost.
I don't know. Right. Anyway, what's that? Sorry,
I
Robert?
think it has to do something with Muhammad's mother's vagina. It shot a flashlight when she gave birth to him.
And here is Fase. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Fase?
Yo, what's up?
This is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy's gonna. This is the guy's gonna take over the stream.
God, any more Arabs in this fucking group will be ISIS.
I know. What's up with that? We need one more. We're overrun.
Guys, like I know you might kill me for saying that, but
Hey,
it's
ISIS was not made by Arabs.
That's hilarious. Yeah,
No,
it's
but
made
Jen is a
it's
little bit-
CIA, right? It's CIA.
CIA.
We forgive
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Israel.
It's to make Arabs actually look bad.
Jed, I want to talk about people contradicting themselves on the internet because I had the pleasure.
Good Phase. I
Yeah.
like that point.
I was just listening to you say D contradict himself, and then you got a good laugh. But like literally 20 minutes ago, we were on your stream, right? And you're going off about these toxic conspiracy groups. In one sentence, you said that I believe there's something happening in the sky. Clearly, like the whole stream was a constant contradiction on your part. But like one of the finer moments was
it's not a contradiction when you're.
Richard.
It's when you have an opinion on something, it goes against another opinion. It's not a contradiction.
No, but if it's your
opinion.
own, okay. So you said that you think that there
a contradiction is like the opposite. So I'm not saying that the opposite of what's happening. I'm saying there's something happening, but it's not exactly the way they're saying. So it's a difference in opinion. It's not a contradiction.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I agree. That's the first part. You said that. You said, I think there's something happening and that it's possibly creating clouds and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then in the next sentence, you scoffed and laughed at, you said, fucking geoengineering. Like you were pissed off at the idea of geoengineering. Like for you being that guy, you were showing us.
It's the word. I said that when you look at the word geo, right? If you want to break down words and etymology and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Just like the word chemtrail, I think there's a lot of connotation behind the word chemtrail. What you're saying, there's chemicals in the trail, rather than maybe saying there's persistent contrails happening that's changing the world. You're saying there's chemicals trails.
I didn't say anything about chemicals.
And it's no. I'm saying
he's
you
talking about
as in
himself.
general,
Phase,
right? And
listen.
Geo, as I say, geo, the Greek kind of, like, if you go into the etymology, geo means earth, kind of like the world. And
so
I
like,
think geo and like changing the earth, it's almost like it's not like a proper word. And even when you type it in, it's like fucking spell check doesn't understand it. It's like, what the fuck's going on here again? It's like it's not even a proper word. And and this is what I'm saying, mate, that these groups they want you to use these. Nah, it's only it's a word that was invented within the conspiracy. It wasn't a word that was in the Oxford dictionary, mate.
It wasn't a word that was in the Oxford.
It wasn't a fucking word before it was invented. It was invented.
Okay.
Here, mate. Geoengineering. The word geoengineering didn't exist before conspiracy theories.
You said your group was called geoengineering, and you don't know this. Like, I'm sorry, but it's a academic term, and it's very much acknowledged. If you Google geoengineering, the first result you get is defined as the deliberate, large-scale manipulation of an environmental process.
No, weather manipulation. That's weather manipulation has been allowed around for a long time, and that's what's been referred to as weather manipulation. That sounds more.
So
that sounds. Why do you have to use geoengineering? Weather manipulation sounds all right to me. Why do they have to use these loaded terms?
And then the other one
it's a loaded term. Geoengineering, chemtrail. It's loaded.
Jed, these are from universities, not from me. I'm reading you the definition. No, geoengineering.
Where did that come from?
It's no. These words weren't even fucking used.
That's not true.
People didn't use these words.
As soon as weather manipulation,
cloud seeding. People use weather manipulation. People didn't say geoengineering until Dale Wigginton used the fucking website.
EA.
So you think the universities are doing that in response to
universities? Why are you using university? It's funny
because
how
I'm saying like it's not a conspiracy.
People that go against the mainstream are now using universities
for you because you're saying geoengineering doesn't exist. I'm saying that's their words. This is
I'm not saying geoengineering doesn't. I'm saying weather modification
it's their
exists.
word, but that's the
Geoengineering
fact
is a
right now,
loaded
Ryan.
term that doesn't. It's
You
a
know what they
word
teach
that
you
conspiracy
today in
theorists use
universities?
rather than used on the fucking on the mainstream.
You know
If
what
you
they
go into
teach
the
today in the
mainstream, if you ask
university?
someone in
Jed,
the
I'm
street
talking
what,
to you about
right,
academia.
listen,
I'm talking
if
to
you
you
ask
about
someone
what's
in the
taught
street what
about.
weather manipulation is, they know exactly what weather manipulation is. If you ask them in the street, if you go up to someone in the street and say, "Do you know what geoengineering is?" They're like, "Is that like engineering?"
I don't think that's a measure of
geography
anything.
or something
Though.
like that. Like it's a stupid term, mate. It's a loaded term, just like chemtrail.
It's a lip
That's my
talk
point.
term.
You need to use
But
the
I'm
right
giving you an
words.
academic term. I'm talking to you in terms of stuff that's actually studied. So right now, that means just like you, the official whatever, like official science acknowledges that there's something being done, a deliberate manipulation of stuff in the sky.
Official
right?
science acknowledges we landed on Mars with a fucking rover.
But you're
Why? There are
Ed,
non-official
you're
science.
helping my point by saying that.
Official
You're helping my
science is a
point.
lot of
I'm
bullshit
using,
as well.
I know, but I'm saying that they use like that's how they describe it. They say yes,
Because
we
official
are
science want
spraying
the
stuff into
lie.
the sky,
The
but this
official,
is
do you
Be
know what?
careful,
The
or we
official-
may be called narcissists.
Go and shut up for a second.
1984 apply.
Right, go and shut the fuck up for a second. See
Well,
the
let
official.
me say something,
Nah, here,
please.
here. See the official mainstream narrative like NASA. They propagate the lies. They want it to go around because it makes fucking the people try to figure out the fucking actual bullshit look stupid. So you will see information coming through the mainstream, the universities. You'll see shit coming through NASA about this TikTok alien that's flying around in space. Oh, NASA says there's a fucking alien. Are you going to believe that shit because NASA said it?
No.
Well, there you go. And like I said,
Not
I didn't
me.
believe the alternative gurus passing off geoengineering.com. I didn't believe the fucking mainstream. I'm in the middle going, wait a minute, what the fuck? They're both kind of wrong in certain cases. Why aren't they looking at this side? Maybe the kind of pollution of whatever. Again, they always have to throw in these loaded terms and like other things that can't be proven.
It's like
And
our
when I'm
parents
talking about
telling us,
contradictions,
go get a
Fase,
nap. And
you're
then
a
I
contra-
know when
Fase-
I get a nap, they start doing things, weird things in their bedroom. So
Jed, the reason I said that is because I think we're acknowledging the same thing, but you have a problem with the terms. Although
That's why
the
I
terms
don't
are
nap.
being used in common space right now.
It's
So,
not just a term. Like they use the terms
Okay.
and then they use like other things to go against those terms. Like they use cloudbusters and argon to fight the chemtrails.
No, this is
because
retarded. This
these
is-
argons have got these. It sends it's something to do with the ether. It sends up a wave and
Dude, this is a
it
non
can
sequitur. I'm
open
talking
holes.
about the
It can open
concept
holes
of
in the clouds.
geoengineering, Ed. I mean, Jed, I don't believe in that shit. Like, I'm
But
talking
it's
to you about.
there. Wouldn't you
Oh,
agree?
there's
All that
weirdos who
shit
also
is
think
in
there's
those
aliens who
groups.
live inside of a hollow moon. Like, this is the point that you were making earlier: is you don't have to take the whole package, right? All we can do is acknowledge what's in our actual experience. Like, that's why you got an initial interest in chemtrails. That's why you filmed them. That's why you joined those groups. So I'm
what
with
happens?
you. Like,
so
all
what
I'm saying
happens
is,
when you have
so
an
we
opinion
acknowledge
and it goes
climate-
against all the people in the groups?
Fuck
What
the
happens?
group.
You get pushed out.
That's okay. Fuck them. They're in a cult. If you don't want to be in a cult, that's good for you because it serves you better. You'll learn more.
But that was my
you'll
point
be-
in my last video. Is that's what happens. That's why
right.
they're
But
toxic.
the points that you picked at, I can agree with you on that. I have the same problem.
I never
within
took
flat
notes,
Earth, so,
Phase. I never took notes on that. But I'm just saying that fucking you know yourself within the flat Earth man, what the cult groups get like, and
Exactly.
and within that group
If
they
you-
act
okay.
they act like the
Let me
normies to
ask
the
Fase a
mainstream. They
question,
just
please.
regurgitate what the guru's saying. Ken, they're just as bad as the mainstream. The people that
I agree.
regurgitate the mainstream. So there's a bit in the middle somewhere, mate. Get what I mean? There's a bit.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is the
Ooh,
good point.
Biden
Like
looks
that's
so
a good
cute.
point. I agree with you on that 100%, and I support that because I've always been telling people like don't look up to gurus, don't have a hero online that you just take all your information from. I've been saying this, dude, forever. So 100% with you on that. All I'm saying is when you're trying to drive that point home, maybe don't use the term geoengineering because at this point, like literally, if you Google, okay, so. You didn't want to Google geoengineering. If you Google climate engineering, which you just said they might be doing something with the climate, then it'll say climate engineering or commonly geoengineering is deliberate and large-scale intervention in the Earth's climate system. So that's all. It's been acknowledged. So that alone isn't theory.
I know,
anymore
but see,
by
10 years
anyone's
ago
terms,
when I
you know
was
what I mean? Not
see,
by the
10 years ago,
conspiracy
Phase,
theorists
when I
or
typed
the mainstream people.
10 years ago when I typed in geoengineering, all it would come up was with websites about fucking chemtrails. Now, after 10 years, it's been recognised as a term because it manifested for the fucking internet, mate. It wasn't an Oxford fucking word, geoengineering. It wasn't ever a fucking proper word. It came.
You know what the
kinda,
scientific term is? Weather phenomena. And the reason it's called phenomena, because ever since we study it over 100 years, we can't predict what's the next move when it comes to weather. Because Earth's core, Earth itself, is linked to the entire solar system. Not just the sun, not just the moon. It's the whole fucking solar system, the whole galaxy.
Well, Jupiter, if you think about it, the
The
gravity
whole
of Jupiter.
universe, by the way.
Aye, well, if you took away Jupiter, everything starts break. Well,
Yeah,
I'm just using NASA's spiel, I didn't fucking.
No, Jed,
Jupiter
you're
could be
right.
just
You're
a
right.
fucking-
Because 90% of people that I talk to, they have absolutely zero clue of astronomy and its importance. They had no clue that in 2009, in September of 2009, the great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, the twin fucking giants,
Mm.
came close to Earth, and Earth shifted its axis forcefully, not naturally, forcefully by those two planets, 4 inches from each fucking direction.
I remember
opposite
seeing that on the
direction
news, man.
of
that-
North
And you really
Pole and
believe
South.
that? And you really believe that happened?
It did happen. That's why the fucking weather went fucking haywire, because it forced the Earth orbital plane to its fucking apogee. Do you know what that means? It means Earth got closer to the fucking sun. They pulled it with them. It's
The
not
gravity.
out of its orbit.
Because they're both
It's
there.
orbital
They're both there.
plane.
No, the sun may have gotten closer to the Earth, but the Earth didn't get closer to the sun.
No, it got closer to the sun's sure face, not fucking sun physically. It's fucking blasting radius. Did you see what happened about 5 days ago?
Hey,
Oh,
so
the fucking solar
do you
flare.
believe?
The
Do you believe
CME.
we went?
The
Do you believe
fucking X-flare, man.
we touched the
Hear me,
Earth, the sun's corona
lad.
with some lander?
I want to answer Anunnaki.
Yeah, I
You
do
you
believe
seen
that it happens.
That
Oh.
CME. Are you talking about the CME that fucking came off the sun? Anunnaki. X-flare.
Okay.
So that's
You
easier for you guys
can-
to imagine than when it's admitted to that there's actual weather manipulation and you have to come up with insane theories as to why
You can see
potentially the weather might
sunspots.
have shifted
Do you
a
know
little
you can
bit.
see sunspots on the sun with your
Yeah,
own
I
eye?
know.
Do you know that?
Sure, but
I
with my
never
own
seen
eye, I
that.
don't know. No.
You never seen sunspots on the sun?
Yeah, you can see
I
it.
looked directly at that
You can see
motherfucker, and
them.
there's no
You can-
sunspots.
You can see sunspots, mate.
Yeah, there are sunspots.
You can
I
actually
didn't
do it
see
with
that.
a prehistoric method of using like a bit of cardboard and fucking.
No, I looked
Mirror
directly at that
and
mother.
fucking-
I looked directly, like I
Blast with
said
a
last
can of
night.
carbon.
When I said last night, I looked directly at the sun fucking for like almost 2 years. I'd say at least 3 times a week for
That's
2
stupid,
years. I
mate.
looked
That
at the
is
sun,
stupid. That's
and
stupid.
it looked more like a portal to somewhere else than fucking sunspots and
I
that
fucking
being
ended up with a
being
cataract because I looked at
being
the
a
sun so
star.
much, man.
a star, no, a fucking dying out star and all that bullshit. It was amazing. It was amazing, though. It was amazing to look at the sun. And I say it changed me in a lot of ways. It's a
Shut
beautiful
up, man.
thing.
Shut up.
It's a
man.
beautiful thing. Seriously,
You're
you gotta look
talking
at the sun.
crap. How did
Look at
it
the sun
change
in the
you? Come on,
mornings.
you're
Look at the
just
mornings.
talking crap.
No, I'm serious. I was like, whoa. I think what changed me the most is I was told my whole life, don't look at the sun, you'll go blind. Don't look at the sun, you'll go blind. But I started looking at it, and just you can feel the energy come off that damn thing. And I said, and when you
Well,
look at it long
sunburn.
enough, it looks like a fucking portal to somewhere else.
Well, see,
That's all there is
there's
to it.
evidence the sun can burn your skin.
Well,
You know
yeah,
that.
yeah. There's heat. The
You know
heat.
why it burns your
The heat
skin?
rays when it's above you, yes, but not in the morning
You know
time.
why
You
it
can't.
burns your
You don't
skin?
get
Do you
sunburned.
think your eyeballs
You
are
don't get sunburned.
invincible
You don't
to
get
that?
sunburned. You don't get sunburned in the morning time. It's noon, like between like 10 o'clock and like 3 o'clock.
Hear me? I'll get burnt at any
Depends
time.
where
If
you
the
are
sun's
When
out,
it's straight above you, when it's straight above you, when it's above you, you're gonna get sunburned. But in the early mornings, when it's just coming up, over the horizon,
it's the
how-
same
you know-
distance, though. It's the same distance. It's not like suddenly the sun's getting closer to you because it's getting higher in the sky. It's still the fucking same distance. As soon as it rises and it starts shining on you, man, you're fucking getting melted. Well, I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm gonna have to
It's
do
not like
some
the sun comes
experiments.
up. It's not like the sun comes up and it's cool because it's fucking further away, and suddenly it's getting closer because it's getting higher
To
up,
think
and you're
that
getting.
Jupiter's movements would indicate something about the Earth's temperature requires religious belief. When you're on Earth and you see a phenomenon in the sky, you see airplanes doing something, and then you see the repercussions of those actions, and then the people doing that eventually admit to saying, yes, what we're doing is we're manipulating the weather, but our excuse for doing so is to
Right, what are we
combat
talking
climate
about?
change.
Stop. Are we talking about
Which is
chemtrails,
easier,
or are we
though?
talking about Jupiter here? Like, what do you want me to address
Because he
first?
said
Because I
no,
heard,
because you
I
guys
heard you
said
saying
Jupiter
Jupiter, and
changed
then
the
it suddenly
weather.
turned into like chemtrails for some
I
reason.
was
Yeah, it's the same
saying
thing.
it's just
It's the same
weather
thing.
is a phenomena. The reason is called phenomena because we can't predict it, we can't control it, we can't do anything about it. They tried that. We tried.
And
We
we can
did. Human
locally.
race
I
did
think we can
try.
locally to a
Okay, so
certain degree.
that
We
throws the
can
whole
control
climate
the weather
change.
locally.
That
You
throws
guys,
the whole climate
Occam's
change
razor,
out
right?
the
It's
It has nothing
out
to
the
do with
window.
climate change. Climate change is by itself. 72,000 years ago, there was no fucking carbon emission by human race. 72,000 years ago, there were only fucking
oh
probably
my god.
300 million humans.
Oh,
Carbon.
Guess
really?
what
Yeah,
300
happened?
so that's what
million?
they're doing. So
Yeah,
that's what they're spraying for.
But
They're
guess what
300
happened
million?
made up about
72,000 years
geoengineering.
ago?
Yeah,
Toba
because you.
erupted.
Yeah, let's talk about what
Toba
happened
erupted and
72,000
there
years
was
ago.
That's
only
what
3
it's
million
saying.
people left out of 300 million. How you like that?
That's just made up numbers. That doesn't mean
All
anything.
made up
72
numbers,
nothing.
really. Well, how the fuck do you explain when we found the ash layer among the fucking coal mines?
It must have
And
been
they studied and they
72,000
found
years
out it
then.
links
Yeah.
the same zircons that they fucking came out of the fucking Toba. You know what zircons are?
How do you explain that all these scientists are trying to use actual DNA instead of carbon dating, which is bullshit? That all
It's
this
not
DNA
bullshit.
they can't
Carbon
find nothing
dating.
old. They can't find nothing older than 9,000 years old,
Carbon
and this
dating
is
is not
shit.
bullshit.
Yeah, it is. Everything that they
Yeah,
have in these
well, guess
museums that
what?
they say like 45 billion years old, they can't
Let
find
me
nothing
let
over
me
9,000 years old.
let
9,000
me
years old is the
explain
oldest they
something
found
to
so
you,
far
Vlad.
in actual
Vlad,
DNA.
if I may,
Now,
Vlad, if I
go
may.
ahead. Go ahead.
To study something, it requires actual physical work.
You can't
Okay.
do
I'll
any
give you
physical work on
example.
anything
I
about
give you example.
72,000 years ago.
In criminology, I went to Vanderbilt, Tennessee. We were working on their labs. So they have a field in three different areas in the United States. This is the state of Tennessee, bought land in fucking Montana and bought land in fucking Arizona. It's a little fucking, tiny land. They bring a dead body, and they put it there, and they're gonna watch how it is, monitor it 24 fucking hours, how it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
decay and what causes that decay, especially when a crime scene happened, and then how to solve a cold case. How do you think they find who killed who? How?
With
How
other
do you
with
think they
other evidence outside of
by
a
by
body
by
being
by
placed in
praying to
somewhere.
their god or snapping fingers, singing "Kumbaya"?
Okay, what's it got to do with stuff that they said it was 45 billion
It's
years
the
old,
same fucking thing when people do
and
study
now they're
things
doing
like
actual
studying
they're actually
rocks.
doing
How do
DNA.
you know the age of rock? You study its decay. It's radioactive decay. Every fucking single rock out there has a radioactive decay in it.
I'm about to find this. I'm about to find these documentaries about that because they're like totally.
Yeah, they do have
This is
documentaries.
scientists debunking other scientists saying that carbon dating was a load of trash and
So
saying
you
that
think
they're
the
actually doing physical DNA analysis on stuff and they can't find nothing over 9,000 years old. And this is stuff that this is in museums. This stuff that's in museums that's in
Over
like
30,000.
45 billion years old, 16 billion years old, 100
Yeah,
billion years old.
that
It's
is
all like
true
9,000 is the oldest.
because our bodies are
So how do you
biochemical.
explain that?
Our bodies are biochemical makeup rather
It's
than
not bodies,
fucking
it's rocks and tree, the
rocks
petrified
are
forest.
bullshit. That's
you guys are
bullshit,
talking
man.
about a million things. Stay on topic for one of the things. Let's just stay on topic
Well,
for
you know what
one
I'm
thing so
saying?
that we
Well,
can
I know,
get through
right?
one
He
point at a
I'm
time.
keeps
saying that
jumping from
everything
one
that
and another.
they've tested a multitude of
No,
things that are in those
yeah, I'm with
museums,
you.
and they
I'm with
can't
you.
find
But
nothing 9,000 years old. And
okay,
they're like
cool.
What,
Now,
the
confused. It's
rock?
like, wait a minute, what? This is supposed to be like 45 billion years old. Like their the DNA stuff is
There is no
debunking the
DNA in the
carbon
rock.
dating.
Okay,
Yes,
so
there is. There's
carbon?
molecular. No, there's stuff in the rocks
There is no such a thing
that's
stuff in
organic
your
at one
rock.
time.
What's a rock made of, Vlad?
It's all kinds of stuff,
What
and a lot
kind
of it was organic at
Give
one
me
time.
one of the stuff that's a rock made of.
Depends what kind of rock. It could be limestone. It could be granite.
Yeah, because they found. That's why I watched the thing about
Those are
limestone. That's
kind
what
of rocks, but
limestone is.
what's in a rock?
Limestone. You know stuff in
Conglomerate.
caves.
Could be conglomerate.
You know stuff in caves that they like those pillars and stuff that you see of limestone pillars. They actually found out that that's actually a living organism that causes that. That's not like they said, they thought it was rock that just kind of built up, like with through water and just like billions of years and it stacked on top of itself. They were taking tests, and it's actually a living organism that creates those pillars, going from the ceiling down and from the ground up.
Is it basalt pillars you're talking about? Is it
Yeah.
is it the Giant's
He's
Causeway?
talking about the bacteria.
The Giant's Causeway. It's called, and it's like fucking rectangular. It's
Yeah,
hexagonal.
they thought that was
hexagonal pillars. Actually, they're hexagonal.
Devil's
Yeah. They thought that was just rock. They thought it was just rocks that just formed over billions of years.
I think the theory is it's like being pushed up, like during volcanic, like fucking.
No, it's just living organisms. They found out they've seen it microscopically. It's actual living organisms that cause that to build up or build down. Depends on where it's at, but it's on these caves. They did that was billions of years ago or millions of years ago.
Can I ask a question? So you guys said that climate change is totally real, and that's why they need to do these things. And yet, climate change happens. It had nothing to do with Jupiter. So
I can't reason with
carbon.
Vlad.
Is carbon
Really?
the biggest threat? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, is carbon the biggest threat to Earth then?
No.
Not you. I wanted the guy who said carbon.
Oh. The carbon king.
What, carbon? No,
Yeah.
it's carbon. Carbon is actually what helps building life.
But you just said 74,000 years ago something. Oh, we didn't have the carbon.
No
emissions, so the
carbon
planet wasn't
print
fucked like this,
effect on the fucking atmosphere.
right?
In the claims of the climate change, I was talking against the claims of climate change is caused by human race today.
Yeah.
Is absolutely absurd.
You think that? Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's absurd.
Good.
It's not
That's
true.
good.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
nice.
what I was
At least we're on the same page with that, huh?
Well, the reason I'm saying it is because, like, for anyone to think that carbon could be our biggest threat, and then you could go to the store and buy canisters of CO2. So, like, why would that even exist if this is the thing that's literally fucking up?
I
our
know,
planet?
right?
It's
There you
gonna
go.
End the planet. Why can I buy canisters of CO2? Why are they commercially produced and available? I can't buy uranium because they say uranium does all kind of things. That makes me think uranium might give people superpowers. I don't know.
Actually, you can get uranium. You're not allowed to have thorium. By any means, you can't have thorium.
Never tried to purchase either.
Because it's cleaner energy, and you can fucking run your car for 200 years with it. And it does not fucking is not radioactive to where it fucking causes you cancer. All you need is a tank of salt and water, and that's it.
No emissions. No emissions.
Is that how we got to the moon and back? Was that what did you say it was? I've actually never even heard of that.
Use chemtrails to go to the moon.
Methane gas, Jed, do you think cow farts are going to fuck up the planet?
Nah.
No,
okay, cool.
Chemtrails are to fuck the human race up.
Nah.
Yeah. Do you understand how that potentially?
I think this little rat. What's her name? This little fucking rat they put around. What's her name? Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Just the fact they need this little
Thunberg.
Vlad, go and shut up for a second.
Greta Thunberg. I'm done.
The fact that they have this little puppet is just a clear indication that they're pushing an agenda because they need this little to sway your emotion, this kid-like thing, which isn't a kid, it's a kid-like thing. But just that on its own proves that this whole climate stuff's a big fucking... It's another, like, we're talking about a toxic conspiracy. You know what I mean? It is.
Except that's
pushed by the universities, like you were saying earlier. The universities,
all of our governments
these things are pushed by the universities. In fact, universities are the nest, the fucking breeding place for these fucking liberal ideas.
That's
So
true.
you just
And at least
avoid
you
the
admit that they're
university
liberal
shit
ideas.
if you can, mate. If you can avoid university stuff, avoid it.
I went to university. I graduated from one, but if I could take it back, I would.
Hear
Like
me?
it was
I've,
an
I've,
absolute
I've,
waste
I've
of
got
my
a wee
time.
diploma
Like,
myself. I'm
yeah, it was
I'm
bad.
further educated as well, but I didn't blow my trumpet a bit.
No,
You know
it
what I
sucks.
mean?
It's the biggest waste of money.
Yes.
It's a trick.
It is.
Hey,
I was
Jen,
going to say, my diploma, fucking, it's not worth the fucking.
Yeah.
I'm a jack of all trades, good at none. That's what I came out. I came out fucking good at everything.
Yeah, I ended
Actually,
up working in something that
a
had
wee
something to
bit
do
good
with my
at some
degree.
things, and like I done so much modules when I was in higher education that like I couldn't focus on one, so it just fucking I just and the whole the left leaning way of the institution can like I was actually an
yeah.
older student. I was an older student, and I was a
Cheers,
dad
yeah.
as well. And I was amongst all these little fucking brats, all these little fucking spoilt rich
Cheers, you
fuckers.
Little
fucking
liberal
imbecile.
fuck.
And I'm like I'm a rare sort of thing. Like I come from the schemes, and I managed to get myself out, and I managed to get myself a bit higher education. And I'm a little rose that grew out the concrete, you see, or the thistle that grew out the concrete, the bitty granite, the thistle that grew out the granite.
Yeah, don't you see how that's like perfect? Like all the because that's the thing is like that's where they hook the world population.
It was a wasted 20 grand.
The reason it's so hard to talk to people about things like climate change is because all the things that have been associated with it, or all the so-called actions that we have to take in order to save the planet, right? They all sound really good on paper, like, oh, see, science has proven that carbon is a problem, or like,
Captain
methane gas. So like,
he's a hero.
if Agenda
Gonna
2030
take
stuff,
commissions down to
Jed,
zero.
if Agenda 2030 stuff happens, where they start suggesting that now, like the Great Reset did, they started suggesting that red meat should become a treat. You know, it's unsustainable.
You're an
for people to eat.
ex-vegan, man. You used to push that shit yourself. You're like, hey man, eggs
Yeah.
are chicken periods, man. You're eating a corpse.
I never actually said any of that, but yeah, I didn't
Alright,
eat.
right.
I was vegan for 2 years, but that you live and you learn,
that's
right?
fine.
Really? Oh, Face. I lied.
It
You
shows you how-
you
it
dropped
shows you how
Whatever, I
you
don't care
dropped
what you
three
guys think about
notches.
It
You
shows you how
dropped three
easily-
notches for
Whatever,
me.
Shows you how
I'm
easily
over it.
face
Like,
falls
I'm
for a-
kidding.
It's
You're
as long as you're not vegan now. Are you vegan now?
Like I sat there muted the whole time listening to you guys talk, and then as soon as I try to get a point off, someone interrupts me like every single time.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, it's
You didn't
good.
get all.
It's good.
offended,
It's good.
but you didn't need to highlight it. You just keep going, mate.
No,
I'm so
not
good
No,
on
editing.
you didn't
God
let me,
did it.
dude. You
Let's
started
go
singing
get
the
on.
fucking
God
song in
did
the
it.
middle of my
Look
sentence.
at
I didn't
Analakai.
sing while you were
Can't
talking.
speak, man, and he's just waiting for it. He's just waiting. He's like, fucking, I'm gonna get these.
God did it.
Mm.
It's the God excuse. That's it.
No, I'm
I don't know,
listening.
I
I'm
didn't say any
listening,
of that.
Face.
All I'm saying is they didn't listen. Every excuse that's being pushed about this fucking future that they're trying to create, all of it happens to coincide with the actions that you're called on to take in order to save the planet. So like if they can justify later you shouldn't eat meat, you're a vegan by choice. I mean by force, you know, because we're gonna make it scarce. That's because we need to, to raise that much cattle is unsustainable for the planet. You got to save the planet. You got to eat less red meat. Everyone, you want to be a good person, you
I
got to eat less
crave
red meat
red meat. I actually crave it, and I think it's
because
down
it's
to
your
genetic.
diet. Yeah,
I think it's
Of
down to
course it is.
genetic. No, I think because my people haven't moved for this island for fuck knows 1,000 years, maybe more, and we've probably ate mostly cattle and it's like these people that can. Have you ever seen these people in these documentaries where they deep dive for these fish? They're on this island somewhere, but they can breathe underwater for like 5 minutes. And it's because they've been doing it for so long and eating these fish, they've almost like got the DNA of the fish and they're adapting to their fucking environment sort of thing. And I think that's very true about people's diets. I think you should kind of eat what your ancestors ate, because your actual insides, just like a cow who's got fucking 4 stomachs to digest fucking grass. I think us as humans, we develop different kinds of like we've all got the same organs, but I think as different
different digestive
ethnicities,
system.
different
Yes.
ethnicities, we've developed over thousands of years ways. Just like some people can digest milk and other people can't. Like most Europeans, like on Western Europeans, are cool with milk. But like other races and other ethnicities can't deal with milk. That's because we've been like a farming culture, and digesting the shit for thousands of years, so our
Mhm.
bodies eventually got used to it. And I think
You
that's
know
the
what
same
Jet
with all
is implying?
diets.
Yeah,
I think
but
when we start
you can
eating
also make the
curries and-
argument that pasteurization is a fairly new process in the terms of the existence of milk. People have been drinking
Pasteurization.
milk since forever, but pasteurization is new, and that's considered a
because
a herald
that's
point
where the
for
name and the actual Pasteur comes from. That was it John
Louis
Pasteur
Pasteur.
or something? Or Louis Pasteur.
Yeah.
Aye, well, he's not exactly ancient.
He's a
is he?
piece of shit, and he
Ah,
admitted
but-
that he was wrong right before
People
he
are
died.
stupid
He's-
today. I tell them, do you know what you can get from milk? They say just milk. I said, no, you can get yogurt, you can get cheese, you can
Yeah,
get
from the
butter.
real
Oh,
thing.
cheese, man.
Most
How
people
could
don't
you
know
live
what real
without
milk
cheese?
is.
Being a
They've
vegan,
tried it.
how could you live without
Cheese.
cheese, man?
That's right. Cheese,
I
butter,
love
yogurt.
cheese. Cheese is delicious.
Cheese.
It comes from
Blue
milk.
cheese, green cheese,
It
Gouda
comes from
cheese.
milk.
Havarti. I like Havarti.
Milk. If
What's
you
it called?
actually
Oh,
wash your body with milk every day, you'll never get fucking aged. Did you know that? You didn't know that.
cheese is good. I haven't tried it. I think it's a
I
what's
raised
a
my two
breed?
sisters. I used to
I haven't
bathe
tried
them in
brie
fucking
though.
milk.
That's the
Bathe
one. Oh, no,
them in
what's
milk.
the one with maggots? What's the cheese with maggots in it?
Nah, I wouldn't go
I
that
don't
far,
eat
man.
cheese with
I
maggots.
remember my
Fuck
granny.
that
My
shit. You're
granny.
gonna eat that.
My
It's a
granny.
French. It's a French cheese.
My granny cuts mold off her cheese.
Well, French
she
stinks.
can have a
I'm
bit
sorry.
of cheddar in the fridge.
Sorry,
and she'll
no
just
offense,
cut the mold
French.
off.
Ooh.
Eat the rest. You know what I mean, she's wartime granny, man. She was like born 1932, so she's
No,
like
that's
wartime
aged stuff.
granny.
Every culture has those. They have aged cheeses, and they mold the outside of it. A lot of them preserve it like that. They keep them in.
No,
like,
my granny
balls
didn't.
and
It's just because
it's
old.
blue on the outside.
No, my granny doesn't do it deliberately. It's just because
And
it's like
yogurt.
lying in her fridge forever.
Oh, okay.
Yogurt is
Do you,
very
do you
good.
saying, hey, do you saying that cheese is only good on pizza and toast? Oh God,
No, I
it's
love
good on
cheese.
everything.
I love different kinds of
Tacos.
cheese. I love sitting like an old man, right, with my different kinds of cheeses. And do you know what's the best cheese right now? Is white Wiltshire cheese with cherry through it. Oh my fucking
Oh,
god!
I haven't had that.
Oh mate, you need to
Send me
try
some.
white
I'll get. I'm
Wiltshire
gonna.
with
I'm gonna.
cherry.
Hey, Jed. I have your. I have your
And
email.
cranberry as well. Oh,
Jed, I have your email. I'm gonna send you my address, and you better fucking send me some of that
and
shit.
crackers and like all different kinds of crackers.
No,
Jacob,
yeah.
over in
You
Britain,
guys,
man, we love our crackers and shit, man. We've got all different shapes and sizes and fucking cheese and.
send me a little bundle. Send me a bundle of cheese and crackers, and I'll send you. What do you want to try? Americana. What do you want to try? American. I can send you.
Nothing, mate.
Nothing. Oh fuck.
Cheap
No.
cheese. I love cheese.
That's fucked up, man.
Nothing, mate. Sorry, I just
But,
can't.
yeah,
You put me in the spot there. I just can't think.
So,
of
Face,
anything
I
at the
got a
top of my
question
head.
for you, Face.
Yeah.
If I may.
Maybe,
Um,
what about,
Since we are trying to control the weather,
uh-huh.
what is the purpose of controlling the weather? Why do we need to control the weather?
I think it's locally. Like I remember them talking about controlling the weather for the Sochi Olympics, getting the snow, keeping it.
Yeah, but
cold
what is
and-
the purpose of it? What
You want the
does it
short
serve?
answer? My short answer is they're trying to play God, just like everything else. Just like when they tell you about 14.5 billion miles away, if they could tell you about that, they could tell you about the weather and then control it. This
But
is
how many
you
times
convince
can they
people
play
that you're
God? Like every time they put a chemtrail there up, did someone stand up and go, "Oh"?
No, Jed, because you'll get on the internet and fight people about it. That's how it works. You see?
Nah,
you have your trusted
This
authorities.
This is an old conspiracy.
I mean, every time you try to throw
This
that
is
bullshit at me, I'm
old.
going to throw it
This
right
is
back at you.
old.
That's all I'm
I
saying.
didn't need people that have just suddenly got into it telling me about something. Like I've dealt with people.
Am I still here?
argued these
Yeah,
cases,
same
just
here.
like you.
Yeah.
But you don't know what geoengineering is.
Again.
Go
I've
get
done it
napped,
for
lad.
years, mate. I didn't have to do.
Yeah, you're the expert.
Chemtrails
You're the
is
expert.
old to me.
For
you know
sure,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like my new conspiracy, like I was in the chemtrail, I was in the flat earth, and now I think it's history. History has been fucked with, and I'm there to fucking try and figure things out.
Maybe, good point, Jet. Maybe because when they did that hydrogen bomb test, they fucked up since then, and they've been trying to repair it since.
Maybe the
Remember?
hydrogen bomb was just a
when they shot it in the
grenade.
atmosphere and
A
in the
grenade
ninth
zoomed
layer
in.
of atmosphere, and they detonated it there, which the scientists back in the 60s, they said you can't do that. It will create a ripple in the fucking ozone layer.
I think
Maybe
Fase
they're
wants an
trying to
argument,
fix
but I
that.
didn't ken what he wants me to argue with my put. Really, it's
I
like
don't. You're trying to argue with
I
me,
don't know.
but
I
you
know.
can't, dude. I'm not trying to argue.
Hear
I'm
me.
just making
You
points.
keep sort of poking and poking, and it's like I don't know what
Absolutely
you're
not. No,
trying
no.
to make out here.
He asked me a fucking question. You answered it, and then I stepped in and gave him my answer. What are you talking about? He
Calm
asked
I
me a
know,
question
right?
directly. Yeah.
Calm down,
I was
mate.
asking Phase.
I'm
Yeah,
no,
what are you
I'm
I'm
talking
no
about?
Jewish. I'm no Jewish or that. So just calm down.
I don't know what that means, but okay. He asked
There's
me a
good
question.
Jews,
You
there's
answered it.
evil
It's cool.
Jews.
I
There's
agree with
good
you. But I
wives,
think they're
evil
trying to play
wives.
God. And
My
then you
son
said,
said to me,
"Oh,
"I
you see
look
a
Jewish."
chemtrails guy."
That was annoying. My son
Yeah.
said I've got a Jewish nose.
There is a theory that I heard from this
Get closer
lady
to
on
the camera,
YouTube. I
Jack.
think she's pretty smart. She used to be a science teacher, and then she
I've got
became a
big
flat
nostrils
earther.
like
And
Dave Grohl.
she's got
the
some
Foo
interesting
Fighters.
ideas about the. She thinks that Earth is actually changing, and that potentially what's happening is they're trying to like slow the change. That's the inevitable change that's happening. And she was talking about her whole angle is that there's this increase of ozone in the atmosphere, and it like there's been reports of this all over the world. So she was talking about how like the potential for ozone to manipulate life on Earth, and I thought that was super interesting. Like I don't know, she stopped making videos
It
and stuff, but
does.
I was
Ozone
definitely
does
yeah
have effect on life on Earth. That is true.
yeah.
If you remove it, the solar winds, actually, the solar radiation will destroy life
You need
forms.
ions, man. You
But
need
too
ions.
much
You
of
need
it
positive,
also
negative. Too much bad,
will
man.
not
Too much bad.
allow the protons and electrons to penetrate through.
You can
You
get
need that
you can
heat
get
that's
ion.
coming from the
You can
sun.
get generators there. You can get little generators for your house, but they can be
Well, I
harmful
got
as
a
well.
big
Like,
generator. It's called Earth's core.
mm.
You get it cloudy, and then you get warm day.
So
That's
what do
it.
you think's in the core, mate? What do you think's in the center? Do you think it's like lava and shit, or do you think there's a big diamond? Like they've even proposed in mainstream fucking
No, a
there's a big
diamond is not in the
diamond
core.
fucking
Bullshit.
spinning. What do you think,
It's
mate?
probably
There's a
big,
people. There's a Nazi base in the
giant
core.
fucking. Is big probably in the center of the Earth. There's probably a big, giant, solid metallic
Cock.
element that makes the fucking stainless steel and fucking
Cock spinning.
even boron makes it fucking look like a shattered testicle. That's how solid that thing is. And then comes the liquid like mercury, like liquid fucking superheated shit because there's so much friction there. It's liquefied because it's spinning.
Hey, on that note, I gotta jump off. I promised my honey I would jump off at
I
8
told
o'clock,
you you're gonna go get a nap.
and we have a date tonight. So
It's great seeing you, Vlad.
Talk to everybody later, and thanks for letting me join, Jed. And I
See
really
that, Vlad? That's
and
what
thank
I'm
you for
doing.
letting me express my feelings about my mom and
No,
stuff.
Vlad, mate. Vlad.
And sorry for your loss, man. Again,
Anytime, Vlad, but make this the last because I'm fucking sick of it.
Say what? Say what?
I'm only kidding.
You just sorted out. I didn't hear you.
All right,
Or
let's go.
is
Doesn't matter.
it? All right, later, everybody.
Yeah, mate. Cheers. Did you hear that?
is a proton bigger than a virus? No,
It's a
proton is not a bigger than a virus. Proton is a fucking super nano.
Right, I need another piss again, so I'll be back in a minute. You two didn't get in a fight.
Amazing. Jed got destroyed at his own stupid arguments. He's an expert of
Well, he's
geoengineering.
got
For
his
everyone who
own
listened to
opinions.
the
He's
last,
entitled of it.
of course he is.
Can't deny him that.
Of course he is. But there's a thing is like when you spout and when I say uneducated, I'm not talking about school. But when you spout uneducated opinions, being that you want to go after a group of people to separate yourself from them, but then contradict yourself in the process, it's you're the one at fault, not the imaginary people that you're talking of. So when he says that he's the king of it, right? He's the expert. I've been in it for years. It's always this appeal to the history, how long he's been doing it. Like I never use that. I've probably been interested in the chemtrails just as long as he has, but like I'm never going to use my longevity as some kind of talking point because it's irrelevant. What I can do is talk about what I know, and what I've observed in that time, right? So like we're
Yeah,
talking about
remember when last interview with Prince was on Travis Smiley?
yeah, I remember that.
And when they started talking about, he said, "Look at the sky. It started turning from blue to greenish in the 70s, mid 70s." And he goes like, Travis asked him, he's like, "What do you think is that?" He's like, "It's chemtrail. They're trying to control the population using chemtrails." And right after that, 1 week later, he fucking got killed. Oh, he died in his elevator while going down or something like that. Bullshit. Because it is about
That's a new
controlling.
term though,
population.
chemtrails. I've never heard of them called chemtrails before.
You also never heard of geoengineering, and you claimed that it was a conspiracy theorist term. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
my original group on Facebook was called Geoengineering
I know, but then you said
Uncovered.
it was a conspiracy theorist word,
It
and
is.
it's not.
'Cause
No, it's
hear
not.
me,
You know nothing. Look it up.
Hear me, you have
Just
to
literally
admit
type
to
it, bro.
yourself, just like yourself, when you fell for the flat earth, when you fell for veganism, you have to admit that when you get in it, you use those terms and then you realize, what the fuck? And you know yourself. You've done it yourself.
I use geoengineering in veganism.
No, that's a different thing. You still believe in that, but I'm talking about past things like the veganism. Just say you went
Yeah, I
around
think Earth
using the
might be
same
flat. I know you
rhetoric.
think that's retarded,
You're
but I
probably
think it's-
you're probably saying to people you're eating dead animals and fucking all these loaded terms, the same fucking terms again that they use on the chemtrail movement.
That's how you're defending your point of thinking that geoengineering is a conspiracy theorist created term.
Geoengineering is a loaded term when the issue should be weather manipulation caused by cheap
that's what they call
flights,
it.
too many
That's what they-
flights.
No,
Because
no.
20 years ago, there wasn't thousands of flights going over fucking Scotland. Now there is, because it's so cheap.
Okay, but
And
like,
this is
again,
what's causing
in
the lots of cloud and pollution in the sky.
Jed,
It's
you have
not
no
being
idea what you're
sprayed
talking about.
chemicals. It's just lots of fuck. And do you know what? These big jet companies, these big airline companies love the fact that we're all squabbling that it's chemtrails instead of us actually addressing the real issue that they should stop these cheap flights.
So the universities are in on the airliner scam, basically.
Pardon. Sorry, I never heard that.
So this is a scam by the airline companies. It's a big conspiracy by them, and then the universities are in on it by acknowledging that geoengineering is a large scale manipulation
they're
of
polluting.
Earth's atmosphere.
They're polluting our sky.
That is possibility.
That's okay.
They're polluting our skies, and they're quite happy for us to squabble about it being barium and strontium and fucking crap like that because it'll never be addressed properly.
I
Because
agree.
it's just cookie shit.
I agree.
But if we started
100%.
addressing that, if we just started for the basics and said, do you know what? The sky's blue. There's lots of trails. It turns a fucking weird hazy color, and now there's clouds everywhere. Let's start with weather
and then it
manipulation
dissipates
and the fact
and
that
it falls to the horizon.
I'm
and you
feeling
see
depressed because I'm not getting enough sunshine, blah, blah, blah. Forget chemicals, forget barium, forget strontium. Just the fact, that observation that fucking the sky's white out when these fuckers... Aye, but you can't... The thing is, Fase, you can't fucking say that to these groups. They're like, no, but it's barium and strontium. Listen, it's chemtrail, and you can't get your message through. It's always turned into some kooky fucking thing, and this is why I fell out of all that shit. And this is my point. Like, I do think there is a fucking thing happening, but these idiots use charged
the
terms.
word
You'll never be
geo
taken
means
seriously.
Earth, right?
The thing is, you could go around saying, I think
Like
NASA's
soil.
bullshit.
Geoengineering is more likely happens into plants and livestock and stuff like that. It does not happen in the weather.
I think at
Again,
local
define
level...
it. So okay, here, Jed, you do it then. I'm tired of reading this thing. Just maybe you get a different result. Open your Google browser and just type in geoengineering.
I don't know what
and then
fuck Google, man.
And then in
Google,
another one, type
videos. No, man.
Just type
I'm
climate
not saying-
engineering. No,
I'm
just
not
give me a
sitting here
definition
fucking-
because you guys
Hear
keep
me.
you trying to
Look, I've
redefine
made
terms,
notes.
and it's like no.
No, hear me. The internet changes a lot over 10 years. When I was typing that shit in, it was different results.
Okay, so it's a Mandela effect. We got Mandela
No
effect.
Mandela effect.
Geoengineering.
There's 10 times more bullshit fucking
Yeah.
added onto that.
Yeah, no, that's trash.
There's a
Like,
million
that's my
more
point.
groups that
Yeah,
have started.
I don't like this shit. I don't like that. This is what I call like intellectual gaslighting. It's like now you're trying to make people go fucking insane.
Intellectual
Because there's-
gaslighting. Oh, so I'm intellectual. Thank you.
No, by
straight
anyone
up,
that
man.
would try to
Fucking
convince you
sweater,
that the
man.
Mandela effect is a thing. Like that's how I feel about that. It's the same.
I'm not trying to gaslight anyone. I'm just giving you my
Not you,
opinion.
Jed,
Like I
not you. Do
said,
you
I'm
understand?
fucking.
I'm speaking
Just
English. What
my
the fuck's wrong
opinion,
with
man.
you?
I'm just thinking that
Bro,
when you, it's like when veganism, again, they're trying to get their point across and they're screaming in people's face that you're eating a corpse and you're eating dead animals. See if they just approached people and said, "Yeah, do you know that if you seen the way those animals were treated, you'd probably think twice about eating that." And it's the approach, it's the way you say things to people, it's these loaded terms, and that's very important in how information gets passed on to the next. If you run up to someone like a wild animal saying it's chemtrails, it's pollution, it's
I've never
and
done that in
using
my
all these
life.
loaded terms,
I'm talking
this
to
is
you.
my point. It's the whole etymology.
You're the expert at chemtrails. I'm talking to you, dude.
Look,
I'm talking to
stop,
experts.
stop
Right?
fighting with each
Why
other.
are you
I'm
saying
not
I'm talking
fighting.
to you? I'm not asking you who you're talking
No,
to.
because you're saying if you run up to people and scream in their face, I've never in my life screamed
I
at
never
anyone in their
said
face
you.
about
When I say
chemtrails.
you, when you run up to people, when I say that, when you run up to somebody, I'm not
Yeah, in
specifically
general.
meaning
I
you
understand.
directly,
Right,
you
right.
or fucking an act. I'm just saying you. Okay, I'm just saying as a
Right,
fucking.
right.
I didn't mean you.
Yeah, I agree. I know how Jet he expresses his opinion. That's it. The way he expresses it doesn't matter. Does it
Like I said,
really
I didn't
matter
give a
the
fuck
way
what
he
you believe,
expresses his
Fase. You can
opinion? No,
believe, you can
doesn't
believe,
matter.
and you can believe they're spraying chemicals all over your head when you go out. You can believe they're spraying all the fucking trees and the wildlife and all that, and you can hide in your house thinking that this is happening, or you can think, do you know what? There might be
I
another.
don't hide in my house.
Well, I would hide in my house if I believed there was
Why?
spraying barium
You're
and
not going to breathe
strontium.
air if you're in your house?
I wouldn't go
Like,
outside
Why?
if I believed they were spraying barium and strontium all over me the way I see trails all the time. I wouldn't leave the house, mate.
Why not?
Okay,
You're
Fase,
not
I'll
breathing
ask
the
you
Because
this
if I
same air in
question.
your
believed
house.
that,
You're just
if
going
I
to lock up all
truly
your doors and
believed
keep
that, mate, if I truly believed that, I wouldn't leave the house because that's dangerous chemicals there you're talking about.
in the air though that you breathe.
In the air that you
regardless of
breathe.
if you're
If I
inside
may,
of your house
please.
or outside of it.
So
right?
why
If
would I
I
want to
may.
leave the house if I believed that?
It's the same oxygen.
If I
It's the
may.
same air.
What are you talking
Is it
about?
not,
If you
Jed?
truly believed, like I said,
Fase,
if you truly believed that, you wouldn't fucking leave the house.
Fase.
I mean, I
What
don't
do
know
you
what
think
it
is
is,
the
Jed, but
difference
that doesn't mean
between?
I'm ever going to deny that there is something
Okay,
being
what
sprayed.
what
So,
do you
like,
think is the difference between weather manipulation and geoengineering?
nothing. That's the same thing to me.
So what's the problem then? He's
The
calling it
problem
weather
is
manipulation, and you're
exactly,
calling
and
it
he's saying that
geoengineering.
conspiracy. That's my whole fucking point. He was saying that it's a conspiracy theorist term. I'm like, it's not.
So
That's
what's
what they attribute to
why have
Oh,
you
so
got to
things
you're
that
be in
they
the
do.
bonnet
disagreeing
about
with
me
him.
saying that? Why have you even got to be
You're
in the
just
bonnet about me
disagreeing
saying that? Why are you
with
making a
you
big
with him.
long fucking winded fucking hey he said that? Well, what?
It's not long-winded. It's a
Well,
simple
it is
sentence.
when
You did a whole live
you've been
stream about
fucking
it, and
going on
I'm
about
saying,
it for the past 10, 15, 20, fuck knows, half an hour. Like, have you not got anything actually to add to this conversation?
did.
Like,
I
outside
did.
outside
It's bothering
you've
you
been
that you can't
butthurt
answer
about my
for it.
last
You realize?
stream.
No,
Have
I'm
you got
not
anything
butthurt
to
at all.
add apart from anything? You've been butthurt about my last stream or me being, what was it you're calling me? Oh, I can't mind the term. You're fucking calling me some stupid, try to put me in a box. And this is what they did. They call you a certain thing. Oh, just like the incel term. Oh, look, he's one of them. Let's put him in a box. Oh, or bully. I remember you used to use that term, bully, quite a lot with me. But now it's, what was it?
No,
I
you
can't
can't
remember.
bully me. No, I don't think
What
you
was it?
can't bully me, dude.
Come
You
on,
can
D,
try,
you
but,
remember
like,
it because everyone loved it.
Okay.
Vlad, that's so
And
brilliant.
here's another thing for Phase. There's GMO products, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They call it genetically modified organism.
Yep.
That's what GMO stand for. So if I say no, it's genetically manipulated organism,
That's fine.
isn't that the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's saying the weather control is bullshit. You're saying no, it is real. I
I'm
understand
saying,
that.
yeah, I'm saying it's.
I'm not saying
it's
weather
So if
control
it
is
is if it is
bullshit, mate. I'm not
real,
saying it's
if it is
bullshit.
real, no,
Cloud
hold on,
seed
Jen,
and
hold on.
fucking-
Yeah, we
I'm not
agreed
saying
on
it's
that point.
bullshit.
Exactly.
Hold on,
yeah, yeah.
please. If it is real, they can manipulate weather. Why are they teaching in the weather it's a phenomena? Why do all scientists call it a weather phenomena?
Well, cloud seeding's
Every
a thing.
single
You know they can
scientific
cloud seed, so
textbook call it weather phenomena. Why? Why is that? If they can control it, it should not be weather phenomena. It should be just weather.
is a phenomena just something that's out with their
Out of
hands,
control.
out of
Here's
their
an article
control.
from MIT Technology Review called "Climate Change: What is Geoengineering and Why Should You Care?" As
Edgelord,
the
here we
threats of-
go. Here we go.
Yeah,
This is what I was called.
You weren't being
And
an edgelord?
this is another term that people try and let's look it up and let's put Jed in this
They
box
looked it up.
that he's
I
an
called you edgy.
edgelord.
I thought
Let's single
you're
him
not an
out.
edgelord?
And this is what Phase does. He likes to go into groups because Phase wasn't even really part of this group before, but he's managed to squiggle his way in. And then he tries to label me like the edgelord.
Oh, you sound
And everyone's
triggered
like,
right now.
yeah, edgelord, we found it.
They
a
all
new
agreed.
word.
All your
Let's-
friends
let's
agreed.
put
Yeah,
him in
isn't
a
that amazing?
box.
Wow.
My
I'm
question
the
is,
edgelord. I'll
You
get
are.
weird. I'm gonna wear that on my sleeve. I'm the
You are, dude. You try to
edgelord.
be edgy on the internet by
I'm the
being
edgelord.
contrarian always. You're basically
Succumb
P-Mars,
to
but
my
Scottish.
will.
Dude,
Succumb
look.
to my will about chemtrails because I am the edgelord.
This is
Do
what
the lightning thing. Do the lightning.
This is what he does when this is what an edgelord would do when someone starts reading about geoengineering straight off of the MIT website. You know what I mean? Like
Suck
this
my
is
dick,
exactly what I'm
Phase.
talking about.
Suck my dick.
Where is the light effect,
my
man?
Disrespectful
You
piece
missed
of
the
shit,
light
dude.
My
effect.
dick.
The thunder and the lightning. And the music background. Dun dun dun
How ridiculous.
dun.
Just how ridiculous.
But my question is, if they can control the weather, why are they calling it weather phenomena?
Well, certain cases, it obviously is a weather phenomenon like that out with their control. But when they cloud seed over somewhere, like the Vietnamese War, there was was it Operation fucking Orange or some shit? It was like they tried to flood the Vietnamese out their little holes that they dug in the fucking and
How the fuck do you have a phenomena when you're controlling it?
I didn't
You
know the
can't.
term phenomenon.
You
I never
can't
seen
have
the
a
term
phenomena when you control it. Why
can
is
hardly
it called
say
weather
phenomena
phenomena
right
if
now.
they're really controlling it? A phenomena, let me explain to you. A phenomena is something that you cannot explain, but it's there. Just like light photon. You know, the light photon is a phenomena. It really is. It has no body mass, but it's there. And then now we discovered, it's probably its purpose is to carry electrons from the heart of a star and then shoot it out to escape the fucking, self-destruction.
The fuck you lost me there, but they would shoot themselves in the heart of a star and then fucking.
And they never land in the same spot ever.
Fuck.
By the way, they conducted a 1 decade.
I didn't believe
study
they can get to the atmosphere, mate. I think they can get so far and just shit just starts breaking down. I'm not even going to use the the belt.
That's what they sold to everybody. We're going to the moon. They're actually launching Interlink.
What's it called?
Van Allen.
The Van Allen belt. See this Van Allen belt? The flat
There's
earthers.
3 of them. Did you know
can't
that?
go through the Van Allen belt. Well, do you know what? That's just information they gave you. You're using
There's
their
3
information.
of them, by the way, not 2.
How the fuck did they kind of bit of Van Allen belt? Because NASA tell them there's no fucking Van. They just kind of get to the fucking atmosphere. It just gets thinner and thinner to the point where shit just floats away. It just fucking can't work. It gets melted by radiation or whatever.
Did they pass that glass dome?
I don't think we can get outside the fucking. I don't know, mate. I don't think we can get to the moon. I don't think we get to Mars. I don't think fucking we can get outside.
Did they pass the glass
I
dome?
think orbits, mate. I think when you're mechanical, I think I do believe in orbit. I do believe they can fire shit up there and make it fucking orbit, mate. I do believe in orbital mechanics.
We do orbit around the
orbital
Earth,
mechanics. I believe satellites can go so far up, really high, really, really fucking high, but not in space, but really, really high and spin around the Earth. I believe that. But I didn't believe rockets can fly to fucking Mars or the moon.
Yeah, you can.
Didn't. I just didn't believe it.
All you need is just calculus.
I never will.
All you need is calculus. You find their trajectory and you use your calculus on them. That's it. That's all. That's how you find your own trajectory.
The fuel, mate. How much
Go
fuel do you fucking need to actually get fucking out? And the weight, kind of like, I just find it impossible that they can just fucking float away. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't think they do float away. I think they just float back, and they float for a wee while and they come back because they're pulled back down to Earth. And fucking, I think that ISS thing, it's probably that fucking some kind of object flying around because you can track it. You can look at a fucking website, ISS tracker, and you can get your telescope ready and you see some little fucking thing flying past. I'm not denying.
Do you even know what firmament is? It doesn't even fucking tell you what firmament is. Okay, Paul. Let me explain something to Paul. Who's the grandfather of Prophet Zechariah? Why there is no fucking book written about the prophet Eddai? Go figure that one out. His grandfather was Prophet Eddai. Why there's no? Why is he not in a fucking Bible? Isaiah's grandfather. Go figure that one out. It's in Isaiah 1 when he was born. And they tell you his father, who he was, and then his grandfather was the prophet Eddai. Go figure that one.
The fuck? That changed. What we're talking about now? I just
We're
hear
talking to the chat.
had I? What the fuck? What are you talking about, mate?
No, I'm talking with Paul Curran.
What's he saying? What's going on? What were you saying?
He's saying
fuck?
3
You
Van
talking
Allen
Isaiah's
belts, 3
grandfather? Who the fuck's
firmaments.
Isaiah's
Go
grandfather?
figure.
Tell me who Isaiah's grandfather is.
He's not. He's a prophet Eddai, but he's not in the Bible.
Adai, like A-D-I.
No, A-D-D-I.
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 That's what I said. A.
Yeah,
Does that
A.
sound different? A.
Yeah, A. Okay, A. A-D-D-I.
A.
Yes.
A. A-D-D-I.
You're right. You speak it in your true English.
Eternal Padawan said, translating you, darker, darker, darker.
D, come on up, man.
I knew that would trigger you, man. D, you be fanny. He be hiding. Everyone's scared of me. Fase was pretty brave for coming up. I'm brave. Brave is your middle name, Fase. I've got to say, you done well, mate. But you can't come on camera. That's the thing.
You got super triggered. I can.
It's on the computer camera. I don't have like a.
You got super triggered. You got super triggered when I started reading the.
Make a video.
I didn't even get through the
make
headline.
a wee video of me getting triggered.
Why?
And see how
Why?
triggered I get.
Why do we have to do that? I don't do that.
God. Well, why are you saying I got triggered and being a wee
'Cause you
child
did.
and like you got triggered? Nah, 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 nah,
There's
nah.
a point.
You
No,
got
because
triggered.
Jed,
Nah,
this is
nah,
what we were
nah,
talking
nah.
about before. It's
I
like
never
you have
said
to-
you got triggered. I'm saying we're
I
having a
didn't,
good
though.
conversation.
You can't say I got triggered. It wouldn't be true.
You're acting
That's
like
the
a wee
point.
child. I don't get why.
No.
It's weird.
I'm making a point. I'm just making a point. The point is that we can be wrong. You pointed out that I was wrong in the past. Absolutely. So, like, you can be wrong. My point is, the point was to tell you that, yeah, you were absolutely
I
wrong
was
about
wrong as well.
geoengineering and
Like
what it
claiming
means.
chemtrails, claiming geoengineering. I was wrong as well. Just like the flat earthers were wrong.
You're
And
still
the
wrong.
vegans are wrong.
Because geoengineering totally exists. And
It's just
what
sometimes
they're
you
they're
wake up
actually
and
doing, it's
not
admitted
everybody
to,
else
but what
wakes
they're
up at the same
actually
time
doing
as
is
you.
kind of unknown.
The thing is, sometimes you spend time in a group or in a scene, and you wake up to the truth, the bullshit, but other people haven't. Can you know yourself, man? Can like you wake up eventually, and then everybody else takes a wee bit longer to fucking catch up, and they wake up to the bullshit, and they try and see more into it, and then they see that there's Philly charlatans, and they get actually disheartened when really they should continue because, like I said, there is something going on. But when you've got all these arseholes and making it like groupy and making it culty and it, like I said, newcomers coming in, it discourages them because they're petrifying people by saying they're spraying you and fucking things like that. I mean, it's like, and that's just my like I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist through and through. It's just no your conspiracy theory, mate. I just didn't believe yours. I've got my own wee thing
I didn't
going
ask
on.
you to. I didn't
So,
even present any.
and people got a problem. I didn't believe it's spraying, and I didn't believe this, and I didn't believe that. But I believe something else. You do not respect that? Well, fuck you. I mean, you can believe what guru tells you, whatever on a fucking. But I found that the guru talks shit. And during my observations and my photographs and my day-to-day experience, I found other different results. Again, so. You can believe what you want to believe. I'm not trying to debunk anybody. I'm not here to prove anybody wrong. And I'm not here to get triggered. I'm no triggered, man. I'm fucking... Everybody in this chat knows how I roll. I didn't give a fuck, mate, about you. And this is why you only come on camera, because I'm brave enough to show my emotion here. You aren't.
I don't have any emotion right now. You're the
I wear my
emotional
heart
one.
on my
That's
sleeve.
what I
Come
meant
on,
when I
Wes.
said you're
You
triggered.
can just make
I
your
don't have to
snidey.
show my
No,
face
but
to
you just
prove to
come
you that
up
I'm
and
not
make your
triggered.
snidey little. You come up and
It's
make your
not
snidey little
snidey.
remark.
It's not snidey.
You
I was reading you a
You're a
fucking
snidey little
article, and you
schoolboy.
couldn't.
You make your little shitty remarks,
See,
and it's
you
maybe
start
because of
making
your
fun of me. I'm
veganism.
trying
You
to read
maybe
an
lack
article.
testosterone or something, so
Yeah.
you resort to little
Yeah. So
schoolgirl.
who's attacking who right now, Jed? Who's being
I'm
the
not
fucking child?
attacking anyone.
Who's the
I'm just
triggered
saying
faggot?
that's
It's
how
you.
you compose yourself.
I'm reading an article. You're talking about my
You're reading
personality,
an
how
article.
weak I am. Yeah, that's what I tried to do. I got through
Let
the
me
headline.
find an article as well then, so I
Go
can
ahead,
be the
find it. It
same.
was just as a part of the conversation. But you're so fucking triggered that you think it's an attack on you, so you start attacking me like a child, and then claim that I'm the child. I did nothing childish here. I did nothing childish. I attempted to read a fucking headline. I didn't get past through the subtitle, and you started your shit. And this is the second time you fucking do it while telling me
sorry.
that you're not triggered.
I'm sorry.
I came here to have a conversation. I'm sorry, dude. No, that's bad for you. I'm gonna leave right now. You go ahead, have at it, man. You know what I mean? You can't handle it, Jed. You have to be right all the time. All right, man. Peace. Go nap.
Oh my god, what a drama queen, man. Fucking hell. What a shame. What a shame it had to end like that, because it's like, I just wanted that, like, I wanted a discussion about other things, and they just wanted to nip me about what I believe. You said earlier, he kept coming back to stuff I said earlier. It's like he sits there trying to think of stuff I said earlier, that content, and it's like, hear me, I'm not bothered. I'm not here to fucking appease you, Phase, mate. I'm no, like, do you want me to answer a few questions, whatever, but it's just my opinion. I don't care what you believe. Do you know what? I had a discussion with Okai the other night there, and it got cut short because Okai ended it. And I felt like I never got my point across. So I used my whole stream there just to say where I stand, again, and it's where I stand. I didn't care about Phase. I didn't care where he came from. He's never Phase. You've been mixing about all these groups, can you follow, like flat Earth, veganism, now fucking whatever it is you're into. The meat eating. Is it meat eating? No. Carnivore, whatever the fuck it is. I don't care, mate. Just, you need to look at yourself sometimes, mate, and think that maybe you're a bit gullible for falling for all these fucking things. You know what I mean? All these groups, all these cults. Anyway, bunch of pussies can't fucking stand their ground and hang it. They're all. That's the thing. They were all in the chat. Give me fucking this. Give me that. D whatever. Ken, you're all fucking pussies. You can't come up and say fuck all because you're all faggots. You say I'm a edgelord, but it's because you are just boring bastards and you didn't live a life. I live a life. I work fucking Monday to Friday. I've got a family. And I still make time to speak to you fucking assholes. You know what I mean? Because I like yous. I do. I really fucking like this whole scene. I prefer this. I've got more in relation to you guys than the fucking people in that world out there. But I get people coming up thinking I've got some kind of agenda. I'm just a fucking normal guy. You know what I mean? It doesn't kind of. I didn't do this to try and fucking change the world or anything. I just do this for my own. I don't can building my own knowledge of people. I don't can. Read in a bit shit. Well, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? No one tells me to rain fucking anything in. Come and say that to my face, you wee fanny. We get it, Jed. You're just better than us. It's okay. I am better than you, mate. I'm sorry. I am. If it came to the law of the jungle, I am better than you. It's just one of these things. Better genetics, better looking, better physically, better talent, better intelligence. I am better than you. Aye. Sorry. If you want me to say that, because these are the stupid little fucking comments you do in the chat, because you're better than this. So these little fucking comments, you're better than us, make me say these things. It's not that I actually mean it. It's just your little, because you're better than us. So I go, I am better than you. I didn't really think I'm better than you. Why would I even fuck it? I'll just block all you arseholes if I thought I was better than you. The link was there. I'll put the link back out. I'm willing to fucking lower myself and talk to yous. Lower myself. Since I'm so fucking superior. I just try and be a fucking decent person. I try and show people that through all the fucking shit and whatever, you can still be an alright person. Fair enough, you didn't like the way I go about shit on here, online, on YouTube, but you didn't fucking know me. You didn't know me as a person, as a father, as a fucking workmate, as a fucking individual on this fucking plane. You just get this bullshit. And to be honest, I didn't care that you get this version of me. Because that's all you fucking deserve sometimes. You only see the love and compassionate side of me. Because you didn't deserve that. And even with Vlad, fair enough, I gave him the time and the patience and all that, but that's no my love and compassionate side. If you see me with my bairns, the whole universe lives in fear, wiped off into nothingness, erased. See, Fase ran away with his tail between his legs. Oh, poor Fase. But guys, if it is what it is, you could see the hanging for was it. I wasn't trying to fucking. I wasn't being rude. I wasn't shouting at him. I wasn't fucking swearing at him. I was just addressing what he was saying. A lot of it was just bullshit. It was just trying to be antagonistic. And as much as he calls me Mr. Edgelord, he can't really. He's got no fucking bite. What the fuck has he got? Nothing. Come up, call me Edgelord, what? And bracket me, try and put me in a box. And still better than you. You fucking losers. Right, anyway, I'm going for a piss. The link is there. And if nobody's going to come up in the next fucking, I don't know, 2 hours, I might shut it down. I feel like I'm so in love with you. Hurts the soul. Make love your goal. Fase, come back. I love you. Fase, come back again. Where have you been? Fase. God. The thing is, it makes a big drama. It's like in the chat, you didn't address what I said and you did attack me, so that's a lie, but keep going, you're killing it. I love you, Jet. It wouldn't be the same without the banter. Totally proving the point of being a walking contradiction. It's like, prove the point to who? Who? Right. You're saying I'm proving the point of something, right? Fair enough. Like, in your eyes, I'm proving who to. Like, I don't even care who. Who am I trying to impress here? I don't care who the fuck it is, mate. People have been watching me the people in my chat have been watching me for years. It's no anything fucking new here. I have a few beers, I talk about some shit. Some stuff you agree with, some stuff you didn't, probably more stuff you didn't, but I don't care. And everybody fucking lives another day. So why are you making such wee drama in the chat? Ken, go and fuck off with your wee fucking penny and your fucking. That's what I'm saying. Did the veganism take the fucking semen at your balls or something? I'm like, what the fuck happened to your face? Turn into a right little bitch. Jet is trying to impress himself.
Yeah, sorry, I was away. I just came back. Where did he go?
I don't reckon, man. He just disappeared.
Oh, he disappeared on me, thinking I disappeared on him.
No, he kept wanting a fight for some reason, and it's like I don't know what he wants to fight about. It's like right, like I like a fight. I do like a fight, but I like to know why I'm fighting and what it's about and who am I fighting here. And he comes in with these sort of antagonism. You said earlier, but this and that. He's no trying to actually add something to the conversation to make it a more dynamic conversation. He's adding something. So we're like, oh, we go down this line of conversation. Fase has just added something really fucking good there. When Fase adds something when he was sitting there, he was always like, but Jed, you said that earlier on that geoengineering is like fucking, what is it, Fase? What's the fucking, what's up your arse? Why have you got the tampon up your arse? Can you not just have a normal conversation with us?
He's a good one.
Fucking hell, Fase. Just calm down, man. Fucking
come on
hell,
up,
mate.
Fase. Come on, man. I'm sorry.
Come back, Fase. Like I said, I wasn't.
Smoking, so
he said I was being rude to him. He said I attacked him. Hey, I can't even remember if I attacked him. I didn't think I did. I thought I've been quite nice to everybody so far. I'm trying to be funny, so I must be being nice. Because I've not been angry yet. I know I've not been angry yet, so if I've not been angry yet, I've been nice to everybody.
He doesn't get angry, he gets mad.
Aye. When I start right,
do the hoodie thing with the lightning.
Right, can we start again, please?
Welcome back, mate.
Yeah,
the hoodie thing with the lightning rod.
Right, let's start again, Face. Let's kiss and make up.
Dude, you're bipolar as hell, you know that, right?
I'm trying to do that face, that emoji face that you got.
Nice, yeah, it looks good.
I'm gonna rewind this and watch it.
I think Jed should tomorrow too, when he's not drunk, and see if I lied or if I contradicted myself, because I didn't.
You can't copy that face, Jed. It's not yours.
He's doing pretty good.
Almost. He didn't do it.
Yeah.
That's how I feel right now. Faze's face.
It's all good, Jed. I'm not trying to fight you, dude. I'm never trying to fight you. I don't care about fighting on the internet. In real life, if you want to fight me, that'd be hilarious, because you're like, I'm the alpha. I'm fucking stronger and smarter than everyone in the jungle or whatever. So that would be funny. I'm not challenging you to a fight. I'm just saying, like, as two guys, you know how you like spar with your friends? I would totally spar with you if we ever met, just for fun. Not to like, I'm not threatening violence on you or anything. I'm just saying, like, that would be fun. And it would be a better release of your anger, I think. Like, do you ever punch a punching bag? Have you considered it?
I used to punch people.
No. Hit a bag, dude. Get a heavy bag.
But then I realized that's bad, and you can go to jail for things like that. So
you don't go to jail for beating the fuck out of a punching bag. So you should do that. It's so good, man. Like I get it, because like the first time I started. I had a punching bag when I was younger, and then I didn't do it for years. And then I went, like, I was training somewhere. I was doing Muay Thai and shit. And that's like, we had to do like an hour of training just on the bag. And that shit would exhaust me. Like, when you're done, you're just fucked.
Hear me, skipping. Fuck the punching.
Yeah. No, but punching, it I can same feeling of like you want to punch
I might do a video. I might do a video with speed skipping. But see, skipping, mate, is one of the fucking hardest things you can fucking do. Like everyone thinks it's a big sissy thing because they see girls in the playground with a skipping. But see, when you do boxing skipping, man, oh my fucking god, your calves, your knees. Sorry, mate.
If you want to punch people legally, you know what you could do. You could go to the prison warden and give them some money and tell them, bring me a pedophile that's in prison. Tie him up and beat the fuck out of him.
Is that legal? Like,
you can do that.
You can't do that, man.
You can.
What prison? Well, what prison can you do that?
You can.
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, in prisons they'll bring them to the yard and let the new guys.
That sounds like a Quentin Tarantino movie. Like when you pay, you go to prison to torture people.
Out of them.
I'm saying it's a good use of the same energy that you might have built up in you of wanting to punch someone in the face. That if you just hit that bag,
it's just my nature, mate. This is my nature.
Yeah,
like if you see me, like if you see me interacting with the public, you can see the people kind of maybe stand back a wee bit. They come running up to me anyway and go hi, like most people kind of, because I'm no blowing my trumpet, but I'm like 6'3.5" or 6 foot. I'm a tall guy, you know what I mean? So most of the time, I didn't give a fuck about people. Like same with the masks. I walk about the shop without a mask on. People didn't say anything to me because I'm just a big, tall fucking, and I didn't give a. And I look, I've got the expression on my face like I didn't give a fuck. So
our generation is dead. Face it. When we were the rebel generation, we were the ones who did what we want to fucking do. We felt we want to do it. We did it. We didn't fucking talk about it. We just did it. I feel I want to go and fucking lift that girl's skirt. I want to see her tush. I didn't care if she's gonna fucking slap me a million times. I didn't. I lifted her skirt just to see her tush, and she smacked me right in the fucking public, and I loved it. I fucking loved every moment.
You deserved it.
I don't give a shit.
But then it's a good exchange.
I saw that tush.
It's a fair exchange.
It was
it's
beautiful.
a fair exchange. Kind of.
Well, I was a teenager, you know. We were wild.
It's a fair exchange.
There was no internet. There was no fucking social media or fucking silicone ass of Kim Kardashian to watch. There was all natural and beautiful. And we were more socially active, more bonded as friends, as families, as neighbors, and everything. Now you got that shit. That's what's killing the human race, is that fucking social media and the internet. It was no fucking coming back to the fucking trip to the moon. I don't believe that we went to the moon. I believe the CIA launched all these fucking satellites and launched their interlink, which became internet, and in order to control the world. That was their initiation. After they whacked John F. Kennedy, of course.
Just like you said, that it's like breaking up the community groups. I think these internet groups, these little cult, can people sit online now with their own little group online, their own little Discord?
Yeah, and then they remove
and they forget about their next door neighbor. They forget about their fucking next door neighbor. It's cool and all having these people to talk to online and that, but it's not the real world. What about the people next door? What about your fucking real community? You know what I mean? And that's what was cool about. I was at an antique fair in this little place called Linlithgow, and it was in a little church, and there was old people. So they made me wear a mask at the door, but as soon as I went in, no one was wearing them. So I put it in, and it was all old people. And I went to each stall at this antique fair, and I must have spoke to these old people for about half an hour. Well, that's an exaggeration. Maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes each.
It's the fear.
You know what I mean? It was like, and they were so cool, these old people, man. And it just had that feeling of everyone just bustling about and talking, and it just felt so fucking like a community, man. It was the energy, even though they're old people, just everybody buzzing about. And,
those were the days, man. I'm telling you.
You can't beat that. This shit's good. This shit's good, but you can't beat that.
They don't want us to do that. I remember my grandma and my grandpa. We used to fucking bond with them. My grandma used to live with us in Baghdad, Iraq. My dad's mother. And we used to go and visit my mother's dad in his village in the mountains in Ararat, right next to the borders of Turkey. And it was fucking phenomenal, man. You learned so much from their. They passed their fucking wisdom and their teachings and their understanding in life. And then they show you some things you always question yourself about, you know. They do show you all these things. You know, my first lesson was when I squashed the ant. It was an ant. I just got bothered by it. I squashed it, and then he swung that fucking cane on my legs, on my thighs, actually.
Yeah.
And I couldn't breathe. And that was the lesson.
Did you deliberately stand on that?
How does it feel? I'm like, that's very painful. He's like, how do you think that ant felt when you squashed it?
It probably didn't feel the same. It probably didn't feel like you're whack on the arse, actually.
I mean, there was another me, and I tried to murder it every fucking night.
It's like a Buddha a wee bit. It's like Buddhist sort of philosophy. I remember, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, I must have been about 8, 9 years old, and I found a ladybird, and it was crawling on my thumb. And I remember looking at it thinking, cool, and I peeled its shell off, and I peeled its wings off, and I just watched it sort of like limp about, and I was like, I felt so bad. And then I think you have to do these things like to realize that these things are bad. Like at that point, you don't know it's bad.
Yes, it's called
and
experience.
then you have to experience, and you learn it's bad, and then that's when you start knowing your own morality. Can you? Because you get a bad feeling, and that comes from somewhere. When I peeled that little beetle's helmet and it couldn't fly, I felt terrible, and it came from somewhere. Where did that feeling of terribleness
it comes from your consciousness.
Exactly, mate. And it wasn't taught.
No.
We're
you
built
have
with
a
that
conscious
shit.
mind, and in order to keep it awake, you have to be physically part of this life, which is we all are part of it. It's a phenomenon. Life is a phenomenon on this planet. It's so precious, absolutely ridiculously precious, and we take it for granted. We don't today, especially today, because everybody has abandoned that bond with life, because they got distracted by this fucking new shit technology, which is destructive. It's not constructive. I mean, what is constructive is a physical thing. Everything physical, mainly, that you can be part of, that you can adhere to, can become physically constructive. Like automobile is fucking, for example, it was a great invention, and it made revolution in life and lifestyle, and made our life easier. You can visit people that they are fucking far away.
I love driving, man. I fucking love driving. It's the most liberating fucking thing ever. If you don't drive, fucking drive. It's before they stop us driving, because it's
but then walking sometimes with your neighbors, and you gang up and you go to a fucking pub and have some great time. That's even better. You need that.
Combine them, man. Like I drive somewhere far and then get out of my car and walk a few miles, explore an area and shit like that, and then jump back in my car and go back home. I mean, it's like it's a combination of the two, and the travel and the fucking exploration. Again, it's good to walk about with your neighbors, but your neighbors can only go so far eventually. You know what I mean? It's like jump in a car, we can go like Scotland's so small. I can go halfway up Scotland in 40 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like fucking and see some amazing things in between. Like it's so fucking, it's such a short distance, but there's so much packed in between those distances. And the car is just such a fucking liberating thing, man. It is. It's the best thing I've done. Better than my college shit. Any of my college fucking useless, man. Fucking driving. That's practicality. That's fucking what you need, man. That's fucking can get you jobs and shit. Like fair enough, your college. I've got a diploma for computer art and media, and it's fucking. It's no worth the fucking. It's pish. It's pish. But if you can drive and fucking you can get a decent job. You can apply for a HGV license because you're already a driver. Then you can get your heavy goods license, and then you can start driving fucking big trucks. And as much as it doesn't sound that great, that's what the average man fucking does. You know what I mean? It's like, no, everybody's a rocket scientist. Most people can just drive and fucking drive up and down the country, and they can get good fucking money for it as well. Especially nowadays with this whole truck shit, this trucking problem.
You know how we live in Tennessee, where I live?
Yeah.
It's a simple life. It really is. Everybody can have, because we have a totally different constitution than any other different state here, all other 49 states. You can actually have chicken and livestock in your lot, in your land, and you can create your own garden too. And you can, but the only thing is you have to separate them. You have to fence your garden from your livestock. That's by health department of the state. It's better for you to do that. It's been proven it's better, by the way. And I saw one time, I was working with Mr. Glenn, and he had a tree trimming company. We trim trees.
Yeah.
That was like several years ago. I was just having it for fun for a summertime while I was waiting for my certificate. My fourth certificate.
You can get good money for that, man. It's called tree surgery here.
Like yeah. They make a lot of money here. The land mowing business and the tree trimming, because in Tennessee the trees, I kid you not, I am not making this up. I swear to you, they grow so fucking fast because we removed even emission tests for cars. and trucks because that's how fast they fucking growing. We had to remove it because they grow faster, very fast. You can't
I was
catch
going to
up.
say, doesn't trees grow faster with more carbon dioxide because that's what they actually breathe in to grow. They give
Yeah.
out oxygen. So if there's lots of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, that's actually a good thing for trees and fucking they'll grow faster.
Yeah, but if you don't use your car and say you use something that's emission free, the business will die. So the state figured out, okay, since the trees love carbon and they grow fast, that gives opportunity to other people to become, into this industry, which is lumber industry and fucking tree trimming. Tree trimmers, they trim them and they cut them, prepare them, and then lumber company comes and take them. Everybody sells to everybody, but you charge $300, for example, per tree that is, 20-footer or 3-footer, 30-footer, which is what a 10-meter. 10-meter tree, you charge $300. You cut it, you prepare it, you got your money, and then it's on his land, on the landlord land. Now the lumber company comes in, and they buy it from him for $100 or so, and they take it and they make lumber out of it. They make wood out of it.
Yeah.
Nothing goes to waste here. So I was working with him in this land, big land, and he said, "Do you see that old man riding a tractor that's tilling his land?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "He's a nuclear physicist." A nuclear physicist playing fucking, I thought he was playing a farmer, but no, he came from a farm family and he kept that tradition. You see how simple their life is here? That's why I chose to live here, because this is the last.
I found
place
that there's
for
a,
us to
there's a
live
lot of
as-
sort of new farmers, kind of like these people that become successful in their lives and then they go back to the farm sort of lifestyle.
Yeah, but see, he was a physicist. He didn't need to do that.
I
He
know,
was
but
a
some
nuclear
people,
physicist. He could
some
make
people just
money
want
out
that
of
kind
that
of
in
lifestyle.
his
Some
time.
people want a farm and a fucking a few chickens and a few fucking kind of. One day I hope to have that, kind of like just to be self-sufficient to some degree. How you doing, Big Mac Miller? Nice to see you, mate.
Is the
Fucking hell.
bond. Is
Long
the
time no
bond.
see,
He's
man.
bound by.
Fucking hell. Oh, this
He's
guy's a
bound by
legend.
his land.
See this
That's
guy.
what it is.
Big Mac Miller. Legend. But he's one of Phase's buddy, but he might like Phase might have sent him a message saying, "Please help me. I'll get my ass
He
kicked
does
here."
look like a Jew.
I told him the
probably
exact
is,
opposite. Actually, I
because
told him I
here's
kicked
Hitch
your
now.
ass, which is what really
Here's
happened.
Hitch now. Here's Hitch, so it probably is Phase.
So,
But please
Faith,
help me.
I stand with my question
I love Phase.
regarding the geoengineering. What do
Yeah, I
you
think it's
think?
ridiculous too. I get your point for asking the question. It totally flew over Jed's head, but that's okay. I get you. I'm with you. Yeah,
What do
it's
you
He's
ridiculous
not
that
asked
if they,
him yet. Let him speak. He's not even fucking
he did. I remember because I'm not a drunk bastard like you.
Fuck. You didn't even ask the question.
There we go again.
I remember.
You fucking even asked the question. You're answering fucking a question that's not even asked.
Well, you butted in actually and answered last time he asked me. But you probably don't remember that either. Yeah, that happened.
Did
It happened. Yeah, it did.
I believe you. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
What do you gain from controlling the weather? Really? What do
I
you
don't
gain?
control the weather, so I don't know. But I told you what my opinion is. I think they do it to play God.
To play God.
Yeah, it becomes the scientific authority. It becomes the replacement for any kind of religious belief about things that, phenomenon that happen on the earth.
So they are manipulating the weather in order to manipulate the way of life.
More of like the thought process, like the same as if I tell you I can travel to the heavens and come report to you. It kind of creates that authority in the scientific authority in the mind of the people who the information is presented to. So I think that they're telling us like we're the authority, like you should listen to us, and by that
What
you
if
get
that
control.
backfires and people adhere more into their religious beliefs?
It does. Both things happen, but that's also controlled. Absolutely, yeah. And it's amazing when you control both schools of thought, right?
Yeah, but how?
Yeah.
Okay, Big Mac Miller live. He says, "Control the weather, you control the world." I disagree because the world is controlled financially. Financially, it's a financial institutions that controls the world today, and it controls your way of life.
Yeah, but the
And
world
then
economy is
media
Which
affected
too.
some of
by
it is
climate
driven
choices.
by livestock and agriculture, which could be a sort of connection to
Exactly.
the weather.
Yeah, but you
So
see, there are
it's not the
big
whole world.
food industry
You can create.
companies
You
who
can
have
control a
formed.
section. You can control a section of the economy. Like you can control the fucking
Aha.
agriculture because you're making it cloudy over some country, or you're making droughts in another country. So you're fucking about with the corn. And I get that. You probably could if you can actually fucking control the weather properly.
Maybe they could use it as weapon to control other countries.
Yep. We'll fucking give you a drought.
After
No,
all,
spraying you with barium or shrub. No threatening you got to spray them with chemtrails or barium shrub. Threatening you got to drought them because you got to take all their fucking.
that's what I said earlier. I believe
Aye, that's
chemtrails
what I
is
said.
to control population. I don't believe
Possibly, mate.
chemtrails is
Possibly. I
to
just
help
didn't
the
believe it's
weather and
barium and
shit,
strontium being
control
sprayed everywhere
population.
because nature's thriving where I live. Like I said, it's taken over the fucking place, nature. Like when I got these old ruins and buildings and fucking the ivy, the fucking everything, it's like, and just nature's fucking enveloping everything. If you leave something long enough, nature will just fucking kind of. And what I see when I go around, if barium and strontium, and I wouldn't see the eagles, I wouldn't see the fucking, I wouldn't see all the wild, the deer, the fuck, all this thing thriving. The pheasants, because of COVID, no one's been out shooting the pheasants and grouse, so they're fucking everywhere.
Really?
They're everywhere. They're just
Damn.
running about. They're getting knocked down in the roads everywhere, man.
Well,
Because
not
they're
here.
afraid to
Where I
fly. The
live,
grouse. They've got this thing built in them where they're afraid to fly because people shoot them. So they just run. They run along roads and stuff like that. Like you could be driving behind one and it still won't fly because it's scared that it'll get shot. So it'll fucking just run along the road and people just fucking run over them.
where I live, we didn't give a shit about COVID. Even our governor came in and he said, "It's up to the people. If you want to believe it, believe it. You don't believe it, don't believe it. I don't believe it," he said. Personally, I don't believe it, and you should neither you.
Where was
There's no
that?
such a thing, airborne virus. It's all up to you, people.
Who
If
said
you're
that?
afraid of shit like that, go wear your mask. That's your problem. But you can't deny people who doesn't wear masks from entering the stores. If you do, we will fine you to the stores. Like, like Aldi, like Kroger, Walmart, and all these big giant stores. The government made it clear to them. If you start dictating the COVID-19 on the shoppers, we will come and fucking slap a big ass fucking red ticket and shut you down. And will cost you heavily, big time money. And they couldn't do a jack shit. They can't tell you. I mean, I walk in any store, no mask. Even when they called it a shutdown. There was no shutdown here where I live.
Where is it you live
Whole
again?
state was open.
Where is it you
Actually,
live
we
again?
gained more business. We were doing good. Now we get in problem with politics. There are people coming to Tennessee and they are bringing their fuckery with them, their political ideologies. And we made it clear to them, you started that shit here, bones will be broken. So they kind of stopped. Why did you
I agree with what you said about the climate, Jed, and I think that helps. That's further like kind of solidifies the idea to me that thinking that humans can destroy nature, can destroy Earth, right, just by our existence is a fucking religious belief, and that's where the science and religion overlap. That's where that
collide?
scientific religious belief comes in because it's not true. Like it's just simply not true. Like we'll decay and decompose, and the Earth will use us. We will return to the Earth. We know that's what happens, and this thing is constantly recycling itself. Us being here and breathing my carbon and all this, it can't do anything.
We
to Earth.
are carbon-based creatures anyway.
It's the modern day version of the original sin.
Well, when
You're born with it.
when the Earth lets out carbon, like it compensates the plankton in the sea, and like you see the plankton in the sea, like compensating for it. Like people don't know that 90%, well, is it like 80%, 90% of carbon goes back into the sea? Kind of the plankton in the sea, like actually the algae, all that shit, fucking do more than the trees on the Earth. Because you got to remember, there's a lot of trees on Earth that lose a lot of their foliage and shit. Like they make it the trees are so important, but half the year here, fucking, they've not got leaves. I mean, it's like there's grass, there's other things here that fucking can absorb CO2. And you can see it like you said, Phase, like we can do loads of bad shit to the planet, but the planet will fucking compensate for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'll chew you up and spit you out. Like nature is fucking brutal. You can go out and try it. You know,
Which is why I said you can't control these things. Like Dad said, temporarily, maybe section of it. He's right.
Yeah.
Or maybe temporarily you can control some area or even the whole weather temporarily. But you really cannot, because Earth is not bound by us. It's bound by the solar system itself. Try to fucking control Jupiter's and Saturn, twin planets, conjunction. The great conjunction just happened. And that's why we have so much fucking chaotic weathers. Thankfully, it's in perigee. Right now, it's going away. You know? It's gone. By 2022, in September, they'll be gone. You can't even see them. So all this weather is going to go back to normal. Everything is going back to normal. However, by the time we go back to normal, it's going to take another 4 years, you know, for Earth orbital plane to go back to its own, you know, height. It was up high. They pulled it down a little bit. You know what I mean? It's kind of like parallel with the sun right now. So it needs either go down or go up high. Like you tilt it. Imagine a table, a round table, right? And the sun is in the middle of it. Okay? And the Earth is on the edge of it. And you tilt it one side while it's spinning. So that's orbital plane is called when it tilts up and down. It's like bouncing. That's what happened to Earth when it orbits around the sun. But it doesn't orbit in circle, by the way. It orbits in what we call an elliptic. It's like drawing a circle with circles around it, all like a spring. That's how it goes. It's an elliptic. And it never lands in the same spot. Never. It keeps going differently. And all thanks to the fucking, the whole solar system. So that's what happened when those two planets came in 2009, and now they're just leaving. I mean, Jupiter is so fucking big. People don't understand. They can't imagine. The motherfucker needs one more Earth to swallow, and it becomes another star in our solar system. And if that happens, God forbid, if that happens, we're fucked. We're literally fucked. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I mean, nice story, but I don't think there's much to show for any of that.
It's not a story. It's called astronomy. Astronomy is not a story. It's bound by facts.
It's a fact that Jupiter's movement affects weather on Earth.
Of course.
How do we prove that?
It's not only Jupiter. It's Jupiter and Saturn. They have a great conjunction that happens every 1,200 to 1,900 years in that vicinity. How do we prove it? It's been proven already.
No, but let's do it now because we need to learn.
Just the last report. The last report was about what, 2 months ago, that they are leaving their great conjunction. They get monitored. We have deep probe satellites.
Oh yeah, for
They
sure.
they fucking study them too. We not gone to Jupiter. The only planet we really went into physically, and it's impossible to study, and thanks to the Soviet Union, was back in 1980, 86 or 84, somewhere around that area. They send a probe to Venus because we believe Venus was like acid rain and shit. No, we discovered it was actually um, all carbon monoxide, and it was decaying so fast. It's absolutely ridiculous. The temperature is so hot in there. It melted the fucking spacecraft that landed there within 2 hours. So they had
Oh,
only
wow.
fucking 4 to 6 pictures to send to Earth before it got destroyed,
Convenient.
and that was it. That was it.
How's that though? What about the Voyager that left the solar system? How come that was in '79? How come that didn't heat up
Oh, that's Voyager
and burn up?
2. Voyager 1 is still
Voyager 1,
kicking.
yeah, it's
That was in
14.5 billion
72,
miles away.
73.
79.
70, no, it was back in 76 or 77.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
79?
yeah.
The one with the man and the woman naked right next to it. And then there's map to where's Earth from the sun and our solar system.
How do we rationalize that though? How do we justify a robot from
It's not a robot.
17?
It's a spacecraft. It's been shot through trajectory. And of course, they used Jupiter to slingshot it. And it goes to study. It was originally to study all the planets. And then when it reached Jupiter, they were thinking, oh, why can't we just use Pluto once we reach it and slingshot it toward the fucking Andromeda?
That's crazy. That's a crazy story.
It's not a story. It's
It
called
definitely is a story.
trajectory. It's called
I
calculus.
mean, yeah. So, okay, do you think? I don't know. I
Because
can't
in
really.
space, my friend, you have to understand. In space, unlike on Earth, on Earth we use what we call a 3-point trajectory. Because you are on Earth, you got a point of start, point of trajectory, which is your path, and then end point, like A, B. In between is C. Okay? You got point A to point B. You got to make a map to how do you going to go to that point B. You need that trajectory, either by land, by sea, or by air.
In
You got
space,
only
you
3
just
points.
land.
When it comes to space, the points that you're trajecting to, they move. They're in motion. So you need 6 points. You don't need 3. You need 6 points trajectory. It's calculation and it's prediction. It's like I predict if
Or
this is the
sorcery,
speed
or
of
just a
that
magic
thing
trick that
going on
tells you that
that
you
way,
could do that with a
I
math
predict we
problem.
reach it at this speed by this date. Sometimes it's like good luck. You know what I mean? Sometimes they do crash. They fucking fail. They do. But sometimes they succeed, and when they succeed, they report it. They don't report you when they fucking lose.
Oh yeah, they do
It's
all the
bad
time.
business for them.
All the time. What do you mean? That's the biggest excuse. Of course
But
they do.
yeah,
You don't remember the Israeli bear sheet? That was just
it took
last year.
Einstein one success mathematical equation to come up with MC.
Yeah, that's the problem.
equals
Is like
square.
a lot of people think that mathematical equations prove something about reality that we can't experience. Which, like, to me, that's preposterous. Just an assumption
No,
by
that's
itself. Like,
not.
if
No,
I can,
you're right.
it
I
is. It
agree
is. It
with
is. Mathematics can be used to manipulate. Like, if I convince you, I can create a set of equations that if you put x and y variables and then you plug in your
you.
numbers,
To the ignorant, you
we can.
can, but to an educated person, you can't.
Okay, so an educated person would be educated in a setting, in an environment that they'd never been to. They'd be told about those things, but then they'd
Yeah,
be
because,
educated on the math of it. So
yeah, but
still,
now you're questioning because you're a thinking mind. An educated person is a thinking mind. Is a free thinking mind. When they encounter something they don't understand, they try to understand it rather than accepting it or rejecting it. They have to understand it first before the next phase, which is either I accept it or I reject it. I'll give you an example to that. People don't like hackers. I admire them because their mind frame set is different than us. They have a different way of thinking. To the real hacker, I'm talking, not a scam artist, the real hacker. You give him a device, the first thing that motherfucker is going to think, okay, let me see what this device can do, right? Say, give him a phone. Now, that son of a bitch is going to think, okay, what else I'm going to try to make this device do beside what it's programmed to do. That's what real hackers do. So a thinking mind is, okay, if this thing is true, how can I find about its origin? What made this thing become true? And that's how it's this thought process of questioning, to question things, is what drives you to want to understand them. You want to understand them, and then you have an ability to either manipulate it, or if you can't manipulate it, you have to accept it that because it's out of your control.
No,
But
I
you
can totally
still-
reject it too. I can totally reject it.
You
That's
can
the whole
reject
point. If
it,
I'm
yes.
critically
You
thinking
can
about
reject
something,
it if you
I
want.
should be able to determine between reality and absolute bullshit. You know, that's important too. Because a lot of people will aim to manipulate you. So like if you consider yourself a thinker, it's not enough to either dismiss or accept information. Like you have to be able to reject information because there's contradicting information about everything out there. So like if I approach it with the question of how do we create a signal? How do we transfer data between an
Oh,
object from Earth to something 14.5 billion miles away that was sent out into space in 1979? Like it's
okay.
exited our solar system at this point. So based on my
You want to
experience,
know how is that done?
absolutely, please, yeah, because
Okay.
I know about the tech. So if and
All
you have
right,
to tell
when-
me where the signal is being relayed to, because like if we're talking about satellites, we're talking about low Earth orbit, no more than 200 miles up,
you
right?
do need what we call modulation.
Okay,
Modulation
14.5
is
billion miles though.
a modulation is a conduit. Is like I'm trying to give it to you simple so you can construct it in your mind what's happening. It's a booster. It's like something that pushes things in,
Okay.
in a really tremendous force. When it comes to electrons and electricity, they go as a speed of light. The reason modulation is high on Earth. So, for example, you want to transmit a radio signal from United States into, say, Scotland or Ireland, right? It's going to take you a lot of energy because there's atmosphere, and atmosphere has pressure, and that pressure is conjunction
Okay, so that on
and
Earth it's a
builds
max.
up against the
Right, right.
electrons that they're
I know what you're talking
transmitted.
about. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
We understand how that works. Yeah, on Earth we
but
understand how that
once
works.
it escapes, once you shoot it out into the space, and then you got a receiver satellite.
Where?
Once it receives that, it takes the satellite almost no energy to shoot it at the speed of light through space because there's no atmospheric pressure there. There's nothing, no atomic structure that blocks these little electrons that you're shooting through space, like a beam, like a laser beam. But they go in wave. They don't go in laser beam. They go in wave. So when you shoot it from satellite to the moon, it takes probably 1.5 seconds to get there.
Okay, what about the satellite to 14.5 billion miles away? The moon
Yeah, it takes few minutes
isn't even
and
a
then,
quarter
and then
million.
shoots back. Yeah.
That doesn't take religious belief because I can't do that, right? I can send a signal halfway across the world, so I could send my maximum capability to experiment on this would be about 13,000 miles maximum, not
Yeah.
even, right?
Yeah.
And then you're talking about the
Faster.
moon, so you're
Actually, they
talking about
go
what,
fast speed of light.
237?
This is why when you buy, for example, when you buy an internet, they have a satellite internet. It has to go through a satellite. By the time it gets there, it's slower than a cable internet. The cable internet is you got already traffic free. Electron can travel the speed of light. That's why they call it blazing speed. it travels really fucking speed of light, electron. Just like electricity, when you flip the switch, the light is on. Either it's here in your own home, or when you turn it on, and somebody is fucking 10,000 miles away. You know.
What
The
about
speed of light is
14.5
138
billion
miles
miles
per
away,
second.
though? What? Okay, what about 14?
138,000 miles per second.
Okay,
So it's the same time.
just for 14.5 billion. We don't need any proof of that other than someone telling us that the Voyager exists and here are images that it sent to us.
Well, it takes time before they receive it, and then they got.
I understand, but I'm saying that's our only
It
proof.
doesn't
You
send
understand?
pictures. It has no camera. It has
Right.
It has
Data
what we
and then-
call a sensor data.
Mhm.
It sends it in mathematical equation.
Convenient again, right?
Yeah, and then
Because
you
like
have
if you
to
built
build
a
a program here that converts it into pixelation,
okay.
just like a television, just like your camera.
Yeah, I understand.
Live feed from television. What do you think a camera for television does? Okay, there's a cathode and anode inside it, inside that camera.
Yeah, I understand.
Today is a microscopic chip, those that they take a digital pixelation in the data of a light pigment sensors inside your camera itself. Okay, it's a light photon sensors. They take it and they receive it, and it's not a light that they're capturing. It's actually the amount of light in mathematical equation, and they send it as a radio wave, and they send it back to the receiver. Receiver takes it to the station and send it back to the projector, right, where you can see on TV. Now it reverses it back.
Nice.
It
So
reverses
why
from ion
do
to cathode.
yeah, like why
And
put
then
a
you see
camera
a
on it when
picture.
we can just use math to create images, right? That's
Huh?
the rationale.
What?
Is the rationale why not just put a camera on a thing that we can send outside of the solar
Because
system?
you will need more
Instead of
energy
just-
to send that camera. That camera needs energy. You need a modulation. You can't run that fucking deep space probe.
But it can go 14.5 billion miles, no problem. But the camera
Yeah,
will just
because it
overpush
has a
the energy
little
requirements
tiny
for that.
uranium 235
Okay.
inside it.
Okay.
That has
See,
been
that takes a lot of
powering it.
religious belief. For me.
After it
I
left.
can't do that. That makes no sense
Allow
to
me,
me.
please, to explain, please.
Oh yeah, go ahead, please.
So these deep space probes, machines, or what do we call them, vehicles, space vehicles. They're deep space probing, and they're designed to go beyond the solar system. Okay, like Voyager. What do you think they put inside the Voyager to go beyond it? There has a little battery operating
I don't think the
system,
Voyager
and
exists. I think it's the fucking scam. That's my whole point. Yeah.
it has a microscopic nuclear engine. Okay, you have to study it in order to understand it. You have to go and look at the diagrams when they build it. You can acquire those through freedom of information. It does have a little fucking nuclear engine that's been powering it. After they left fucking Pluto, it's been powering on that motherfucker. They thought of that. They didn't just, solar system, the solar panel is going to make it run. Yeah, what if it does not reach enough sunlight? Then what? Oh, we're going to have to make some kind of fucking energy. Oh, we got nuclear energy. Let's kind of fucking condense that into that. They did it with the thorium in the 65, 66 studies in California, in UCLA, and the energy is fucking clean. But then they said, oh, if we get this to the hands of the people, they can make bombs out of it, which is bullshit. They just wanted to sell you. It's like I said, you're controlled by financial institutions. The oil companies came in, the energy companies, the coal miners, the companies who burn coal to create fucking electricity, they came in swinging hard. I said, we're going to cut lobbying you motherfuckers. We're going to starve you to death if you allow this come into the hands of the public.
So then the budgets for the space programs are negligible then, if you're calling it
Of
financial
course. What do you
institutions that
think
are running
space program was about? It was about to go into the moon? Hell no. It was about building the interlink that was invented by the CIA against the
and maybe
KGB.
telling us grand stories about little spaceships that they send outside of the universe, outside of the solar system?
Well, those were not funded by fucking government. Those were funded by the
Outside of the
people.
universe? Outside of the solar system?
Yeah, to be
Those
sent
were
out
not
for funded for education. Back then was different laws than today. Remember that. I want you to remember
So
that.
you mean taxpayer money or individuals?
Yeah,
paying for
Merle.
taxpayer
Voyager?
money
You hear
was
me?
spent to build the deep probe fucking Voyager
Okay, yeah, that's
to
what I'm
go
talking about.
on
That's
and
where their
then they could
budgets come
study
from.
the planets. Because back then, people believed in science.
Oh yeah. Do
People
you see how
did
it's kind of like
believe in
paying
science
tithes
and
still?
scientific discoveries. Today,
No, this
there is a
the
big
religion of
battle
science.
between reasoning, between real education and fake education. There's a huge battle.
Fake
I live in
education
Tennessee.
is telling
They
me
tried
about
to bring fake education here.
yeah.
We've been battling them since.
Okay.
Merle,
Jed,
how you doing, mate?
What's up, Merle?
good mate. Hey, Faze.
What's up?
Yeah,
dude? How's it going?
I just saw this, and it's just one of these conversations that I've heard go down so many times. So I thought I'd help, but that's really the point of me
We'd love to
joining.
hear. We'd love to
Do
hear
it.
your
Yeah,
opinion, mate.
Piff out.
A fresh voice.
I make coffee. I'll be back.
No, listen though, listen, because you just spouted your scientific religion for
I
a while.
am
now, but now
listening,
you
but
gotta
I'll
listen.
be in
Yeah,
the
okay,
kitchen
cool.
listening.
Okay,
Mer-
cool.
Mer- Merle
got a
got
refill.
inspired, so maybe he thinks that fucking he can add something to this, man. I think Merle's got something up his sleeve because he's a Merlin.
Well, I mean, one thing I'm aware of is we've been listening to people for years talk about outer space, but no one's ever been there.
I believe that, man. I believe that's true. I believe what you said there is a fucking like. I didn't think there's enough evidence to believe that there's people went into space. I believe there's maybe people orbited the Earth in a high, like Richard Branson in his fucking plane, but I didn't believe that people have went to proper outside the fucking atmosphere. I'm not a flat earther, but I didn't believe that shit.
Yeah. I mean, and what? Okay, because even then, there's a split, between say NASA's or any of the world's space departments. People have been into the upper atmosphere. Like I'll give them that. Okay, but once we start getting outside of it, I mean, from early 2015 to now, people are talking about firmaments, superfluids, electromagnetic fucking hydrostat, all these kind of they're old ideas, but they're new ideas because of different people, I think, in flat earth questioning what the fuck is going on above us, and is it a container? Because that's where a lot of people in flat earth arrived. But it's hard to unpack the whole thing because like this guy was sorry, I don't know his name, talking to Fase before, when I tuned like, yeah, I mean, it's obvious to me that you're really well versed in space, the expansiveness of it and the orbits of planets. Like that's interesting to listen to, man, and it takes a lot to get your head around that. But even now today, like, I don't know why they're not letting the main. This is the basic point. Discussions like this are healthy because if mainstream science could just open its door, that creaky old fucking door, just a little bit, and let some of the skeptics in, there's no harm that's going to come from that if it's all true, if heliocentrism is true.
You're asking a religious institution to not demand money for their god.
Right, okay.
That's bad business for them, my friend. They'll destroy their entire money-making machine.
I've heard this.
They will not allow us in.
Yeah, and that seems to be the big red flag for everybody, that we can't even question our own establishment, and that's where some of us rail because we don't want to be a cock generation of people that didn't stand up for itself. You know.
Well, Meryl,
So the test-
you've been in this scene for a while, like the whole question in space scene, sort of flat Earth, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And do you think people actually believe NASA even more now than they did at the beginning when you first got involved? Do you think that the mainstream narrative is even stronger? Like the public are even more believers in fucking space and moon landings and at the beginning when you first went in?
I'd say yes. I think if you really want to stand, I call it the heliocentrism or just Earth being a planet, the whole thing, right? If you want to stand in that, you've got to bunker in pretty hard, and you got to find a crew too, because that's difficult for me, that Jed, because the way it's gone for me is I've become way less trusting of the big space departments. But
So
like
you
a lot of
you should
yeah,
be, mate.
and like a lot of people have said out here for years that that flat Earth was a psyop, and careful, it's a fucking Trojan horse to distract us against the real stuff that's happening. But I think that's a good point. Like, really, this space thing to me does seem like a huge money making exercise. But my thing is always that there's secret technology, and the parameters of our ceiling, if you will, they just haven't dropped even on us. Where the ones who've questioned it after all these years, we still feel very much in the dark too. But we've put at least a model together that's based on how our physics here work, like pressure. Once you release it, it just equilibrates. Once the container's broken, it's just out. That gas is out. There's nothing to contain it. So that went on for years. How light fucking bends and it's dry. It can be boring. It's long and fucking drawn out. But unless we dig in and really try to understand reality and how things really work, then we're all wiser. We've all learned something. We've added to our body of knowledge, which I think is the most important thing.
So Meryl, right, I'll give you a question here. What if the mainstream media, CBC, NBC, fucking Fox,
CBC.
Sky, BBC, all came out tomorrow and said, "Do you know what, guys? We've just discovered the Earth's flat." What do you think the public reaction would be? Do you think they would stop going to work? Do you think they'd stop fucking getting on with their lives? Or do you think they would just get on with work like normal and treat it like another fucking moon landing or something like that? Like, what do you think the reaction would be if the mainstream media came out with this?
I think it'd be a huge mix, Jed. Like, every human reaction possible would happen. But
they create the schools of thought. Yeah, they'd have reactionary groups set up for people to fall into, and it would be politicized immediately. Just how you were saying before that you thought like geoengineering 10 years ago might have been a conspiracy theorist term, where now it's considered an academic term, right? It's as soon as enough people start talking about it, we have to control all sides of the argument, including those groups that you talked about that said there's obvious disinfo agents embedded amongst them. You understand? Because there is some truth to it, but how do we control the totality of the truth? Is that we have to have these little schools of thought set up. We have to have our little agents set up, so they could easily flip the script tomorrow and come out on the news and say that the Earth is flat, and it wouldn't affect the day-to-day lives of people because they still have to go to work, they still have to eat, they still function within this system. You know what I'm saying? So, but like, absolutely, if that happened tomorrow, then Mark Sargent would be probably hired as like an authority on something. You know what I mean? He'd be like, oh, see, this guy had been saying it for years, and then he'd be placed in a position of power where he gave talks at universities.
Prime Minister of Canada.
Yeah, exactly. Like anybody who goes to
fuck you, Canada.
Anyone who goes to and lectures professionally.
And that sounds ridiculous, but good, we've had Trump, we've had all these actors, like who's the Ukrainian guy, that Zelensky, or what the fuck his name is. All these actors, they're fucking all actors.
They still send in the fucking cold, chilled fuck air to us. It's coming from Canada. I know it's Canada. You have to do it.
It's from Jupiter, dude.
We're getting the cold air for Jupiter, man. Definitely.
For sure. So
I say, in my opinion, when they come out tomorrow and say all of it, Earth is flat, is just another shit stirring to distract the people from the fact that they have no power anymore. That's my opinion. It's a shit stirring bullshit department. All media is nothing but bullshit department, just like a salespeople. They want your money. When you involve science in fucking, donate this, donate that. Scientists don't fucking need donation. They go and do their lectures, and whoever is interested, they come willingly. Oh, I like this theory. Let's see what happened. And
no, but
usually
NASA says they
the
can't go back
people
to the
who
moon now
invest
for
it.
Artemis because they need more money for the suits. You didn't hear about that?
But they don't
So, like,
fucking
in
ask,
1969,
science don't
we
ask
had-
for money. They ask for fucking answers to the question when they questioning unknown. The financial means comes through different departments from the public themselves when they're interested into what the fuck are you questioning about? Oh, I'm questioning if the sun moves or not, or the earth is flat or not, or the fucking stars. Why do we keep seeing those same fucking 12 zodiacal stars all the time? What does that mean? So people get together and then they fucking question that too, and then they come up with a budget. Okay, let's set up, let's build a
And then they
market.
come up with the
Let's build a
absolute worst
telescope.
explanation.
And that's
that
how
sun
it
is
happened.
just staying in its place, and I'm falling away from it at all times. Like
But
that's
see,
that's
you're
insanity.
not-
That's a mind trick.
You have
That's a
to
mind trick.
understand. It's the question that drives everybody. And
Yeah,
they
the
fucking
answer
know
gets
that.
controlled.
They know you're gonna question everything, and they're gonna come up with some bullshit
Yeah.
to sway you from the fact, any fact that is, whatever the fact that may be. You know what I'm saying? So if you're getting near to you're gonna fucking lift their skirt and see that there is a cobweb in their butthole. Oh, they're gonna do everything. They're gonna do
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
In their
They're gonna tell
power
me they put
to
a. They,
stop you from doing that.
that's right. They're gonna say
You
they
know,
put a
because they
helicopter on
say
Mars.
our butthole is clean, we got no cobwebs. And then when you lift it and you see there's a cobweb in there, and their fucking dry ass vagina that didn't see it.
That was a fucked up analogy.
Years.
That was one fucked up analogy.
So do you know what the
I'm
explanation
giving
is
it as
for?
simple as I can, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, do you know what the explanation is for why their helicopter works on Mars? Because it's not supposed to work in that atmosphere, right?
Is it not meant to be able to float up and then Mars turns and it can like land again on it, sort of thing?
I do believe they made it to Mars.
See, if they could use the
They
same
got
technology
bumped out,
that they
that's
claim,
evidence.
last year there were 3 missions independent, one from the U.S., one from China, and one from UAE. One of them sent a rover, one of them sent a chopper, and I can't remember what the third thing is. It's like some kind of
One was from where?
rover.
One was
Oh, it's
from
like a
where?
lander. Yeah, China,
was from-
UAE, and the US, and it was called Mission Hope or something. Like they got Hope, Perseverance, and something else. Like even the 3 names of the missions had like similar meanings or whatever. But there was this window of time, supposedly based on the trajectory that you were talking about earlier, where it was I think February of 2019, and there was like this specific window that all 3 of these countries had to launch so that their shit would make it to Mars around the same time. And then a couple months later, they said, "Yep, here it is. They like it totally made it. Here's the helicopter. Here's the rover, and here's the little."
I didn't believe that shit, man. I didn't believe
CGI
It's
Nice,
terrible.
amazing,
It's terrible.
amazing.
But the thing is, for me, this is an awesome way it's an awesome opportunity for NASA to prove themselves and to be like, yeah, all you flat earthers are fucking retarded. All you people who doubt space are retarded. They could easily show us the helicopter technology that they built and just show us that thing flying to the top of the Himalayas or like top of the mountains where they don't fly helicopters because the atmosphere is so thin. Never mind Mars. Show me a practical demonstration of that technology on Earth at a place where helicopters can't fly.
You need
And then I'll be more likely to believe it. But
helicopter.
for you to just tell me the first time you ever made this thing again and then sent it out, it just worked perfectly. Everything
No, I agree
happened
with you,
without,
man. I've got to agree with you on this one. It's bullshit, man. It's total. It's just like the landing on the moon first time and trying.
That's the same
It's
as
the
how I feel
same.
about
It's
the
the same.
Voyager.
It's the same. Fucking
That's true.
bullshit.
First time we tried
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
And we landed first time we tried it.
Yeah, and the Voyager, we tried to send something 14.5 billion miles outside of the solar system that can send us back data, and it worked. in '79, and it's still
golden
up there.
record. Has it got a golden record inside it?
That's
It
fucking
didn't
amazing,
work
dude.
right away. No.
Oh yeah, I know. I
You
had some
have to
issues. But
understand what happened to Voyager. We lost contact with it for a while.
I know. And then they rebooted it. They did a Control-Alt-Delete from Earth
Because
to a
they
thing
were
that's
looking for
billions
it.
of miles away.
Yeah, they were looking
dude.
for it.
That's
you know
an
how they
amazing
look for it?
story.
They
But
kept
that
saying
takes
it's
religious
sending the
belief.
same reboot signal in different areas.
Yeah. That's
And then they finally found it after decades.
Why do you believe that? What's believable about that story? What part? Like,
Because
just because it sounds like something that could happen in a movie? Like,
No,
I don't know.
I think that could be bullshit as well. The whole Voyager.
Don't even go there, man. That's not fair. You have to speak fair. Because it's more
I'm just
probable.
asking.
When you lose something, you look for it. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So
yeah, I never lost anything like
but
billion
let's say
times
you
the
lost,
distance of the circumference of Earth away from me. Like that's.
but
just...
you lose things. Sometimes you lose things, and you look for them, and you try to remember.
Have you ever lost anything
Well,
outside
they
of
do
the solar
have it
system?
in their data, and they remember where it was, and then suddenly they found it someplace else, which they didn't expect to find it there. Now they were wondering what the fuck happened to it, and they can't answer that question. What happened to Voyager?
Thank God the reboot worked.
That shifted? No, it actually shifted over 3,000 miles off course. 3,000 miles off course, and they can't explain that. Did it some kind of asteroid pass by and kind of dragged it by gravitational pull or something? Because remember, this is space. Space is a fucking phenomenal place. You don't want to be there. Trust me.
Like heaven.
You don't want to be in space. Like, no, actually, more than hell. You don't want to be there. It's a harder. It's
what about Mordor? How do you feel about that?
Fucking what do we call it? Preventative measures that works into your spacesuit if you spacewalk. What we call spacewalk, you're actually orbited in the thinnest layer of atmosphere. You still have atmosphere there, but you can't breathe it. You're not actually in space, like in a space shuttle that goes around the Earth. When you do spacewalk and you're about to get ready a satellite to be launched from its back, and it's open, the preventative measures, it goes over 300 different procedures just for that one fucking spacesuit. Because over there is no room for error. One little room for error, you're fucking dead. And all these years they invested in training your ass to go up there, it'll be gone. All that money, all that training, all that information that they passed to you to become an astronaut will be gone forever. Forever. So they're gonna train another motherfucker for the next 10 years. So they can't have that error, that tiniest error. They can't. They're gonna make sure that's embedded in your fucking brain cells since the day one that they start training you. You have to go by these procedures, preventive procedures, because we can't afford to lose you, and you can't afford to fucking lose everything that you have trained for just for this little spacewalk. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand what it goes through. They go through a lot. Trust me. I mean, I'm a mechanical engineer, and we deal with 3 phases of engineering, which is electrical and HVAC and plumbing. In plumbing alone, are you ready? There are over 150 different fucking abbreviations. Like if you miss one venting, for example, one venting for one water closet on a stack venting, you're fucked basically. You're gonna have a smell like there is no fucking tomorrow. Now you're gonna have to destroy everything and go to exactly where you put that vent. You missed it, and you dig into that concrete. You pull that fucking slab. You're gonna dig down to the original vent that you laid. You're gonna cut it and add a vent with a Y or combination, venting, And
That's
then
all
you go-
happening on Earth. That's all happening in
just
an environment
one.
that we
Then-
all experience. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as talking about an imaginary place, assuming it's
There we
reality,
go
and then
again.
applying
What did I just
mathematics.
fucking tell you, man? What
You
did
talked
I
to me
just
about
tell you?
engineering.
Yeah, what do you think goes into fucking building things that goes beyond engineering?
I don't think anything goes beyond.
Really?
Just because you say it takes engineering, yeah, really. Like when this is the same
So you
excuse
don't.
that came up when
Okay, so you don't believe that the television camera takes an electronic signal and convert it into a fucking pixelate electronic that you see on your TV. You don't believe that is real.
When did I say that?
No, you just did. You
No,
said
I
it
never
doesn't
implied
take
that. I talk an
engineering to go beyond.
imaginary place. The TV is right in my living room.
Yeah, but how do you think your TV is receiving that picture? How? How do you think
Quantum
it's
physics.
receiving?
Quantum physics.
Quantum physics. Do you know about? Are you quantum physicist?
Yep.
Okay. So tell me, how does he get it? Explain to me, please. The floor is yours.
So
Well-
if he can't explain exactly how a TV works right now, then that has something to do
Oh.
with whether or not we can receive a signal from 14
But
billion
he's a
miles away.
quantum physicist. God
He was
damn
being
it.
sarcastic, obviously.
So
Maybe
he's
you missed
been
that.
mocking me.
No, I'm
No,
not
it's-
mocking. I'm not mocking you.
So you're a quantum physicist.
No.
Explain to me how a television camera send a live feed into your television. Please do.
Well, it's particles.
What kind of particles? Particles?
Oh no.
What kind of fucking particles?
Light particles. Photons.
What they are called? Light particles.
Protons. Muons.
Protons are not light particles.
No.
No.
Well, how do you get an electrical signal from one? So if you've got an electric
You
current,
don't use electrical signal
why not?
because it doesn't work that way.
Have you got Wi-Fi?
Fuck the Wi-Fi. It doesn't use Wi-Fi. It uses UHF and VHF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what UHF means?
Oh, man,
Ultra
that's an old signal.
Ultra high frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That-
and
but
VHF,
that- Well, in my lifetime,
very
it's gone
high
from-
frequency.
It's gone from analog to digital. Okay. And
Oh,
I've seen
It
that.
doesn't matter.
It does.
You idiot.
It
It
does,
doesn't
because
matter.
It does because Nixon.
No, because you
Nixon
use radio
spoke
wave. You
to-
don't use a fucking light protons.
Yeah, exactly. They
you
had a
use radio wave.
They had a landline in the White House, and they spoke to the moon on a landline.
Yeah, you can.
No.
Sure. I've done
Yes,
it too,
you
yeah.
can. It's called modulation system.
Hell
You know
yeah.
what
That's the same one that
modulation
they
is? You know what integrator is?
let's just say science words and that proves something
Okay. Do
14
you
billion
know
miles
what
away.
inverter is? You're a fucking physicist, for God's sake. You don't know what inverter is? There is converter and there is
Right.
inverter.
Mhm.
What
There's
what
an
is the
AC
difference
plug?
between converter and inverter? A converter is a step down modulation. An inverter is step up modulation. It takes fucking, say, for example, it takes a 150 watt signal and it drops it down to, say, 12 watt. But the inverter takes the 12 watt and invert it to 120 watt or 1200 watt or 10,000 watt or 1 million watt, that's what they use
So
to boost
boost.
the signal back to space.
You're
1
boosting
million
the
watt. You
signal.
need that.
Oh man.
It's
Yeah.
going for
Sir.
the boost.
Imagine boosting a signal from here. So like I send something to a satellite out 250 miles, then that boosts that shit 14 billion miles up
Yes,
in 17
forever.
hours.
It goes
And then
forever. It does not stop.
absolutely, yeah. We don't need any proof of that except that someone said that it does. And
There
then
is a proof of that.
the Voyager is the proof of that. That's the
No, I'll tell you how you prove that. You take a fucking you take a fucking glass, okay? A glass.
okay. I hope you're
And
gonna
you
teach me how to
cap it.
connect to the
And
Voyager.
listen to me. You cap it, and you drill 2 holes in it. You put inside the glass, okay? You get inside the glass a radio, and then you cap it and you vacuum it from the air, okay? And in that glass, there's another glass tube that goes to another glass.
There's a glass and a radio inside the glass.
In a radio inside the glass, and there's
Yeah,
another
it's a big
glass
ass
tube
glass.
that goes between two glasses. And then you
Okay.
put a receiver in there, and then you have a shutoff valve in the middle of that link tube. And then you vacuum one of them and don't vacuum the other, and then you shoot a signal. It does not shoot. But when you vacuum the receiver, and you don't vacuum this, it's going to shoot. Why is that?
Go ahead, tell me.
I'll tell you why is that. Because when you shoot in a signal through the atmosphere, it does not go that fast. When you shoot it through the vacuum, it goes really fucking fast.
No,
Okay.
I'm following. Yeah.
So we
Right.
have.
You need a
So what's the
booster.
size of?
You need a fucking booster
Okay,
to
cool.
go
Yeah,
through the atmosphere.
nice. But that's outside of the atmosphere, right? We're talking
Yeah,
about.
you don't
low
need
Earth
that
orbit,
much
like
energy
the
outside.
extremities.
You need probably a 9-volt battery,
Mhm.
9-volt battery, the one that you use in your fucking toys
Yeah.
or whatever.
I don't have. Yeah.
And that 9-volt battery should be rechargeable one through your solar panels into the satellite. And what
Cool.
it does, it produces 0.5 amps or 1.5 amp. That's all you need, 1.3 amp to send a signal that you're
So what-
receiving from Earth.
So
into
what's the
space.
distance that we can
You're
measure in
already
that
in
experiment
space.
that you just? Yeah. What's that? In the experiment that you just described, what's the largest distance that we could test that out on? Because it's proof.
Any
It's proof. Like you're
distance.
saying, this is any distance.
You can use
But
it with
what's-
sound too.
Mhm.
You can use it with sound.
Yeah. Okay. So what's
Yeah,
our practical
it's called
example
a
for it?
medium.
Yes. So
Yeah.
what's our practical example for that? Like how big would it be? What's other than the Voyager? What's
Whatever
the
you
second
can
best?
afford. Make it
Exactly.
make
Okay.
the glass say about 1 liter cup.
Oh no, I
Okay.
need billions
And
of miles.
put
bro.
a
Do you understand?
clock, all those, or ring,
Yeah. We need to be able to prove billion
or a
though.
fucking buzzer. Put in it and vacuum it. You're
My
not
guy.
gonna hear the sound, but when you fill it with air, you're gonna hear it. It's called a medium. Medium
I got you.
interferes
Yeah,
with
yes.
things.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay.
fantastic. Now, how do we go about proving that it works the same way over billions of miles if we wanted to? You just told me an experiment that I could do to prove that it'll work like in a bedroom, for example. But like, how do I go about proving that this will go to infinity and beyond?
We haven't reached infinity and beyond yet.
I
but
mean,
we know it's
14.5 billion miles for all intents and purposes on the Earth that we live on, and our practical experience of the furthest 2 points being 12,000 miles apart, then I think 14.5 billion is pretty much infinity.
No, it's not, because you
what
put a
other-
limit on it. Infinity is no limitation.
I know. But I'm saying our
So
earthly limitation, our Earth is very limited.
45
Because these technologies
billion
come from Earth.
miles is infinity. It's not. It's 45 billion miles.
14, yeah, that's a
14,
short, like, that's
whatever.
a negligible distance.
Okay, 3 million light years away, which 3 million light years away is what a light travels in 3 million years of Earth years. That is. That is not infinity.
Yeah,
that
I
is
know.
3
I'm just saying
million
it's
light
such a
years away.
preposterous distance that we can't actually do any experiments here that will prove that anything could travel that far. That's all I'm saying.
But it
Yeah.
does.
Light or a signal, a radio
But it
signal.
does.
Whatever you like. No,
You can't
no.
prove
It
that.
might take longer
no.
time, but it still does.
Yeah, 17 hours allegedly, but you can't prove that. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Neither can I. It's like we don't have access to that thing. That's just a story we're being
I
told.
have access to satellites. How come you not have access to satellites? I have access. I'm not even a fucking American citizen. I
Well-
have access to satellite grid.
Well, there's
I
a guy
can tell
who.
which satellite is where and where is it at.
Oh, so you
what
could
is
look
it
at a
doing.
computer program just like a flight tracker? and it
No,
can tell
it's
you
not.
location
It's
origin?
for public. You can go.
Yeah,
to
I know,
it.
but what are you
Anybody
looking?
can. You want the link? I'll drop the link for
It's
you.
a link.
Private
My point is it's software.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not a software.
It's not software? Okay.
It's a
You're looking
link
at
where you
directly
can
into the
see
sky and
each
connecting
satellite.
satellite.
Where is it at and what they're doing? It's an astronomical society.
A software tool. Yes.
Yeah. It's not.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Okay, it's a fucking software. All right.
Yeah.
You're
matters,
right.
dude.
I'm
That
wrong. I'm
matters.
sorry.
Why are
You
you
are
mad?
always right, and everybody else is fucking wrong. Okay. Everybody
No,
else
I'm
is
not right. I'm not
right.
making any claims.
It's
No,
not
no,
a
no, no.
fucking software. It's a website. There is no software and website. It's a main fucking domain with live feed of information that flows there and tells you which satellites is where and what they are fucking doing. The next day you go in there, that satellite is not there. It's somewhere else now. How is that? Is a fucking program?
Software are programs that
It's
That's
not
what
a.
they do. It's neither
not
here
a
or there, man. I'm not
software.
going to argue with
It's
you
a
about that.
website.
Okay.
It shows you where every satellite is at. You can actually fucking find it if you have
For
a
sure.
telescope.
Yeah. I have this
Yeah.
game called what's it called? It's on PS4.
You
like
just
God,
put
God
that
of War
number
and
in
shit.
your
And there's a map
telescope, and
for
it automatically goes to
there's
it,
a
and it
map for
shows you where's
Valhalla
it
and
at.
stuff.
You will see its wings there spread it. And it's fucking a comm satellite, and it fucking linked to another fucking 12 more satellites around the earth because they that's how your fucking internet works.
That's not how my internet works.
Yes, that's how it works through
No,
satellites.
that's not how my internet works.
Yes, it does. How do you think internet works?
It's all undersea cables.
Oh, really? Undersea cables?
Yep. We
Really,
can talk about
that's
the
it.
infrastructure of the internet right now. Yeah,
Just like that. There's no satellites shooting and nothing. Under
shooting
the
internet
sea.
at you? No, there isn't, unfortunately.
The decay of shit that's under the sea, it goes way beyond. Do you know what goes under
That's
the
why
sea?
you can go on mountaintops and lose connectivity. If it was the case that you'd be closer to the satellite and your connection should be better, if anything, but it's not.
Do you know where the cable goes from your house? When they say it's a cable internet?
Tell me. Jupiter?
No, you see,
okay.
no, it goes under the sea, right?
Yeah.
Just like that.
That's why
Just
when there's
one wire,
that's why when there's that's why when
bundle
one
of
of those
wires
cables
go
gets
under
cut,
the
the
sea,
internet
and that's it.
gets cut out in entire communities, countries sometimes.
How do you think they feed an entire city?
What?
How do you feed an entire city? Say
With food?
fucking 3 million people with 3 million computers in their homes. How are you going to feed them? With wires.
Does your electricity also get sent to you from space?
You guys don't know how fucking
Anything
internet
works, right?
works, do you?
Yeah. Okay.
No, you don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say, but you don't. Do you know? I'll give you an example that you don't know. I'll ask you one simple question, and honestly, answer me honestly, all of you. Why is it called Windows? The program that you talk about. Why is it called Windows?
That's
and
an
there's
operating
Mac,
system. It's
and
not a
there's
program.
Windows. Why is it called Windows?
I don't know.
Oh, Google it. No, you Google it. Go ahead. It will tell
Why
you.
a private company chose its name is of relevance to what we're talking about?
Really?
Is it? I'm asking.
Do you not know? Do you not notice there are 4 windows when you open your computer, turn it on? There's 4 windows come like fucking in Mirage, and stops, and then comes your computer on. And the window is a signal pixelation. So I send you 1 signal, you send me 2, I send you 4, and then it becomes after the 4. There's a reason why they have 4. Each 4 counts on all 4. Then I'll send you 8, and then you're gonna send me 8. It's gonna become another 8, 16. 16 gonna become another 16. Is gonna be 32. 32 is gonna be another 32. Is gonna be 64. Hence the term 32 and 64 in their modulation, because that's the amount that you can send. If you wire those, guess what you're gonna need? You're gonna need a building that's bigger than a fucking New York City to house all that shit. To really, literally house all that shit. To feed the world. Bigger than an entire New York City. One big, giant fucking building. Remember back in the days when they had the first computer was housing an entire fucking 7-story building? That's what you're gonna need for just to feed 2 houses talking to each other, sending signals between each other. So how do you solve that problem? Satellites.
Yep. For sure.
That's right.
Arthur C. Clarke was a wizard, right? He knew what was going to happen.
No, he knew too much.
Oh yeah. So
He
he like
questioned
they
things,
told him
but he
before
knew
they
too
built the
much.
satellites, or what? Did he inform them? How does it work? The guy who
A
predicted
satellite
satellites.
does not. A satellite is just a floating module that has its own source of power. That's from our sun, and it uses the solar power because there is no weather there. There is no clouds. There's no rain. There's no night. It's always fucking day there, and it orbits around the Earth as the Earth is spinning. It's just sitting there. It's a deep satellite. It goes fucking probably right in the vicinity of the first, before reaching the first 1,000 miles, which is our first Van Allen belt that protects the Earth from the solar winds. And it's right under there from 600 miles to almost 800 miles area above the Earth. And they just orbit. It has their own trajectory. And they are driven, believe it or not, by, again, little tiny microscopic fucking, just in case of emergency, tiny microscopic, tiny plutonium
Yeah.
235.
Sure, dude.
Just in case if the sun burps, they have actually very expensive because that's why they have to put gold shielding around the circuit right now. Because back then they used to go retarded. They used to go, yeah, they did. They go retarded and the fucking everything got lost.
So I want you
Communication
to
got
do
lost.
me a favor. Check it out. When you have some time, Google submarine communications cables. It'll tell you that currently 99% of the data traffic that is crossing oceans is carried by undersea cables. Okay.
Yeah, how
If
the
you
fuck
ask,
when the submarine launches their nuclear
yeah, if you
weapons,
ask again
they
how much
push
of
the
the
button?
internet is underwater, you'll get the answer.
Okay, how
There
the
are more
fuck
than
do they
one. Can I
contact
talk?
submarine?
Can I talk? I let you talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk, man. I'm just gonna say a couple of things. The next one says how much of the internet is underwater. It says 99%. There are more than 1.2 billion kilometers of submarine cables circling the globe transmitting internet data. About 97% of all intercontinental data is transferred by underwater cables. You have an article by the New York Times that says people think data is in the cloud, but it's not. It's in the ocean.
Where's their proof? Where's their proof? They're claiming that. Where's their proof?
Oh, you could see they have the actual cables. They show you how they're made. See, this is all tangible stuff. This is all stuff that you can see for yourself.
We do
That's
have
the
a
thing about
communication cables. Yes, we do have a communication cable.
So that's all I'm saying. We don't need satellites and all that fantastic stuff you just talked
Yeah, you
about
do.
to transmit data. Absolutely not. No, it's you don't like and you can't tell me that I don't understand the technology because it's all here. So
Hey,
like you
water
don't
creature.
understand the technology of the connection then.
Well,
You know,
then
it's
you're
not-
right and I'm wrong.
It's not me being right. It's that's what's said. So like I didn't make up that 99% of.
Like I
the
said,
internet
where is their
connectivity.
fucking proof to their claim? Why do
Where
we
are
have,
the cables?
Why do we
They're
need
under the ocean. Have
wireless
you not?
internet? Why do we need wireless internet then?
Because you can't walk around with a cable stuck to your phone while you're walking the street.
So why have we
Like, I
got
don't
all
know.
these masts around? Why are all these masts around?
That's how you connect to it.
What is that?
That's how you connect to it when you're
Are they
wireless.
connected to the underground cables in the sea?
Yeah, those are rooted in the ground. They're not flying around. And you know that because pinging and what's it called? What the fuck is it called?
You're funny face, man. You believe everything.
I believe everything. You just told me a
believe
fantasy
what
story. I said
Google tells you to believe.
I mean, no,
Yeah.
you're just saying something that's
I don't
incorrect.
believe in Google. Fuck Google. It's all bullshit. No Wikipedia. Give me valid information, like the 1980 experiment. You remember the 1980 experiment by the Department of Energy? You don't remember that? Have you seen the data sheet on that? You haven't. Have you actually seen the data sheet on the
No, of course I haven't.
1980 experiment by the Department of Energy in the United States and by there's another company that conducted that with them, and I'm going to give you its name. It was called Cobalt.
So why do you
Cobalt.
accept that information, but you don't accept the information from the same sources that tell you
Because
that
it's
people
a direct
think that data is
data
not in the
sheet.
cloud?
It's a direct data sheet from the department itself. and I had to file Freedom of Information Act and paid money, like $20, to get that print out and sent to me. They don't. It's not available unless you demand it. You have to call for it. You have to say, "Oh, I want this sheet data from this date to this date on this experiment," and they're going to ask you, "Why do you need that?" Just for general study, because I'm a mechanical engineer and I want to study that just in case for preventative measures in the future if we go any route for a new energy. Oh, okay. And then they send you that, and then you send them back
You're
a
a
file.
mechanical engineer that thinks that intercontinental underwater cables are a hoax?
No, that's not what I said. I said we
Okay.
do have communication lines
But it doesn't
that
serve the
connects
internet.
the continents. We do have, but if we're not relying on these, all the public rely on this.
Okay, cool. So it's your word against
The
literally
main
everybody
thing
else.
in the internet is use the satellites, and the reason they use satellites is because that way they can tap to your information. Whatever you're doing, they know. If you go cable direct, which is called peer-to-peer, okay, P2P, they can control that. And they don't like that. They will never do that. They will never allow that. It will cost them too much money. It's going to cost them too much energy, too much materials. It's absolutely insane.
It already exists, though. Your
It
stream, Steve, that's
exists
the thing, is
because
like,
it's a communication lines.
yeah.
It's a comm lines. How do you think?
I
Okay,
lived in
I'll give
Beirut,
you an
Lebanon.
example. I'll
Okay.
give you an example. How do you think a submarine receives an order to launch their fucking missile, say, into enemy place? How?
I don't know.
With a fucking wire under the fucking ocean?
No, but we don't live in submarines. Most people don't.
You just said internet is used.
Yeah, I
we're
said
using
99% of the internet. Exactly, yeah.
99%.
But maybe the 1% is
So
accounting for your
excluded
argument.
unto the 1% is the submarine, right? What about
Maybe,
the
yeah,
ships?
because it's a very rare case. Wouldn't that make
Okay,
sense
what
to you?
about your airplane? How do you use the internet on an airplane?
The same way. It would be communicated through the towers, which are grounded in the fucking
And
ground.
all
Like,
these are 1%. Do you know how many fucking people fly every day?
yeah.
How many?
Not as I don't know how many. No, but it's not.
You
It's
don't
not
know how
even
many.
1% of the world.
No, no. 1/3 of the human population
Travels every day on an airplane.
every day, every
That's the
fucking
most.
single day.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. So
Of course,
billions of
of course,
people,
it's stupid.
billions of people. You said 30%. So what are we talking about? Like 2.5 billion people are on planes every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know how many travels? You know how many travels
Okay, dude.
to? You know how many travels every year just to Istanbul? Istanbul.
2.5 billion a
Turkey.
day, dude. That's okay.
No, it's
Can't really argue
15
with that.
million a
Yeah.
year. Just Istanbul. 15 million a year. That's just Istanbul.
Yeah, 15 million a year. That's way less than 12 That's way less than 2 billion a day.
You're not comprehending.
I
It's
am.
just Istanbul.
Okay, so multiply
The
that by
biggest
120
river
for
in the
other
world
countries,
is
and
the
it still won't
Amazon
be it.
River. 150 million a year. The Great Barrier Reef. How many do you think they go to visit the Great Barrier Reef in Australia?
Probably 7
Kashmir
billion.
in India. Yeah, just in Tennessee. In
Yeah.
Tennessee,
Great
where I
point.
live.
Great point you're making.
In Nashville. You know, over 1 million a year. Just these are local. Over 1 million a year, just locals. They fly over to Tennessee locally.
Yeah, you said 2 billion a day, though. Those numbers
Yeah,
still
well,
don't
put
add up.
that
You're the
scale
math
in the
guy.
whole
What the hell?
fucking world, major cities and major fucking attractions. How many do you think you got?
Not 2 billion a day.
Well,
If
gotta
Earth's
hand it to
population is
you.
7 billion, there's
You're
definitely not 2
rejecting
billion
facts.
people on a plane
I'm
every
sorry.
day. Dude, that means 2 out of 7 people are on a plane every day. Like, is that true of people you know? What are you talking about? Like, why are we even arguing this? This is dumb. But the point is, the
Yeah,
point
it is
remains.
dumb.
Like,
It is dumb to you.
yeah,
It is dumb.
it is.
dumb.
It is.
How many
It's
of
silly.
those people? How many of those people do you think they sit in an airplane and they open their little laptop or they use their phone?
5 people, maybe. Literally,
Maybe
like
5. Right?
it's not billions. Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah. 5 people out of a whole fucking airplane.
Right,
I mean,
what
yeah,
was this?
Adam,
What were they?
The
starting
point
to do?
is, it's wireless is the major moneymaker factor than the fucking wire. Why do you think you don't have any more wired telephones in your homes? Why?
because you connect to cell towers that are grounded.
That's right. Cell towers shoot it to space, and that way they got a control of space.
No, they don't shoot out to
friend.
space.
They
Do
got
you know what?
control
Do you
of
know what?
all your satellites.
No, that's not even true.
I got the link to that. I can send it to you in a private.
So you're
chat.
the engineering guy. Do you know what tropospheric scatter is?
I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not even an
different
engineer. I'm
engineers
just
in my
asking you.
department.
Right.
Okay, there's 8 different types of engineers in mechanical engineering. I only hold 5 phases out of 8. The
Nice,
other
that's
ones
good
is
enough.
biotech
That's
and
good enough.
robotics and fucking what do you call it? Biomechanical. I mean biomechanical, yeah, which is chemistry and physics. Okay, biomechanical is when you integrate chemical energy into creating a physical property.
Nice, but you just told me that cell towers connect
Like
to space.
epoxy.
So can we just go back to that for a sec?
A
'Cause they
cell
don't-
tower takes your signal and boosts it, just like a radio. It's
Yeah.
a radio tower.
Yeah, and that's by conventional science, that's bouncing off the troposphere. That's not even in space.
It goes.
That's saying that
well,
there's a layer
if
of the
you're
atmosphere that you
using-
could bounce radio waves off of, and then bounce that radio wave to a different location.
There's different types of radio waves. Okay, there's if you understand how radio
Yes.
waves work. Okay,
Mhm.
there is what we call an
You were talking about
FM.
UHF and SHF frequencies earlier.
No.
They
Those
also work.
are all radios.
But then
They're
also
used by both modulation. There's 2 type of
Yeah.
modulation. There's
and
one.
microwave radio signals.
There's one that does not escape the atmosphere. Okay, and you use that. We call it AM, amplified modulation. And there's FM, is flared modulation. That one can escape, can go because it's a bigger boost. And when you use a cellular phone, you use a radio wave actually, and your cell is sending a signal, a very weak signal, and the detectors in the cell tower takes it and boosts it immediately. The speed of all radio waves is almost speed of light.
So what's the technology that you're claiming that the cell towers use to send that shit into space and then back? What kind of signal is that?
Well, you need a receiver and sender. You need both.
Yeah, what's the
ways.
signal though?
You can't just
what kind of radio wave is it?
Well, you can use UHF and VHF radio.
And then with
signal.
5G, we can use microwave radio signals, right?
Well, it depends what you're using it for, but you can't use.
No, but we can use that for.
You
for
can't use a
communication systems.
microwave. You can only use it if you house it in a laser. Yeah, you can use it. Microwave is different. Radio wave is different. Microwave, they're all radio waves, but microwave is really, really very short.
Yeah, and tropospheric scatter can be used for both. Method of communicating radio signals over considerable distances.
I remember.
You have a medium. That's the problem. That's why you need a booster. You have a medium, and the booster.
I know that there's
what
a
is the
medium, but
booster?
that's
It's a
why space is.
modulation. You take
That's
that.
why we.
You
Yeah,
have,
that's why
you
we
have an inverter inside that tower that shoots it.
Yeah,
It
that's why
gives it a
space is
boost.
not. It does. Yeah.
You need power.
Into the
Yeah.
air.
You need
Yep,
electrical
into the air,
power
not into
to
space.
boost that.
Yes,
fucking
yes, yes. I
signal.
agree with you, dude. I'm not disagreeing with you. Yes, it does need that, but then it doesn't need to go to space. That's what it doesn't need to do, because it could do that at a much more local level, right here in our own atmosphere. So why would we then send the signal further? Why do I need to send the signal to space right now for me to talk to you on Google? I don't, and we don't. That's the answer. That's the short answer. The long answer
That's
is everything
your
we've been
answer.
talking about. It's the answer. It's the one that exists right now. Like, not my answer. I didn't make this shit up. I'm reading to you right now. I was reading to you when I talked
Okay.
about the internet cables. You understand? Like,
You know about electronics more than I do.
I didn't say I know about electronics. I never claimed to know anything about electronics. I
Well-
told you I wasn't an engineer. I'm just telling you
I
that's a
explained to you
phenomenon.
how
It's a
Windows works.
technology, just like you explained to me how the technology of televisions work. I just explained how the
Well,
technology of
you
tropospheric scatter
understand
works.
trafficking too, how the signal traffic works too, I believe. When you use a cable, you need actually two different cables to go back and forth.
They're
You know
several.
that,
It's
right?
not usually. Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
a big quill.
That's why there are always 5 wires in the telephone. 5.
Mhm.
And then there's
Yeah.
the ground in a wired telephone. Why do you think there are 5? That's just one telephone.
I don't know. I hope
And
it
in
has
your
anything to
computer
do with what we're
that you're
talking about.
visiting different websites,
Mhm.
hundreds of websites of different websites. Where do you think that goes? Traffic. How do you think that traffic
Not to
works?
space. Definitely not to space.
Okay,
There's just
but
no
you
need
need
for
a
that.
wire. Each wire has one traffic in it. How many do you
One
think
traffic.
wires do you need to go all these thousands and thousands and thousands of, probably hundreds of thousands of traffics of information floating? How many wires do you think you're going to need? Hundreds of thousands of bundles.
Yeah, and those exist.
Yeah, they
Imagine
exist.
that.
You know how big that is? Hundreds of thousands of wires bundled.
They have millions. That's the thing.
Millions, yeah, millions.
Millions, yeah.
Yeah,
Because if
say
you
1 million. Do you know how big is 1 million wires? Say gauge 24 gauge, which is very thin, right?
no, I'm talking about
1 million of those.
millions
How
of,
big is
of
that?
miles worth of these cables. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about quantity. How many
Yeah,
wires?
you can look at them,
not
dude.
length.
Just look them up.
I'm
It's
not
a
talking
cluster
about
of
length.
strands of tiny
I'm
threads
talking,
of glass fibers.
yeah,
Lasers propel
it's
data
like
down
a
to threads.
highway. You drive your car
Yes,
in.
yes,
How
yes,
do you
yes.
think the highway works when you drive your car? It's a similar concept, except that one is a physical, the other one is electronic or electrical,
Right.
right?
Tiny
So,
threads. Yep.
yeah.
Fiberglass.
Yeah. So how do you think that works? You need just one cable cannot do it. One wire cannot
I never
take two
said anything
different
about one
ways of
cable.
information trafficking. Each wire has to go one way. But when you use a satellite, when you use a radio wave, you actually there's no limitation. There's no limitation to that. I haven't found any limitation to that of how many signals back and forth can you send. They will never collide.
Yeah, because you have no
They're two
proof of
different
sending
frequencies.
signals to space. That's the best part about it.
Yeah. Because
Whereas,
they're two
like, there
different
is proof of
frequencies.
underground cables, and you're like, nah, that's not real.
No, they're two different frequencies. That's why you can send in space. It's a frequency that you're sending.
Jed, what do you think about all this? So, like, if the New York Times says, or like, never mind New York Times. Well, let's go to somewhere else.
Whoever came up with it, tell them where's the proof. Show me the data proof.
Oh, it's in the ocean. Like you can go to countries and see it.
Oh no,
and
no, I'm not talking about.
stuff.
I'm not talking about the cable. Show me the data that cable is working with, and it's really
like
there.
I said. I believe there's
From where to where?
satellites. I believe there's things that can orbit Earth at a certain altitude, but I don't believe in like outer space voyage, like to Mars and fucking the moon and things like that. But I do believe they've got things orbiting Earth sending possible signals, because this. Look at us speaking in like fucking the speed of light right now all around the world.
Yes.
This can't be just underground cables. Come on.
They conducted all kind of experiments, my friend, back in the days. They conducted an experiment of affecting between two and electrons. It's the same electron. They took it one in fucking
You think
Texas,
if things
one
were
in
connected
Japan.
by a wire,
No,
take
they're just
longer? No, to Jed, that would take
the experiment
longer than
was
relaying
We've got all
the
these
experiment
masts.
was to study is everything linked together or not.
Right. We've got all
Does
these
everything
masts.
behave the same, or
Phase.
they were about synchronization? Okay, it was about the discovery of synchronization of a frequency. How does this is possible? How do you have from chaotic universe come a synchronization?
It's not chaotic.
This was being studied,
That's
conducted
the trick.
studies for fucking decades.
Okay.
And they found it's true. Why? Because the first experiment started in Texas, Dallas, Texas, and then in Tokyo, Japan, underwater tanks. And this is a H2O3, by the way. It's a heavy water. They use it for nuclear. Uh, the same water that you use to cool the rods of uranium for nuclear energy. It's a pure fucking heavy water. You can't even drink that shit. And they froze it to sub-zero temperature, like trying to reach as much as to absolute zero, while they contain that electron in it. And they put all fucking their amount of energy of scanners onto those two, and they fought each other, and they get countermeasures. At this exact time, we're gonna fucking destroy this electron in Texas. As soon as they destroyed that electron in Texas, guess what happened to the electron in the fucking tank in Tokyo? It immediately became a positron. It changed. It died. It by itself. So now they're thinking, how the fuck is this even possible? Well, now we discover everything is fucking linked by synchronization. There is a rhythm there. There's a frequency there that connect the whole fucking matter and antimatter and fucking energy and forces and you name it. It's all have synchronization to them.
Yeah, we don't need to prove any of that. We could just say it because it sounds good. Like, what the fuck is antimatter? Can you show me any of it?
It's a theory.
It has
And
to
you
exist.
study it.
Exactly. It has to exist to balance out these fucking other mathematical equations that are all made up out
But
of
I'm not talking about antimatter. I'm talking about the
You said it. I
the
didn't say it.
synchronization
Mhm.
that exists, just like a radio wave that you don't believe that can go travel in the speed of light in a space, but it does. I promise you that with my life.
You
It
could
does.
promise all you want,
And
but
it does
that's a
not
bad promise on
need
you because
it
you
does
can't
not
prove it
need
and
that
you've never
much
experienced
energy
it.
in space.
Yeah, we don't know that.
You really don't need that much energy to push things in space. Really.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't.
we don't know that. That's
You do. You do know it.
no.
You're just rejecting it.
Yeah, someone could tell it to me. Like, they could tell me that a
It's
pink
not I
unicorn
am
exists, or I
telling
could
you.
know
You
that they
asked for it, and
told
I
me.
told you how it works, and I explained to you how the even fucking TV works, and you're still rejecting how
Yeah,
fucking
because that has
things
nothing
work.
to do with it. Every time we try to bring up a point,
It does
you start
because
talking
that's
about
what
something
you
else
need.
because you
You
actually
need.
don't have an explanation for it, and that's okay. Like, you're not supposed to have an explanation for fiction.
You
You
asked
know,
me how the fuck
I'm
does
just trying to
Voyager
get you to
send
think about
pictures
things.
to Earth, and I explained to you it does not send pictures to Earth. It has no camera. It has sensors on it. It sends a radio
Yeah, we were talking
fucking
about data
signal.
transmission. Yeah, I get it. We're
We
talking about.
convert that data into pictures here.
Yeah, I understand. With
Yeah,
math. Yeah, I know.
yeah. So now what? What do you want? You don't believe that? Or
Of
fuck
course
it.
not.
Don't believe it. I'm not
Like,
asking
what?
you
What did
to
you tell
believe
me?
it.
Why are you getting mad though? Why are you
I'm
screaming right
not
now?
getting mad. I'm getting frustrated because you keep saying, "Oh, that is a fucking lie." Okay, to you it is a lie. Okay, fine. It's a
Yeah,
lie
it's
to you.
fictional till proven otherwise.
To you
Absolutely.
is fictional. Okay,
Yeah.
is to you is nothing but a fucking fabrication and shit like that. You have that right to reject it, but to come and tell me that something like that we have fucking spent decades of studying and all that fucking energy amount and it's telling me, oh, that's bullshit. No. Trying to telling me that is bullshit. No, it's not. You
It is.
have the right to reject it and say, well, in my opinion, I don't believe that. Fine.
Yeah.
Just like how do you think we okay, I'll ask you a question. I know you don't know about it. How do you think we perfected a weaponry system that's today is used by the whole world? So fucking famous. It was discovered in the United States, by the way. It's called air-to-air missile, and it's called auto lock. You know, in your helmet when you put it on, or in your fucking visors, or in the fucking display on your fighter jet. There's a screen display that gives you auto lock on a fucking airplane that's coming. How do you think that works?
It goes to space or what? Tell me.
No, does not
Okay.
go to space at all.
Good. Good
But
start.
how did we discover it? How did we came up with that shit? That technology. How did we come to discover it? Answer me honestly. Do you know or you
I don't know,
know?
dude. No, of course I don't
Thank
know. I
you.
don't know anything about fighter
I
jets. Go
tell
ahead.
you how.
You're the genius. Yeah, tell me.
I'm not a fucking. Here we go again. Stop fucking mocking me. I'm giving you a factual
not, dude, go ahead.
information.
Yeah,
And
of
if you
course you are.
fucking mock me one more time for that, I'm cutting you off, man. I really am gonna cut you off because you obviously when you're taking it too personal, man.
I'm not at all.
Yes. What
You're
do you mean
screaming
by
and
me,
raging out.
genius?
I'm not at all.
What do you mean calling me a
And
genius? What do
I
you mean by
mean that every time we close in on a point, you tell me about some other kind of technology. Like now we were talking about space and internet, and you're like, "Hey, do you know about these fighter jets?" You understand? So like I'm saying, go ahead, teach me, genius. No,
Well, you
and
rejected
that's what I'm saying.
everything I gave you, and now I'm giving you an
Okay, so we were
example
talking about something
on
else. That's all I meant
something
by it. Right,
that
Go ahead.
most of you fuckers call, oh,
Yeah.
it's an alien technology being given to us, or somebody else comes in. No, it's a satanic fucking, Satan has been, no. It's all fucking horse shit. It took them 35 years in a study back in the fucking 50s and 60s. Back in the 68, they were scientists in Northern University of California were studying animals. Okay? The great gray owl. They discovered this motherfucker can hunt in a pitch black. When I mean pitch black, they put it in a fucking enclosure where there is zero light. And they put a mouse and they found this motherfucker can hunt that mouse in a dead pitch black, which no animal can do. Let's take this animal and find out how can they do that. They took it by all means, even ugly means. So they had to kill one and they decomposed it and they took the skeleton. Aha! They discovered one ear is actually vertical, is above its eye. And the other one is below its eye and it goes horizontal. So it's kind of like hearing things that goes from up and down and sway sideways. We call it yowing in aviation. So it's trying to hear echolocation. It's not an echo, it's echolocation, yeah. What's the mouse making a sound is trying to locate exactly where it can't see it, but it can fucking pinpoint exactly where its location by the sound that the mouse is making. And that's how they discovered that. They applied that to a new technology using radio waves. Again, radio waves to be shot vertically and horizontally. And that's how they discovered the lock system. And the first one was installed was back in the fucking 70 or 72 on a back then F-16. And that's how they did it. That's how they fucking did it. There was no aliens. There was no Satan. There was no... It's called fucking scientific discoveries.
Who said anything about aliens?
Just an example. They use radio waves to fucking launch that missile and automatically lock itself on the fucking enemy aircraft.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do
Radio
with
waves.
Radio communications to 14
Radio
billion miles away?
You can do a lot of things with radio. You can shut down satellites with radio waves.
Okay, man.
If you know their codes.
Yeah.
If you know their sequence codes, you can do that. That's why they went satellites, because nobody fucking can touch them. But I'm stupid. I don't know nothing, man. I know nothing, bro. Who am I? I'm a nobody.
No, you know a lot, but that's the thing is like that
Because I
doesn't necessarily
studied a
make
lot.
what yeah, cool.
And it took me a lot of money too,
Yeah.
doing those fucking filing for freedom of information for my own studies. And they know that. They know that. But they know I don't bother nobody. I don't fucking build weapons and go mass destruction shit. I don't do that shit. I'm a creator. I build things that serve society, serve me and the society and the neighbors where I live with. Because I believe I'm part of life, just like they are. And I believe the power of giving is also has a counterpart where you're going to receive back results. Just like you plant a seed and then, You have to work it out and it becomes a fucking productive tree for you in the end. That's what I believe in. I believe to create things. I swayed away and I left that fucking world where I was in. Fucking war, destruction, and building fucking weapons, bombs, and all that shit. Fuck that shit. They can kiss my fucking ass. I'll never do that again. But to tell me signal does not go in space, it's impossible to go forever. Where is your fucking proof that it does not go? Oh, I
Where's
never
your
been
proof
to
that it
space.
goes
Not like you.
14.5
Well,
billion?
I have been. I have seen it.
Oh, you've been to space?
I have been every day. I'd be in space.
Oh, okay.
I got a
Yeah, of
telescope.
course. Oh, yeah.
That's right. I see things that's going on. I see when I use infrared light. I see things I can't explain. Oh, what the fuck is that? But I don't go like, oh, that's impossible. No. I just admire it for the way it is and I question it. Yes. I have that right to question things. So do you. So does Jet. You have the right to accept things and reject them. But you have no right to tell me that whatever I see and whatever I know for
You
a
didn't
fact
see radio
is
waves traveling 14 billion miles. You looked in the sky.
dead. Yeah, you can see the fucking signals. Do you know how you see them?
I can see a 14.5 billion mile signal.
Yeah, you can see a 14.5.
Why didn't you tell me this 2 hours ago? How do I do
Actually,
that?
you can see a signal traveling to 14.5 billion.
Please tell me how to do that.
Yeah, you again, you use a fucking sensor detectors.
Okay,
Just
so
like sonar, they use sensor.
yeah, where can I get one? Just tell me. I don't know anything about
Oh,
this. So
you can go to any fucking industrial, what do you call it? Warehouses. They provide you with that.
nice. Okay, so I'll just ask them,
Yeah.
and they'll be like, "Yep, here you go." And then what? I bring it home, and I can look in the sky and see
No, you can
14.5
if
billion
not
miles.
available. No, yeah, you can do that. Actually, I don't know if you live in the United States.
No, I live in Kuwait.
Oh, you live where?
Kuwait.
Oh well, that's good luck on that.
Why? I'm on the same Earth. I can't see him from Kuwait. It's like that's
There's
like not
different
even a couple
laws.
thousand miles.
Here we can do freedom of information. Oh, Kuwait, I don't think you can do freedom.
But you just said I have to look up in the sky and I could do it. What is that? What do I need freedom of information for?
I'm just saying, if you want to dig some information,
No, I want to look at
where
the
I
radio
am
waves.
at, I can do that. But you in Kuwait, you can't.
My guy, you told me I could look at radio signals traveling 14 billion miles away. I'm asking you
what?
how, and then you told me I need
You know what?
freedom.
I'll give it to you right now. And if you don't accept it, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough.
Oh, there it is. Let me find it. I have so many of those. Oh, okay. I'll find it for you, my friend. Oh, Grand Rapide, no. There it is. Satellite database. I'll put it for you in the private chat because I'm not a mod, so I can't put it in a regular chat.
Okay.
So here's the link. You see it?
Mhm.
Okay. You go there.
Mhm.
And you scroll down. So whatever format you have, it's in two formats, Excel or text. and that gives you the map where all the satellites. You go beneath it from all the way from 1966 to the recent, and also it gives you all the satellites activities once you go to the schedule of one of those formats.
Oh, so you mean I can read the data? I can't see it. I was talking about seeing radio signals, and you told me yes, I could. I could see the thing travel. You didn't.
No, this is the satellite
Data.
database.
Yeah.
Every
So
satellite
it's
that's
not
out there.
right.
What do you think they're doing there? Just for looks?
I don't think they're there. Yeah.
See, that's the thing.
It's
You
to
don't
hold up this
believe
story.
they are there.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's
But
the
like you
whole
don't believe
point.
that underwater cables are there, and you can see those. That's the difference.
There's only one thing you cannot see, my friend.
What's
Everything
that?
else you can see. There's only one thing you can nobody ever seen, and that's the electron. Not neutron, not proton. You can see those under fucking atomic microscope. Electron you can't see. You can see it works. It's just like a gravity. You can see the work of gravity, but you can't see gravity. You can see the works of electron. What is it doing? But you can't see it. You really can't. You detect its fucking works. And that's how we know it's there. That's why it's called theory. Because it's not yet 100% fact, because that's why we call it electron. You have to give it something, a name, to start point and go from there. And once you establish the fact that electron exists in this way, maybe it does not exist in that way. Maybe it exists in the other way. Once you discover how it exists and which way it exists, that's the only time it becomes a fact. Like the fact that air molecules depends on the gas's nature. And the gas's nature is what is it made of. So there is in chemistry, there's called an elemental table of content. The
Can we see
element
radio
table
waves or not? I'm
gives
sorry.
it gives
Before we
you
get off that one completely.
the weight of the atomic structure of element. So say oxygen, right? Versus carbon versus helium. The lightest, of course, is helium because, it has a less fucking mass than oxygen. Oxygen has less mass than carbon. That's why carbon stays down, and carbon monoxide, that is, or dioxide, any whichever way, CO2 or CO3. So oxygen is O2. When you have a substance, what we call water, that's combination, okay, between two different elements, which is oxygen and hydrogen, oxygen and carbon. It's a substance, oxygen, carbon monoxide. It's not a fucking element. But the carbon itself is heavier than fucking oxygen, so it drags it down. And that's how we learn, by doing these experiments. And that's why when it comes to where I come in mechanical engineering and say I'm building plumbing, you have to vent everything. Why? Because when it comes to what we produce from gases from our bodies and the gases that accumulates inside those sewage drains, it has to go somewhere. Otherwise, you're going to have to keep fucking breathing it, and it's not good for you. It's not healthy for you. So that's why they are always warm when they come up out of your body. So that way there's venting, and warm gases always rises. Heat always rises. And that's why they shoot up all the way to the roof.
Thanks. You're not trolling right now, honestly?
I'm not. I'm dead fucking
because
serious.
we were talking, you said you were going to tell me how to see radio waves travel 14.
How to see radio waves? You acquire.
Now we're talking about farts.
It's called a radio signal detector. radio signal detector. You can actually have a little screen that gives you the wave of the radio that's going through it. But
How
the
far can this thing go?
detector is like a radar. Okay. I got a fucking something coming on. Hold on.
Yeah, they got handhelds.
Okay,
with
they
it.
got a detector. It's a sensor detector. Is like a photon, you know, detector, but it's not a pixel detector. It's a radio wave detector. It's a sensor. It's made out of inside it. It has a screen that's made out of zircon layers and silica, and it captures the radio wave from fucking. It doesn't matter how far it is because in the eye of it, you're shooting a fucking a thermal. You know, it's a thermal light, right? Infrared light, and it detects it through that. And
Yeah, how far can I film?
once it detects it, it sends it to your screen. It's just
Yep.
like a radio. You're right, right?
Mhm.
Just like a radio, but it's a detector radio. And once it detects it, it sends it to your screen. And the screen, there's a cathode, no ion, just a cathode, and it projects that as a light, a wave. You see it in your screen. It has a squares in it.
Right.
It's like a pattern in the screen. It just look like a doctor screen thing monitoring.
So
your
what's the
heart.
range on this thing?
Whoa, depends the frequency that you're shooting it with.
Can we do billions of miles?
The radio wave goes forever, man. It does not
I know,
stop.
but I need to see it. You told me I could. So the RF detector, can I see it with that? How many billions can I see with that?
I don't know what you're talking about. How many billions?
About seeing the radio waves, right? You said that I could see them.
Yeah,
I
you
could
can see them,
a
which
connection, a
direction
data.
they're going, but to calculate the distance,
Yeah.
you know,
How far can I see it?
why you stuck with 14.5 billion miles?
We were just talking about the Voyager. That's all. That's why.
Oh,
Data transmission. Remember?
is
Yeah.
that why?
Of course, that's why.
So you don't believe the Voyager is up there doing what it does?
Of course not. But we were getting into the
Okay,
specifics. Like we established that 5 hours
this
ago.
whole fucking thing was about you believing Voyager is not there.
No, it's just about what we know
Okay, that's fine.
about connection.
You don't have
about,
to.
about
You don't have to.
It's what we know about data and how to transmit it, how to receive it,
You don't
and then
have to.
applying that to real life shit as opposed to stories that we're told that we can't really verify. So that's my whole thing. I was just asking you how far can the thing detect radio waves? Like I'm not denying that radio waves exist, right? So like I know that
I don't
you
know
can.
nothing, man. I know
But that's
nothing.
what I've been talking to you. What do you mean? You
Yeah,
haven't?
I know nothing now. Now that you just said that, I know nothing, man. You have to discover it yourself.
Okay.
How about that?
Fair enough. Fair.
Is that fair? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
You discover it yourself. Where the fuck did he go? He left us. He left us.